An introduction to a compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jim Clevenger. A compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents, by James D. Richardson, a representative from the State of Tennessee. Volume 7, Ulysses S. Grant. Prefatory Note. The election of General Grant to the Presidency by the people of the United States was another instance illustrating the gratitude of a republic to a successful soldier. But for the great Civil War no one supposes he would ever have been elevated to this exalted post. His services in that heroic struggle were such as to win the highest encomiums from his countrymen, and naturally, at the first opportunity after the closing of the war, when a chief executive was to be chosen, they turned their eyes to the most conspicuous figure in that war and made him President of the United States. This volume, the 7th of the series, comprises his 8 years and the 4 years of his successor, Mr. Hayes. During this period of 12 years, that is, from March 4, 1869 to March 4, 1881, the legislation for the restoration of the Southern States to their original positions in the Union was enacted, the reunion of the States was perfected, and all sections of the land again given full and free representation in Congress. Much of the bitterness engendered by the war, and which had been left alive at its closing, and which was not diminished to any appreciable extent during President Johnson's term, was largely assuaged during President Grant's administration, and under that of President Hayes was further softened and almost entirely dissipated. It will be seen that President Grant in his papers dwelt especially upon the duty of paying the national debt in gold and returning to specie payments; that he urged upon Congress a proposition to annex Santo Domingo; that during his administration the Quaker Peace Commission was appointed to deal with the Indians; the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States was proclaimed; the Treaty of Washington was negotiated, and with a subsequent arbitration at Geneva a settlement was provided of the difficulties relating to the Alabama claims and the fisheries; that in 1870 and frequently afterwards he urged upon Congress the need of reform in the civil service. His appeals secured the passage of the law of March 3, 1871, under which he appointed a Civil Service Commission. This commission framed rules which were approved by the President. They provided for open competitive examination and went into effect January 1, 1872, and out of these grew the present Civil Service rules. One of the most important papers was the message vetoing the inflation bill. The closing months of his public life covered the stormy and exciting period following the presidential election of 1876, when the result, as between Mr. Tilden and Mr. Hayes, was so long in doubt. There is very little, however, in any presidential paper of that period to indicate the great peril to the country and the severe strain to which our institutions were subjected in that memorable contest. The administration of Mr. Hayes, though it began amid exciting scenes and an unprecedented situation which threatened disasters, was rather marked by moderation and a sympathy with what he considered true reform. Some of his vetoes are highly interesting, and indicate independence of character and that he was not always controlled by mere party politics. One of the most famous and best remembered of his messages is that vetoing the Bland-Allison Act, which restored the legal tender quality of the silver dollar and provided for its limited coinage. Other papers of interest are his message recommending the resumption of specie payments, vetoes of a bill to restrict Chinese immigration, of an army appropriation bill, of a legislative, executive, and judicial appropriation bill, and of the act known as the Funding Act of 1881. It was during Mr. Hayes's administration, when the 45th Congress met in extraordinary session on March 18, 1879, that for the first time since the Congress that was chosen with Mr. Buchanan in 1856, the Democratic party was in control of both houses. James D. Richardson, February 22, 1898. End of section 0. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 1 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ulysses S. Grant, March the 4th, 1869 to March the 4th, 1877. Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant was born at Point Pleasant, Clermont County, Ohio, April the 27th, 1822. He was of Scotch ancestry, but his family had been American in all its branches for several generations. Was a descendant of Matthew Grant, who arrived at Dorchester, Massachusetts, in May, 1630. His father was Jesse R. Grant, and his mother, Hannah Simpson. They were married in Clermont County, Ohio, in June, 1821. In the fall of 1823 his parents removed to Georgetown, the county seat of Brown County, Ohio. Ulysses, the eldest of 6 children, spent his boyhood in assisting his father on the farm, which was more congenial than working in the tannery of which his father was proprietor. From an early age until 17 years old, attended the subscription schools of Georgetown, except during the winters of 1836-37 and 1838-39, which were spent at schools in Maysville, Kentucky, and Ripley, Ohio. In the spring of 1839, at the age of 17, was appointed to a cadetship in the Military Academy at West Point by Thomas L. Hamer, a member of Congress, and entered the academy July the 1st, 1839. The name given at birth was Hiram Ulysses, but he was always called by his middle name. Mr. Hamer, thinking Ulysses his first name, and that his middle name was probably that of his mother's family, inserted in the official appointment the name of Ulysses S. Grant. The officials of the academy were notified by Cadet Grant of the error, but they did not feel authorized to correct it, and it was acquiesced in and became the name by which he was always known. Graduated from the academy in 1843, 21st in a class of 39 members. Was attached to the 4th United States Infantry as brevet second lieutenant July the 1st, 1843. Was appointed second lieutenant 7th Infantry September the 30th, 1845, and transferred to the 4th Infantry November the 15th, 1845. During the Mexican War, 1846 through 1848, took part with his regiment in active service, and was in all the battles fought by Generals Scott and Taylor, except that of Buena Vista. Was brevetted for gallant conduct at the battles of Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma, but declined the honor. At the battle of Monterey distinguished himself by volunteering to run the gauntlet and bring ammunition for the troops into the city. September the 8th, 1847, was appointed brevet first lieutenant for gallant conduct at Molino del Rey. Acted as regimental quartermaster April the 1st, 1847 to July the 23rd, 1848, and from November the 17th, 1848 to August the 5th, 1853. September the 13th, 1847, was brevetted captain for gallant conduct at the Battle of Chapultepec, and on September the 16th was appointed first lieutenant. At San Cosme was mentioned in special orders by his commanders, regimental, brigade, and division. After the Mexican War his regiment was sent to Pascagoula, Mississippi, and afterwards to Sackett's Harbor, New York, and Detroit, Michigan. August the 22d, 1848, married Miss Julia Dent of St. Louis, Missouri. In 1852 his regiment was sent to the Pacific coast. August the 5th, 1853, was appointed captain. Resigned July the 31st, 1854, and went to live on a farm near St. Louis, but in 1858 gave up farming on account of his health, and entered into the real estate business in St. Louis. In May, 1860, removed to Galena, Illinois, and became a clerk in his father's store. In April, 1861, after President Lincoln's call for troops, presided at a public meeting in Galena, which resulted in the organization of a company of volunteers, which he drilled and accompanied to Springfield, Illinois. Was employed by Governor Yates in the Adjutant General's office and appointed mustering officer. Offered his services to the national government in a letter written May the 24th, 1861, but no answer was ever made to it. June the 17th, 1861, was appointed colonel of the 21st Illinois Volunteers, and served until August the 7th, when he was appointed brigadier general of volunteers by the President. His commission to date from May 17th, 1861. Was assigned September the 1st to command the District of Southeastern Missouri. September the 4th established his headquarters at Cairo, and on the 6th captured Paducah, Kentucky. February the 2nd, 1862, advanced from Cairo. On the 6th captured Fort Henry, and on the 16th Fort Donelson. Soon afterwards was made a major general of volunteers, his commission dating from February the 16th. March the 4th was relieved from his command and ordered to remain at Fort Henry, but on the 13th was restored. Commanded at the Battle of Shiloh, April the 6th and 7th, 1862. General Halleck, on April the 11th, assumed command of the combined armies, and General Grant became second in command during the advance upon and the siege of Corinth. In July, Halleck became general-in-chief of all the armies, and General Grant was placed in command of the District of West Tennessee. In September, fought the Battle of Iuka, Mississippi, and in October the Battle of Corinth. January the 29th, 1863, moved down the Mississippi River and took command of the troops opposite Vicksburg. On March the 29th sent one corps of his army across the peninsula opposite Vicksburg, and on April the 16th ran the batteries with 7 gunboats and 3 transports. April the 22nd 6 other transports ran the batteries. His army was now below Vicksburg, and on the 29th bombarded Grand Gulf. May the 1st fought the battle of Port Gibson, and on May the 3d captured Grand Gulf. May the 12th defeated the Confederates at Raymond, and on the 14th captured Jackson, Mississippi. After several engagements the Confederates were driven by him into Vicksburg, when he began the siege of that city, which was surrendered July the 4th, 1863. On the same day was commissioned a major general in the United States Army. In August went to New Orleans to confer with General Banks, and while reviewing the troops there was injured by his horse falling on him. About the middle of October was assigned to the command of the Military Division of the Mississippi, which included Rosecrans' army at Chattanooga, Tennessee. Arrived at Chattanooga October the 23d, and the next day issued orders which resulted in the battle of Wauhatchie on the 29th. Attacked the Confederates under General Bragg on November the 23d, and after 3 days' fighting captured Missionary Ridge, whereupon the Confederates retreated to Dalton, Georgia. For his successes, Congress in December, 1863, passed a resolution of thanks to him and the officers and soldiers of his command, and presented him with a gold medal. The bill restoring the grade of lieutenant general became a law in February, 1864, and on March the 1st he was nominated for the position and was confirmed the succeeding day. On March the 12th assumed command of all the armies of the United States, and immediately began the plan of campaign that kept all the armies in motion until the war ended. About May the 4th, 1864, this campaign, the greatest of the war, began, and lasted until the surrender of the Confederates in April, 1865. During this period there were fought some of the bloodiest battles of the world. On April the 9th, 1865, General Lee surrendered his army at Appomattox, Virginia, to General Grant, who then displayed the greatest magnanimity to the Confederates, and won for himself from his late enemies their warmest gratitude. His magnanimity will always be remembered by the Confederate soldiers, and will stand in history as long as nobility of character shall be appreciated by mankind. On the closing of the war, directed his attention to mustering out of service the great army under his command, and the disposal of the enormous quantity of stores of the government. In the discharge of his duties visited different sections of the country, and was received everywhere with enthusiasm. The citizens of Philadelphia presented him with a handsome residence in that city. His old neighbors in Galena gave him a pretty home in their town. The people of New York presented to him a check for $105,000. In November and December, 1865, traveled through the Southern States and made a report to the President upon the conditions there. In May, 1866, submitted a plan to the Government for the reorganization of the regular Army of the United States, which became the basis of its reorganization. July the 25th, Congress passed an act creating the grade of General of the Armies of the United States, and on the same day he was appointed to this rank. August the 12th, 1867, was appointed by President Johnson Secretary of War ad interim, which position he held until January the 14th, 1868. At the National Convention of the Republican party, which met in Chicago on May the 20th, 1868, was unanimously nominated for President on the first call of States. His letter of acceptance of that nomination was brief and contained the famous sentence, "Let us have peace." At the election in November, was chosen to be President, receiving 214 electoral votes, while Horatio Seymour received 80. Was renominated by his party in National Convention in Philadelphia, June the 6th, 1872, and at the election in November received 286 electoral votes against 66, which would have been cast for Horace Greeley if he had lived. Retired from office March the 4th, 1877. After his retirement made a journey into foreign countries, and was received with great distinction and pomp by all the governments and peoples he visited. An earnest effort was made to nominate him for a third term, but it failed. By special act of Congress passed March the 3rd, 1885, was placed as general on the retired list of the Army. He died July the 23rd, 1885, at Mount McGregor, New York, and was buried at Riverside Park, New York City, on the Hudson River. End of Section 1. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 2 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant. By James D. Richardson. First Inaugural Address. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Inaugural Address. Citizens of the United States: your suffrages having elected me to the office of President of the United States, I have, in conformity to the Constitution of our country, taken the oath of office prescribed therein. I have taken this oath without mental reservation and with the determination to do to the best of my ability all that is required of me. The responsibilities of the position I feel, but accept them without fear. The office has come to me unsought. I commence its duties untrammeled. I bring to it a conscious desire and determination to fill it to the best of my ability, to the satisfaction of the people. On all leading questions agitating the public mind, I will always express my views to Congress and urge them according to my judgment, and when I think it advisable will exercise the constitutional privilege of interposing a veto to defeat measures which I oppose. But all laws will be faithfully executed whether they meet my approval or not. I shall on all subjects have a policy to recommend, but none to enforce against the will of the people. Laws are to govern all alike, those opposed as well as those who favor them. I know no method to secure the repeal of bad or obnoxious laws so effective as their stringent execution. The country having just emerged from a great rebellion, many questions will come before it for settlement in the next 4 years, which preceding administrations have never had to deal with. In meeting these, it is desirable that they should be approached calmly, without prejudice, hate, or sectional pride, remembering that the greatest good to the greatest number is the object to be attained. This requires security of person, property, and free religious and political opinion in every part of our common country, without regard to local prejudice. All laws to secure these ends will receive my best efforts for their enforcement. A great debt has been contracted in securing to us and our posterity the Union. The payment of this, principal and interest, as well as the return to a specie basis as soon as it can be accomplished without material detriment to the debtor class or to the country at large, must be provided for. To protect the national honor, every dollar of Government indebtedness should be paid in gold, unless otherwise expressly stipulated in the contract. Let it be understood that no repudiator of one farthing of our public debt will be trusted in public place, and it will go far toward strengthening a credit which ought to be the best in the world, and will ultimately enable us to replace the debt with bonds bearing less interest than we now pay. To this should be added a faithful collection of the revenue, a strict accountability to the Treasury for every dollar collected, and the greatest practicable entrenchment in expenditure in every department of government. When we compare the paying capacity of the country now with the 10 States in poverty from the effects of war, but soon to emerge, I trust, into greater prosperity than ever before, with its paying capacity 25 years ago, and calculate what it probably will be 25 years hence, who can doubt the feasibility of paying every dollar then with more ease than we now pay for useless luxuries? Why, it looks as though Providence had bestowed upon us a strong box in the precious metals, locked up in the sterile mountains of the far West, and which we are now forging the key to unlock, to meet the very contingency that is now upon us. Ultimately, it may be necessary to insure the facilities to reach these riches, and it may be necessary also that the General Government should give its aid to secure this access. But that should only be when a dollar of obligation to pay secures precisely the same sort of dollar to use now, and not before. Whilst the question of specie payments is in abeyance, the prudent business man is careful about contracting debts payable in the distant future. The nation should follow the same rule. A prostrate commerce is to be rebuilt and all industries encouraged. The young men of the country, those who from their age must be its rulers 25 years hence, have a peculiar interest in maintaining the national honor. A moment's reflection as to what will be our commanding influence among the nations of the earth in their day, if they are only true to themselves, should inspire them with national pride. All divisions, geographical, political, and religious, can join in this common sentiment. How the public debt is to be paid or specie payments resumed is not so important as that a plan should be adopted and acquiesced in. A united determination to do is worth more than divided counsel upon the method of doing. Legislation upon this subject may not be necessary now, nor even advisable, but it will be when the civil law is more fully restored in all parts of the country and trade resumes its wonted channels. It will be my endeavor to execute all laws in good faith, to collect all revenues assessed, and to have them properly accounted for and economically disbursed. I will, to the best of my ability, appoint to office those only who will carry out this design. In regard to foreign policy, I would deal with nations as equitable law requires individuals to deal with each other, and I would protect the law-abiding citizen, whether of native or foreign birth, wherever his rights are jeopardized or the flag of our country floats. I would respect the rights of all nations, demanding equal respect of our own. If others depart from this rule in their dealings with us, we may be compelled to follow their precedent. The proper treatment of the original occupants of this land, the Indians, is one deserving of careful study. I will favor any course toward them which tends to their civilization and ultimate citizenship. The question of suffrage is one which is likely to agitate the public so long as a portion of the citizens of the nation are excluded from its privileges in any State. It seems to me very desirable that this question should be settled now, and I entertain the hope and express the desire that it may be by the ratification of the 15th article of amendment to the Constitution. In conclusion, I ask patient forbearance one toward another throughout the land, and a determined effort on the part of every citizen to do his share towards cementing a happy union. And I ask the prayers of the nation to Almighty God in behalf of this consummation. March the 4th, 1869. End of Section 2. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 3 of a compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Messages, Washington, D.C., March the 6th, 1869, to the Senate of the United States. Since the nomination and confirmation of Alexander T. Stewart to the office of Secretary of the Treasury, I find that by the 8th section of the act of Congress approved September the 2nd, 1789, it is provided as follows, to wit: and be it further enacted, that no person appointed to any office instituted by this act shall, directly or indirectly, be concerned or interested in carrying on the business of trade or commerce, or be owner, in whole or in part, of any sea vessel, or purchase by himself or another in trust for him any public lands or other public property, or be concerned in the purchase or disposal of any public securities of any State or of the United States, or take or apply to his own use any emolument or gain for negotiating or transacting any business in the said department other than what shall be allowed by law. And if any person shall offend against any of the prohibitions of this act, he shall be deemed guilty of a high misdemeanor, and forfeit to the United States the penalty of $3,000, and shall upon conviction be removed from office and forever thereafter incapable of holding any office under the United States, provided that if any other person than a public prosecutor shall give information of any such offense upon which a prosecution and conviction shall be had, one half the aforesaid penalty of $3,000, when recovered, shall be for the use of the person giving such information. In view of these provisions, and the fact that Mr. Stewart has been unanimously confirmed by the Senate, I would ask that he be exempted by joint resolution of the two Houses of Congress from the operations of the same. U.S. GRANT. Washington, March the 9th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in compliance with its resolution of the 5th instant, a report from the Secretary of State communicating a list of the public and private acts and resolutions passed at the 3d session of the 40th Congress, which have become laws either by approval or otherwise. U.S. GRANT. Washington, March the 9th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I have the honor to request to be permitted to withdraw from the Senate of the United States my message of the 6th instant, requesting the passage of a joint resolution of the two Houses of Congress to relieve the Secretary of the Treasury from the disabilities imposed by Section 8 of the act of Congress approved September the 2nd, 1789. U.S. GRANT. Washington, March the 15th, 1869. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I invite the attention of Congress to the accompanying communication of this date, which I have received from the Secretary of the Interior. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 1. Report of the Government Directors of the Union Pacific Railroad relative to an injunction issued by Judge Barnard of the Supreme Court of the City of New York, restraining and prohibiting an election of officers or directors on the day directed by the law of December the 20th, 1867. Washington, March the 16th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: in compliance with the resolution of the Senate of the 11th instant, asking if the first installment due from the Government of Venezuela, pursuant to the convention of April the 25th, 1866, has been paid, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. Washington, March the 24th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 1st instant, a report from the Secretary of State, together with accompanying papers. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 2. Correspondence with the United States Minister and the Secretary of Legislation at Madrid. Washington, March the 29th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: in compliance with the request contained in the resolution of the Senate of the 17th instant, in regard to certain correspondence between James Buchanan, then President of the United States, and Lewis Cass, Secretary of State, I transmit a report from the Department of State, which is accompanied by a copy of the correspondence referred to. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 3. Regarding the policy to be pursued to avert civil war then threatening, which correspondence led to the resignation of Mr. Cass. Washington, March the 31st, 1869. To the House of Representatives: in compliance with the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 30th of January last, calling for the papers relative to the claim of Owen Thorne and others against the British Government, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State, together with copies of the papers referred to in said resolution. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, April the 3d, 1869. To the House of Representatives: In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 28th of January last, requesting information concerning the destruction during the late war by rebel vessels of certain merchant vessels of the United States, and concerning the damages and claims resulting therefrom, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the tabular statement which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, D.C., April the 5th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit herewith, for the constitutional action of the Senate, certain articles of agreement made and concluded at the Kaw Indian Agency, Kansas, on the 13th ultimo, between the commissioners on the part of the United States and certain chiefs or headmen of the Kansas or Kaw tribe of Indians on behalf of said tribe, together with a letter from the Secretary of the Interior, to which attention is invited. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, April the 7th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 27th of May last, in relation to the subject of claims against Great Britain, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, D.C., April the 7th, 1869. To the Senate and House of Representatives: While I am aware that the time in which Congress proposes now to remain in session is very brief, and that it is its desire, as far as is consistent with the public interest, to avoid entering upon the general business of legislation, there is one subject which concerns so deeply the welfare of the country that I deem it my duty to bring it before you. I have no doubt that you will concur with me in the opinion that it is desirable to restore the States which were engaged in the rebellion to their proper relations to the Government and the country at as early a period as the people of those States shall be found willing to become peaceful and orderly communities, and to adopt and maintain such constitutions and laws as will effectually secure the civil and political rights of all persons within their borders. The authority of the United States, which has been vindicated and established by its military power, must undoubtedly be asserted for the absolute protection of all its citizens in the full enjoyment of the freedom and security which is the object of a republican government, but whenever the people of a rebellious State are ready to enter in good faith upon the accomplishment of this object, in entire conformity with the constitutional authority of Congress, it is certainly desirable that all causes of irritation should be removed as promptly as possible, that a more perfect union may be established and the country be restored to peace and prosperity. The convention of the people of Virginia, which met in Richmond on Tuesday, December the 3d, 1867, framed a constitution for that State, which was adopted by the convention on the 17th of April, 1868, and I desire respectfully to call the attention of Congress to the propriety of providing by law for the holding of an election in that State at some time during the months of May and June next, under the direction of the military commander of that district, at which the question of the adoption of that constitution shall be submitted to the citizens of the State, and if this should seem desirable, I would recommend that a separate vote be taken upon such parts as may be thought expedient, and that at the same time, and under the same authority, there shall be an election for the officers provided under such constitution, and that the constitution or such parts thereof as shall have been adopted by the people be submitted to Congress on the first Monday of December next for its consideration, so that, if the same is then approved, the necessary steps will have been taken for the restoration of the State of Virginia to its proper relations to the Union. I am led to make this recommendation from the confident hope and belief that the people of that State are now ready to cooperate with the National Government in bringing it again into such relations to the Union as it ought as soon as possible to establish and maintain, and to give to all its people those equal rights under the law which were asserted in the Declaration of Independence, in the words of one of the most illustrious of its sons. I desire also to ask the consideration of Congress to the question whether there is not just ground for believing that the constitution framed by a convention of the people of Mississippi for that State, and once rejected, might not be again submitted to the people of that State in like manner, and with the probability of the same result. U.S. GRANT. Proclamation. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas objects of interest to the United States require that the Senate should be convened at 12 o'clock on the 12th day of April, 1869, to receive and act upon such communications as may be made to it on the part of the Executive. Now, therefore, I, U.S. Grant, President of the United States, have considered it to be my duty to issue this my proclamation, declaring that an extraordinary occasion requires the Senate of the United States to convene for the transaction of business at the Capitol in the city of Washington on the 12th day of April, 1869, at 12 o'clock noon on that day, of which all who shall at that time be entitled to act as members of that body are hereby required to take notice. Given under my hand and the seal of the United States at Washington, the 8th day of April, A.D. 1869, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 93rd. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. SPECIAL MESSAGES. Washington, April the 16th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and the Emperor of the French, signed this day by the plenipotentiaries of the parties, for the mutual protection of trade marks of their respective citizens and subjects. U.S. GRANT. Washington, April the 21st, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution adopted in executive session on the 16th of February last, requesting copy of the official correspondence of Mr. Buchanan during his residence at St. Petersburg as minister of the United States, a report from the Secretary of State with the accompanying papers. U.S. GRANT. Proclamations. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. In pursuance of the provisions of the act of Congress approved April the 10th, 1869, I hereby designate the 6th day of July, 1869, as the time for submitting the Constitution passed by the convention which met in Richmond, Virginia, on Tuesday, the 3d day of December, 1867, to the voters of said State registered at the date of such submission, that is, July the 6th, 1869, for ratification or rejection. And I submit to a separate vote the fourth clause of section 1 of Article 3 of said Constitution, which is in the following words: Every person who has been a senator or representative in Congress, or elector of President or Vice President, or who held any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any State, who, having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress, or as an officer of the United States, or as a member of any State legislature, or as an executive or judicial officer of any State, shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same, or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof, this clause shall include the following officers: Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, Auditor of Public Accounts, Second Auditor, Register of the Land Office, State Treasurer, Attorney General, Sheriffs, Sergeant of a city or town, Commissioner of the Revenue, County Surveyors, Constables, Overseers of the Poor, Commissioner of the Board of Public Works, Judges of the Supreme Court, Judges of the Circuit Court, Judges of the Court of Hustings, Justices of the County Courts, Mayor, Recorder, Aldermen, Councilmen of a city or town, Coroners, Escheators, Inspectors of Tobacco, Flour, etc., Clerks of the Supreme, District, Circuit, and County Courts, and of the Court of Hustings, and attorneys for the Commonwealth, provided that the legislature may, by a vote of 3/5 of both houses, remove the disabilities incurred by this clause from any person included therein by a separate vote in each case. And I also submit to a separate vote the 7th section of Article 3 of the said Constitution, which is in the words following: In addition to the foregoing oath of office, the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, members of the General Assembly, Secretary of State, Auditor of Public Accounts, State Treasurer, Attorney General, and all persons elected to any convention to frame a constitution for this State, or to amend or revise this constitution in any manner, and mayor and council of any city or town shall, before they enter on the duties of their respective offices, take and subscribe the following oath or affirmation, provided the disabilities therein contained may be individually removed by a 3/5 vote of the General Assembly. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I have never voluntarily borne arms against the United States since I have been a citizen thereof, that I have voluntarily given no aid, countenance, counsel, or encouragement to persons engaged in armed hostility thereto, that I have never sought, nor accepted, nor attempted to exercise the functions of any office whatever under any authority or pretended authority in hostility to the United States, that I have not yielded a voluntary support to any pretended government, authority, power, or constitution within the United States, hostile or inimical thereto, and I do further swear or affirm that to the best of my knowledge and ability I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. The above oath shall also be taken by all the city and county officers before entering upon their duties, and by all other State officers not included in the above provision. I direct the vote to be taken upon each of the above cited provisions alone, and upon the other portions of the said Constitution in the following manner, viz., each voter favoring the ratification of the Constitution, excluding the provisions above quoted, as framed by the convention of December the 3d, 1867, shall express his judgment by voting for the Constitution. Each voter favoring the rejection of the Constitution, excluding the provisions above quoted, shall express his judgment by voting against the Constitution. Each voter will be allowed to cast a separate ballot for or against either or both of the provisions above quoted. In testimony thereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 14th day of May, A.D. 1869, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 93d. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas the act of Congress approved June the 25th, 1868, constituted on and after that date 8 hours a day work for all laborers, workmen, and mechanics employed by or on behalf of the Government of the United States, and repealed all acts and parts of acts inconsistent therewith. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, do hereby direct that from and after this date no reduction shall be made in the wages paid by the Government by the day to such laborers, workmen, and mechanics on account of such reduction of the hours of labor. In testimony thereof I have hereto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 19th day of May, A.D. 1869, and of the Independence of the United States the 93d. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas satisfactory evidence has been received by me from His Majesty the Emperor of France, through the Count Favernet, his charge d'affaires, that on and after this date the discriminating duties heretofore levied in French ports upon merchandise imported from the countries of its origin in vessels of the United States are to be discontinued and abolished. Now, therefore, I, U.S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by an act of Congress on the 7th day of January, 1824, and by an act in addition thereto of the 24th day of May, 1828, do hereby declare and proclaim that on and after this date, so long as merchandise imported from the countries of its origin into French ports in vessels belonging to citizens of the United States is admitted into French ports on the terms aforesaid, the discriminating duties heretofore levied upon merchandise imported from the countries of its origin into ports of the United States in French vessels shall be and are hereby discontinued and abolished. In testimony thereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington this 12th day of June, A.D. 1869, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 93rd. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. End of Section 3. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 4 of a compilation of the messages and papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant. By James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. In pursuance of the provisions of the act of Congress approved April the 10th, 1869, I hereby designate Tuesday, the 30th day of November, 1869, as the time for submitting the Constitution, adopted on the 15th day of May, 1868, by the convention which met in Jackson, Mississippi, to the voters of said State, registered at the date of such submission, that is, November the 30th, 1869, and I submit to a separate vote that part of Section 3 of Article 7 of said Constitution which is in the following words: that I am not disfranchised in any of the provisions of the acts known as the Reconstruction Acts of the 39th and 40th Congress, and that I admit the political and civil equality of all men. So help me God. Provided, if Congress shall at any time remove the disabilities of any person disfranchised in said Reconstruction Acts of the said 39th and 40th Congress, and the legislature of this State shall concur therein, then so much of this oath, and so much only as refers to the said Reconstruction Acts, shall not be required of such persons so pardoned to entitle him to be registered. And I further submit to a separate vote Section 5 of the same article of said Constitution, which is in the following words: no person shall be eligible to any office of profit or trust, civil or military, in this State, who, as a member of the legislature, voted for the call of the convention that passed the ordinance of secession, or who, as a delegate to any convention, voted for or signed any ordinance of secession, or who gave voluntary aid, countenance, counsel, or encouragement to persons engaged in armed hostility to the United States, or who accepted or attempted to exercise the functions of any office, civil or military, under any authority or pretended government, authority, power, or constitution within the United States hostile or inimical thereto, except all persons who aided reconstruction by voting for this convention, or who have continuously advocated the assembling of this convention, and shall continuously and in good faith advocate the acts of the same. but the legislature may remove such disability, provided that nothing in this section, except voting for or signing the ordinance of secession, shall be so construed as to exclude from office the private soldier of the late so-called Confederate States Army. And I further submit to a separate vote Section 5 of Article 12 of the said Constitution, which is in the following words: The credit of the State shall not be pledged or loaned in aid of any person, association, or corporation, nor shall the State hereafter become a stockholder in any corporation or association. And I further submit to a separate vote part of the oath of office prescribed in Section 26 of Article 12 of the said Constitution, which is in the following words: That I have never, as a member of any convention, voted for or signed any ordinance of secession; that I have never, as a member of any State legislature, voted for the call of any convention that passed any such ordinance. The above oath shall also be taken by all the city and county officers before entering upon their duties, and by all other State officials not included in the above provision. I direct the vote to be taken upon each of the above cited provisions alone, and upon the other portions of the said Constitution in the following manner, that is, each voter favoring the ratification of the Constitution, excluding the provisions above quoted, as adopted by the convention of May the 15th, 1868, shall express his judgment by voting for the Constitution. Each voter favoring the rejection of the Constitution, excluding the provisions above quoted, shall express his judgment by voting against the Constitution. Each voter will be allowed to cast a separate ballot for or against either or both of the provisions above quoted. It is understood that sections 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15 of Article 13, under the head of Ordinance, are considered as forming no part of the said Constitution. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed, done at the city of Washington, this 13th day of July, A.D. 1869, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 94th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. In pursuance of the provisions of the act of Congress approved April the 10th, 1869, I hereby designate Tuesday, the 30th day of November, 1869, as the time for submitting the Constitution adopted by the convention which met in Austin, Texas, on the 15th day of June, 1868, to the voters of said State registered at the date of such submission, that is, I direct the vote to be taken upon the said Constitution in the following manner, that is, each voter favoring the ratification of the Constitution as adopted by the convention of the 15th of June, 1868, shall express his judgment by voting for the Constitution. Each voter favoring the rejection of the Constitution shall express his judgment by voting against the Constitution. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed, done at the city of Washington, this 15th day of July, A.D. 1869, and of the independence of the United States of America the 94th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. The year, which is drawing to a close, has been free from pestilence. Health has prevailed throughout the land. Abundant crops reward the labors of the husbandman. Commerce and manufactures have successfully prosecuted their peaceful paths. The mines and forests have yielded liberally. The nation has increased in wealth and in strength. Peace has prevailed, and its blessings have advanced every interest of the people in every part of the Union. Harmony and fraternal intercourse restored are obliterating the marks of past conflict and estrangement. Burdens have been lightened, means have been increased, civil and religious liberty are secured to every inhabitant of the land, whose soil is trod by none but free men. It becomes a people thus favored to make acknowledgment to the Supreme Author, from whom such blessings flow, of their gratitude and their dependence, to render praise and thanksgiving for the same, and devoutly to implore a continuance of God's mercies. Therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, do recommend that Thursday, the 18th day of November next, be observed as a day of thanksgiving and of praise and of prayer to Almighty God, the Creator and the Ruler of the universe. And I do further recommend to all the people of the United States to assemble on that day in their accustomed places of public worship, and to unite in the homage and praise due to the bountiful Father of all mercies, and in fervent prayer for the continuance of the manifold blessings He has vouchsafed to us as a people. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed, this 5th day of October, A.D. 1869, and of the independence of the United States of America the 94th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas, by the proclamation of the President of the United States on the 12th day of June last, the levying of discriminating duties on merchandise imported into the United States in French vessels from the countries of its origin was discontinued, and whereas satisfactory information has since been received by me that the levying of such duties on all merchandise imported into France in vessels of the United States, whether from the countries of its origin or from other countries, has been discontinued. Now, therefore, I, U.S. Grant, President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by an act of Congress on the 7th day of January, 1824, and by an act in addition thereto of the 24th day of May, 1828, do hereby declare and proclaim that on and after this date, so long as merchandise imported into France in vessels of the United States, whether from the countries of its origin or from other countries, shall be admitted into the ports of France on the terms aforesaid, the discriminating duties heretofore levied upon merchandise imported into the United States in French vessels, either from the countries of its origin or from any other country, shall be and are discontinued and abolished. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 20th day of November, A.D. 1869, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 94th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. EXECUTIVE ORDERS. GENERAL ORDERS, No. 10. HEADQUARTERS OF THE ARMY, ADJUTANT GENERAL's OFFICE, Washington, March 5, 1869. The President of the United States directs that the following orders be carried into execution as soon as practicable. 1. The Department of the South will be commanded by Brigadier and Brevet Major General A.H. Terry. 2. Major General G.G. Meade is assigned to command the Military Division of the Atlantic, and will transfer his headquarters to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He will turn over his present command temporarily to Brevet Major General T.H. Ruger, Colonel, 33rd Infantry, who is assigned to duty according to his brevet of Major General while in the exercise of this command. 3. Major General P.H. Sheridan is assigned to command the Department of Louisiana, and will turn over the command of the Department of the Missouri temporarily to the next senior officer. 4. Major General W.S. Hancock is assigned to command the Department of Dakota. 5. Brigadier and Brevet Major General E.R.S. Canby is assigned to command the 1st Military District, and will proceed to his post as soon as relieved by Brevet Major General Reynolds. 6. Brevet Major General A.C. Gillum, Colonel, 24th Infantry, will turn over the command of the 4th Military District to the next senior officer and join his regiment. 7. Brevet Major General J.J. Reynolds, Colonel, 26th Infantry, is assigned to command the 5th Military District according to his brevet of Major General. 8. Brevet Major General H.W. Emory, Colonel, 5th Cavalry, is assigned to command the Department of Washington according to his brevet of Major General, by command of the General of the Army, E.D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. General Orders No. 11. Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, March 8, 1869. The following orders of the President of the United States are published for the information and government of all concerned. War Department, Washington City, March 5, 1869. By direction of the President, General William T. Sherman will assume command of the Army of the United States. The Chiefs of Staff, Corps, Departments, and Bureaus will report to and act under the immediate orders of the General commanding the Army. All official business which by law or regulations requires the action of the President or Secretary of War will be submitted by the General of the Army to the Secretary of War, and in general all orders from the President or Secretary of War to any portion of the Army, line or staff, will be transmitted through the General of the Army. J.M. Schofield, Secretary of War. By command of the General of the Army, E.D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. SPECIAL ORDERS No. 55. HEADQUARTERS OF THE ARMY, ADJUTANT GENERAL's OFFICE, Washington, March the 9th, 1869. 6. By direction of the President, Brevet Major General Adelbert Ames, Lieutenant Colonel, 24th United States Infantry, is hereby assigned to command the 4th Military District according to his brevet rank. By command of General Sherman, E.D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. General Orders No. 18. HEADQUARTERS of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, March the 16th, 1869. By direction of the President of the United States, the following changes are made in military divisions and department commands. 1. Lieutenant General P.H. Sheridan is assigned to command the Military Division of the Missouri. 2. Major General H.W. Halleck is assigned to the command of the Military Division of the South, to be composed of the Departments of the South and Louisiana, of the 4th Military District, and of the States composing the present Department of the Cumberland. Headquarters, Louisville, Kentucky. Major General Halleck will proceed to his new command as soon as relieved by Major General Thomas. 3. Major General G.H. Thomas is assigned to command the Military Division of the Pacific. 4. Major General J.M. Schofield is assigned to command the Department of the Missouri, the State of Illinois, and post of Fort Smith, Arkansas, are transferred to this department. 5. Brigadier and Brevet Major General O.O. Howard is assigned to command the Department of Louisiana. Until his arrival, the senior officer, Brevet Major General J.A. Mower, will command according to his brevet of Major General. 6. The Department of Washington will be discontinued and merged in the Department of the East. The records will be sent to the Adjutant General of the Army. 7. The 1st Military District will be added to the Military Division of the Atlantic. 8. As soon as Major General Thomas is ready to relinquish command of the Department of the Cumberland, the department will be discontinued, and the States composing it will be added to other departments, to be hereafter designated. The records will be forwarded to the Adjutant General of the Army, by command of General Sherman. E.D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. War Department, Washington City, March the 26th, 1869. By direction of the President, the order of the Secretary of War, dated War Department, March the 5th, 1869, and published in General Orders No. 11, Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, dated March the 8th, 1869, except so much as directs General W.T. Sherman to assume command of the Army of the United States, is hereby rescinded. All official business which, by law or regulations, requires the action of the President or Secretary of War, will be submitted by the chiefs of staff, corps, departments, and bureaus to the Secretary of War. All orders and instructions relating to military operations issued by the President or Secretary of War will be issued through the General of the Army, J&O A. Rawlins, Secretary of War. Special Orders No. 75. Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, March 31st, 1869. 16. By direction of the President of the United States, Brevet Major General A.S. Webb, United States Army, is assigned to command the 1st Military District, according to his brevet of Major General, until the arrival of Brevet Major General Canby to relieve him. He will accordingly repair to Richmond, Virginia, without delay. 17. By direction of the President, Brevet Major General George Stoneman, Colonel, 21st United States Infantry, is hereby relieved from the temporary command of the 1st Military District, and will accompany his regiment to the Military Division of the Pacific, by command of General Sherman. E.D. Townsend, Assistant Adjutant General. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., June 3, 1869. A commission of citizens having been appointed under the authority of law to cooperate with the administrative departments in the management of Indian affairs, consisting of William Welsh of Philadelphia, John V. Farwell of Chicago, George H. Stewart of Philadelphia, Robert Campbell, St. Louis, W. E. Dodge, New York, E. S. Tobey, Boston, Felix R. Brunot, Pittsburgh, Nathan Bishop, New York, and Henry S. Lane of Indiana. The following regulations will, till further directions, control the action of said commission and of the Bureau of Indian Affairs in matters coming under their joint supervision. 1. The commission will make its own organization and employ its own clerical assistants, keeping its necessary expenses of transportation, subsistence, and clerk hire when actually engaged in said service, within the amount appropriated therefor by Congress. 2. The commission shall be furnished with full opportunity to inspect the records of the Indian Office and to obtain full information as to the conduct of all parts of the affairs thereof. 3. They shall have full power to inspect in person or by subcommittee the various Indian superintendencies and agencies in the Indian country, to be present at payment of annuities, at consultations or councils with the Indians, and when on the ground to advise superintendents and agents in the performance of their duties. 4. They are authorized to be present in person or by subcommittee at purchases of goods for Indian purposes, and inspect said purchases, advising the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in regard thereto. 5. Whenever they shall deem it necessary or advisable that instructions of superintendents or agents be changed or modified, they will communicate such advice through the office of Commissioner of Indian Affairs to the Secretary of the Interior, and in like manner their advice as to changes in modes of purchasing goods or conducting the affairs of the Indian Bureau proper. Complaints against superintendents or agents or other officers will in the same manner be forwarded to the Indian Bureau or Department of the Interior for action. 6. The commission will at their board meetings determine upon the recommendations to be made as to the plans of civilizing or dealing with the Indians, and submit the same for action in the manner above indicated, and all plans involving the expenditure of public money will be acted upon by the Executive or the Secretary of the Interior before expenditure is made under the same. 7. The usual modes of accounting with the Treasury cannot be changed, and all expenditures therefore must be subject to the approvals now required by law and the regulations of the Treasury Department, and all vouchers must conform to the same laws and requirements and pass through the ordinary channels. 8. All the officers of the Government connected with the Indian service are enjoined to afford every facility and opportunity to said commission and their subcommittees in the performance of their duties, and to give the most respectful heed to their advice within the limits of such officers' positive instructions from their superiors, to allow such commissioners full access to their records and accounts, and to cooperate with them in the most earnest manner to the extent of their proper powers in the general work of civilizing the Indians, protecting them in their legal rights, and stimulating them to become industrious citizens in permanent homes, instead of following a roving and savage life. 9. The commission will keep such records or minutes of their proceedings as may be necessary to afford evidence of their action, and will provide for the manner in which their communications with and advice to the Government shall be made and authenticated. U.S. Grant. From the Daily Morning Chronicle, Washington, September the 8th, 1869. Department of State, Washington, September the 7th, 1869. It is my melancholy duty to inform you that the Honorable John A. Rawlins, Secretary of War, departed this life at 12 minutes past 4 o'clock on yesterday afternoon. In consequence of this afflicting event, the President directs that the executive departments of the Government will be careful to manifest every observance of honor which custom has established as appropriate to the memory of one so eminent as a public functionary and so distinguished as a citizen. I am, sir, very respectfully your obedient servant, Hamilton Fish. Footnote 4. Addressed to the heads of the executive departments. From the Daily Morning Chronicle, Washington, September the 8th, 1869. Department of State, Washington, September the 7th, 1869. Sir, I have the honor to inform you that the President directs me to communicate to you his order that in honor of the memory of the Honorable John A. Rawlins, late Secretary of War, who died yesterday at 12 minutes past 4 o'clock p.m., the executive departments shall be draped in mourning for a period of 30 days, and that they be closed from the morning of the 8th instant until after the obsequies of the deceased shall have been solemnized. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, Hamilton Fish. Footnote 5. Addressed to the heads of the executive departments. Department of State, Washington, September the 7th, 1869. The remains of the Honorable John A. Rawlins, late Secretary of War, will be interred with military honors under the direction of the General of the Army on Thursday, the 9th instant, at 10 o'clock a.m. The following persons will officiate as pallbearers on the occasion: Brevet Major General Edward D. Townsend, Adjutant General; Brevet Major General Randolph B. Marcy, Inspector General; Brevet Major General Joseph Holt, Judge Advocate General; Brevet Major General Montgomery C. Meigs, Quartermaster General; Brevet Major General Amos B. Eaton, Commissary General. Brevet Major General Joseph K. Barnes, Surgeon General. Brevet Major General B. W. Bryce, Paymaster General. Brevet Major General A. Humphreys, Chief of Engineers. Brevet Major General Alexander B. Dyer, Chief of Ordnance. Brevet Brigadier General Albert J. Meyer, Chief Signal Officer. Brevet Major General O. Howard. Brevet Major General John E. Smith. Commodore Melancton Smith, Chief Bureau Equipment. Brigadier General Jacob Zeeland, Marine Corps. Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, Second Assistant Postmaster General. Honorable Sales J. Bowen, Mayor of Washington. On the day of the funeral the customary number of guns will be fired from all arsenals, forts, and navy yards in the United States and from the military and naval academies. Flags will be kept at half-mast, custom houses closed, and all public works suspended during the day. The General of the Army and heads of the several executive departments will issue the orders necessary for carrying these directions into effect. By order of the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. General Orders No. 69. Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, October 9th, 1869. 1. The following order of the President has been received from the War Department: Executive Mansion, Washington, October 8th, 1869. The painful duty devolves upon the President of announcing to the people of the United States the death of one of his honored predecessors, Franklin Pierce, which occurred at Concord early this morning. Eminent in the public councils and universally beloved in private life, his death will be mourned with a sorrow befitting the loss which his country sustains in his decease. As a mark of respect to his memory, it is ordered that the Executive Mansion and the several departments at Washington be draped in mourning, and all business suspended on the day of the funeral. It is further ordered that the War and Navy Departments cause suitable military and naval honors to be paid on the occasion to the memory of this illustrious citizen who has passed from us. U.S. Grant. 2. In compliance with the instructions of the President and of the Secretary of War, on the day after the receipt of this order at each military post, the troops will be paraded at 10 o'clock a.m. and the order read to them, after which all labors for the day will cease. The national flag will be displayed at half-staff. At dawn of day 13 guns will be fired, and afterwards at intervals of 30 minutes between the rising and setting sun a single gun, and at the close of the day a national salute of 37 guns. The officers of the Army will wear crape on the left arm and on their swords, and the colors of the several regiments will be put in mourning for the period of 30 days, by command of General Sherman. J.C. Kelton, Assistant Adjutant General. General Order, Navy Department, Washington, October 9th, 1869. The death of ex-President Franklin Pierce is announced in the following order of the President of the United States. In pursuance of the foregoing order, it is hereby directed that 21 guns be fired, at intervals of 1 minute each, at the several navy yards and stations on the day of the funeral, where this order may be received in time, otherwise on the day after its receipt, commencing at noon, and also on board the flagships in each fleet. The flags at the several navy yards, naval stations, marine barracks, and vessels in commission will be placed at half mast from sunrise to sunset on the day when the minute guns are fired. All officers of the Navy and Marine Corps will wear the usual badge of mourning attached to the sword hilt and on the left arm for 30 days. George M. Robeson, Secretary of the Navy. By the President of the United States. Executive Order. Washington, October the 19th, 1869. All communications in writing intended for the executive department of this Government and relating to public business of whatever kind, including suggestions for legislation, claims, contracts, employment, appointments, and removals from office and pardons, must be transmitted through the department to which the care of the subject matter of the communication properly belongs. Communications otherwise transmitted will not receive attention. By order of the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. End of Section 4. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 5 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. First Annual Message. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First Annual Message. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., December the 6th, 1869. To the Senate and House of Representatives. In coming before you for the first time as Chief Magistrate of this great nation, it is with gratitude to the Giver of all good for the many benefits we enjoy. We are blessed with peace at home, and are without entangling alliances abroad to forebode trouble, with a territory unsurpassed in fertility, of an area equal to the abundant support of 500,000,000 people, and abounding in every variety of useful mineral in quantities sufficient to supply the world for generations, with exuberant crops, with a variety of climate adapted to the production of every species of earth's riches, and suited to the habits, tastes, and requirements of every living thing, with a population of 40,000,000 free people, all speaking one language, with facilities for every mortal to acquire an education, with institutions closing to none the avenues to fame or any blessing of fortune that may be coveted, with freedom of the pulpit, the press, and the school, with a revenue flowing into the national treasury beyond the requirements of the government. Happily, harmony is being rapidly restored within our own borders. Manufactures hitherto unknown in our country are springing up in all sections, producing a degree of national independence unequaled by that of any other power. These blessings and countless others are entrusted to your care and mine for safekeeping for the brief period of our tenure of office. In a short time we must, each of us, return to the ranks of the people who have conferred upon us our honors, and account to them for our stewardship. I earnestly desire that neither you nor I may be condemned by a free and enlightened constituency, nor by our own consciences. emerging from a rebellion of gigantic magnitude, aided, as it was, by the sympathies and assistance of nations with which we were at peace. 11 States of the Union were, 4 years ago, left without legal State governments. A national debt had been contracted. American commerce was almost driven from the seas. The industry of one half of the country had been taken from the control of the capitalist and placed where all labor rightfully belongs, in the keeping of the laborer. The work of restoring State governments loyal to the Union, of protecting and fostering free labor, and providing means for paying the interest on the public debt, has received ample attention from Congress. Although your efforts have not met with the success in all particulars that might have been desired, yet, on the whole, they have been more successful than could have been reasonably anticipated. 7 States which passed ordinances of secession have been fully restored to their places in the Union. The 8th, Georgia, held an election at which she ratified her constitution, Republican in form, elected a governor, members of Congress, a State legislature, and all other officers required. The governor was duly installed, and the legislature met and performed all the acts then required of them by the Reconstruction Acts of Congress. Subsequently, however, in violation of the Constitution which they had just ratified, as since decided by the Supreme Court of the State, they unseated the colored members of the legislature and admitted to seats some members who are disqualified by the 3d clause of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, an article which they themselves had contributed to ratify. Under these circumstances, I would submit to you whether it would not be wise, without delay, to enact a law authorizing the governor of Georgia to convene the members originally elected to the legislature, requiring each member to take the oath prescribed by the Reconstruction Acts, and none to be admitted who are ineligible under the 3d clause of the 14th Amendment. The freedmen, under the protection which they have received, are making rapid progress in learning, and no complaints are heard of lack of industry on their part where they receive fair remuneration for their labor. The means provided for paying the interest on the public debt, with all other expenses of government, are more than ample. The loss of our commerce is the only result of the late rebellion, which has not received sufficient attention from you. To this subject I call your earnest attention. I will not now suggest plans by which this object may be effected, but will, if necessary, make it the subject of a special message during the session of Congress. At the March term, Congress, by joint resolution, authorized the Executive to order elections in the States of Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas, to submit to them the constitutions which each had previously, in convention, framed, and submitted the constitutions, either entire or in separate parts, to be voted upon at the discretion of the Executive. Under this authority elections were called. In Virginia the election took place on the 6th of July, 1869. The governor and lieutenant governor elected have been installed. The legislature met and did all required by this resolution and by all the Reconstruction Acts of Congress, and abstained from all doubtful authority. I recommend that her senators and representatives be promptly admitted to their seats, and that the State be fully restored to its place in the family of States. Elections were called in Mississippi and Texas to commence on the 30th of November, 1869, and to last 2 days in Mississippi and 4 days in Texas. The elections have taken place, but the result is not known. It is to be hoped that the acts of the legislature of these States, when they meet, will be such as to receive your approval and thus close the work of reconstruction. Among the evils growing out of the rebellion, and not yet referred to, is that of an irredeemable currency. It is an evil which I hope will receive your most earnest attention. It is a duty, and one of the highest duties of government, to secure to the citizen a medium of exchange of fixed, unvarying value. This implies a return to a specie basis, and no substitute for it can be devised. It should be commenced now and reached at the earliest practicable moment consistent with a fair regard to the interests of the debtor class. Immediate resumption, if practicable, would not be desirable. It would compel the debtor class to pay, beyond their contracts, the premium on gold at the date of their purchase, and would bring bankruptcy and ruin to thousands. Fluctuation, however, in the paper value of the measure of all values, gold, is detrimental to the interest of trade. It makes the man of business an involuntary gambler, for in all sales where future payment is to be made, both parties speculate as to what will be the value of the currency to be paid and received. I earnestly recommend to you, then, such legislation as will insure a gradual return to specie payments and put an immediate stop to fluctuations in the value of currency. The methods to secure the former of these results are as numerous as are the speculators on political economy. To secure the latter I see but one way, and that is to authorize the Treasury to redeem its own paper at a fixed price whenever presented, and to withhold from circulation all currency so redeemed until sold again for gold. The vast resources of the nation, both developed and undeveloped, ought to make our credit the best on earth. With a less burden of taxation than the citizen has endured for 6 years past, the entire public debt could be paid in 10 years. But it is not desirable that the people should be taxed to pay it in that time. Year by year the ability to pay increases in a rapid ratio, but the burden of interest ought to be reduced as rapidly as can be done without the violation of contract. The public debt is represented in great part by bonds having from 5 to 20 and from 10 to 40 years to run, bearing interest at the rate of 6% and 5% respectively. It is optional with the government to pay these bonds at any period after the expiration of the least time mentioned upon their face. The time has already expired when a great part of them may be taken up, and is rapidly approaching when all may be. It is believed that all which are now due may be replaced by bonds bearing a rate of interest not exceeding 4 1/2%, and as rapidly as the remainder become due that they may be replaced in the same way. To accomplish this, it may be necessary to authorize the interest to be paid at either of 3 or 4 of the money centers of Europe, or by any assistant treasurer of the United States, at the option of the holder of the bond. I suggest this subject for the consideration of Congress, and also, simultaneously with this, the propriety of redeeming our currency, as before suggested, at its market value at the time the law goes into effect, increasing the rate at which currency shall be bought and sold from day to day or week to week, at the same rate of interest as Government pays upon its bonds. The subjects of tariff and internal taxation will necessarily receive your attention. The revenues of the country are greater than the requirements, and may with safety be reduced. But as the funding of the debt in a 4 or 4½ % loan would reduce annual current expenses largely, thus, after funding, justifying a greater reduction of taxation than would be now expedient, I suggest postponement of this question until the next meeting of Congress. It may be advisable to modify taxation and tariff in instances where unjust or burdensome discriminations are made by the present laws, but a general revision of the laws regulating this subject I recommend the postponement of for the present. I also suggest the renewal of the tax on incomes, but at a reduced rate, say of 3%, and this tax to expire in 3 years. With the funding of the national debt, as here suggested, I feel safe in saying that taxes and the revenue from imports may be reduced safely from 60 to 80 millions per annum at once, and may be still further reduced from year to year as the resources of the country are developed. The report of the Secretary of the Treasury shows the receipts of the Government for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 1869, to be $370,943,747, and the expenditures, including interest, bounties, etc., to be $321,490,597. The estimates for the ensuing year are more favorable to the Government, and will no doubt show a much larger decrease of the public debt. The receipts in the Treasury, beyond the expenditures, have exceeded the amount necessary to place to the credit of the sinking fund, as provided by law. To lock up the surplus in the Treasury and withhold it from circulation would lead to such a contraction of the currency as to cripple trade and seriously affect the prosperity of the country. Under these circumstances, the Secretary of the Treasury and myself heartily concurred in the propriety of using all the surplus currency in the Treasury in the purchase of Government bonds, thus reducing the interest-bearing indebtedness of the country, and of submitting to Congress the question of the disposition to be made of the bonds so purchased. The bonds now held by the Treasury amount to about 75 millions, including those belonging to the sinking fund. I recommend that the whole be placed to the credit of the sinking fund. Your attention is respectfully invited to the recommendations of the Secretary of the Treasury for the creation of the office of Commissioner of Customs Revenue, for the increase of salaries to certain classes of officials, the substitution of increased national bank circulation to replace the outstanding 3% certificates, and most especially to his recommendation for the repeal of laws allowing shares of fines, penalties, and forfeitures, etc., to officers of the Government or to informers. The office of Commissioner of Internal Revenue is one of the most arduous and responsible under the Government. It falls but little, if any, short of a cabinet position in its importance and responsibilities. I would ask for it, therefore, such legislation as, in your judgment, will place the office upon a footing of dignity commensurate with its importance and with the character and qualifications of the class of men required to fill it properly. As the United States is the freest of all nations, so, too, its people sympathize with all people struggling for liberty and self-government, but while so sympathizing, it is due to our honor that we should abstain from enforcing our views upon unwilling nations, and from taking an interested part, without invitation, in the quarrels between different nations or between governments and their subjects. Our course should always be in conformity with strict justice and law, international and local. Such has been the policy of the Administration in dealing with these questions. For more than a year a valuable province of Spain, and a near neighbor of ours, in whom all our people can not but feel a deep interest, has been struggling for independence and freedom. The people and Government of the United States entertain the same warm feelings and sympathies for the people of Cuba in their pending struggle that they manifested throughout the previous struggles between Spain and her former colonies in behalf of the latter. But the contest has at no time assumed the conditions which amount to a war in the sense of international law, or which would show the existence of a de facto political organization of the insurgents sufficient to justify a recognition of belligerency. The principle is maintained, however, that this nation is its own judge when to accord the rights of belligerency either to a people struggling to free themselves from a government they believe to be oppressive, or to independent nations at war with each other. The United States have no disposition to interfere with the existing relations of Spain to her colonial possessions on this continent. They believe that in due time Spain and other European powers will find their interest in terminating those relations and establishing their present dependencies as independent powers, members of the family of nations. These dependencies are no longer regarded as subject to transfer from one European power to another. When the present relation of colonies ceases, they are to become independent powers, exercising the right of choice and of self-control in the determination of their future condition and relations with other powers. The United States, in order to put a stop to bloodshed in Cuba, and in the interest of a neighboring people, proposed their good offices to bring the existing contest to a termination. The offer not being accepted by Spain on a basis which we believed could be received by Cuba, was withdrawn. It is hoped that the good offices of the United States may yet prove advantageous for the settlement of this unhappy strife. Meanwhile, a number of illegal expeditions against Cuba have been broken up. It has been the endeavor of the Administration to execute the neutrality laws in good faith, no matter how unpleasant the task, made so by the sufferings we have endured from lack of like good faith toward us by other nations. On the 26th of March last, the United States schooner Lizzie Major was arrested on the high seas by a Spanish frigate, and 2 passengers taken from it and carried as prisoners to Cuba. Representations of these facts were made to the Spanish government as soon as official information of them reached Washington. The 2 passengers were set at liberty, and the Spanish government assured the United States that the captain of the frigate, in making the capture, had acted without law, that he had been reprimanded for the irregularity of his conduct, and that the Spanish authorities in Cuba would not sanction any act that could violate the rights or treat with disrespect the sovereignty of this nation. The question of the seizure of the brig Mary Lowell at one of the Bahama Islands by Spanish authorities is now the subject of correspondence between this government and those of Spain and Great Britain. The Captain General of Cuba, about May last, issued a proclamation authorizing search to be made of vessels on the high seas. Immediate remonstrance was made against this, whereupon the Captain General issued a new proclamation limiting the right of search to vessels of the United States, so far as authorized under the treaty of 1795. This proclamation, however, was immediately withdrawn. I have always felt that the most intimate relations should be cultivated between the Republic of the United States and all independent nations on this continent. It may be well worth considering whether new treaties between us and them may not be profitably entered into to secure more intimate relations, friendly, commercial, and otherwise. The subject of an interoceanic canal to connect the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans through the Isthmus of Darien is one in which commerce is greatly interested. Instructions have been given to our minister to the Republic of the United States of Colombia to endeavor to obtain authority for a survey by this government in order to determine the practicability of such an undertaking, and a charter for the right of way to build by private enterprise such a work if the survey proves to be practicable. In order to comply with the agreement of the United States as to a mixed commission at Lima for the adjustment of claims, it became necessary to send a commissioner and secretary to Lima in August last. No appropriation have been made by Congress for this purpose. It is now asked that one be made covering the past and future expenses of the commission. The good offices of the United States to bring about a peace between Spain and the South American republics with which she is at war having been accepted by Spain, Peru, and Chile, a Congress has been invited to be held in Washington during the present winter. A grant has been given to Europeans of an exclusive right of transit over the territory of Nicaragua, to which Costa Rica has given its assent, which, it is alleged, conflicts with vested rights of citizens of the United States. The Department of State has now this subject under consideration. The minister of Peru, having made representations that there was a state of war between Peru and Spain, and that Spain was constructing in and near New York 30 gunboats, which might be used by Spain in such a way as to relieve the naval force at Cuba so as to operate against Peru, orders were given to prevent their departure. no further steps having been taken by the representative of the Peruvian government to prevent the departure of these vessels, and I not feeling authorized to detain the property of a nation with which we are at peace on a mere executive order, the matter has been referred to the courts to decide. The conduct of the war between the Allies and the Republic of Paraguay has made the intercourse with that country so difficult that it has been deemed advisable to withdraw our representative from there. Toward the close of the last administration, a convention was signed at London for the settlement of all outstanding claims between Great Britain and the United States which failed to receive the advice and consent of the Senate to its ratification. The time and the circumstances attending the negotiation of that treaty were unfavorable to its acceptance by the people of the United States, and its provisions were wholly inadequate for the settlement of the grave wrongs that had been sustained by this Government as well as by its citizens. The injuries resulting to the United States by reason of the course adopted by Great Britain during our late Civil War, in the increased rates of insurance, in the diminution of exports and imports and other obstructions to domestic industry and production, in its effect upon the foreign commerce of the country, in the decrease and transfer to Great Britain of our commercial marine, in the prolongation of the war and the increased cost, both in treasure and in lives, of its suppression, could not be adjusted and satisfied as ordinary commercial claims which continually arise between commercial nations, and yet the convention treated them simply as such ordinary claims, from which they differ more widely in the gravity of their character than in the magnitude of their amount, great even as is that difference. Not a word was found in the treaty, and not an inference could be drawn from it to remove the sense of the unfriendliness of the course of Great Britain in our struggle for existence, which had so deeply and universally impressed itself upon the people of this country. Believing that a convention thus misconceived in its scope and inadequate in its provisions would not have produced the hearty, cordial settlement of pending questions, which alone is consistent with the relations which I desire to have firmly established between the United States and Great Britain. I regarded the action of the Senate in rejecting the treaty to have been wisely taken in the interest of peace and as a necessary step in the direction of a perfect and cordial friendship between the two countries. A sensitive people, conscious of their power, are more at ease under a great wrong wholly unatoned than under the restraint of a settlement which satisfies neither their ideas of justice nor their grave sense of the grievance they have sustained. The rejection of the treaty was followed by a state of public feeling on both sides which I thought not favorable to an immediate attempt at renewed negotiations. I accordingly so instructed the minister of the United States to Great Britain, and found that my views in this regard were shared by Her Majesty's ministers. I hope that the time may soon arrive when the two governments can approach the solution of this momentous question with an appreciation of what is due to the rights, dignity, and honor of each, and with the determination not only to remove the causes of complaint in the past, but to lay the foundation of a broad principle of public law which will prevent future differences and tend to firm and continued peace and friendship. This is now the only grave question which the United States has with any foreign nation. The question of renewing a treaty for reciprocal trade between the United States and the British provinces on this continent has not been favorably considered by the Administration. The advantages of such a treaty would be wholly in favor of the British producer, except possibly a few engaged in the trade between the two sections. No citizen of the United States would be benefited by reciprocity. Our internal taxation would prove a protection to the British producer almost equal to the protection which our manufacturers now receive from the tariff. Some arrangement, however, for the regulation of commercial intercourse between the United States and the Dominion of Canada may be desirable. The commission for adjusting the claims of the Hudson's Bay and Puget Sound Agricultural Company upon the United States has terminated its labors. The award of $650,000 has been made, and all rights and titles of the company on the territory of the United States have been extinguished. Deeds for the property of the company have been delivered. An appropriation by Congress to meet this sum is asked. The commissioners for determining the northwestern land boundary between the United States and the British possessions under the treaty of 1856 have completed their labors, and the commission has been dissolved. In conformity with the recommendation of Congress, a proposition was early made to the British Government to abolish the mixed courts created under the treaty of April 7, 1862, for the suppression of the slave trade. The subject is still under negotiation. It having come to my knowledge that a corporate company, organized under British laws, proposed to land upon the shores of the United States and to operate there a submarine cable, under a concession from His Majesty the Emperor of the French, of an exclusive right for 20 years of telegraphic communication between the shores of France and the United States, with the very objectionable feature of subjecting all messages conveyed thereby to the scrutiny and control of the French Government. I caused the French and British legation at Washington to be made acquainted with the probable policy of Congress on this subject, as foreshadowed by the bill which passed the Senate in March last. This drew from the representatives of the company an agreement to accept, as the basis of their operations, the provisions of that bill, or of such other enactment on the subject as might be passed during the approaching session of Congress; also to use their influence to secure from the French Government a modification of their concession so as to permit the landing upon French soil of any cable belonging to any company incorporated by the authority of the United States or of any State in the Union, and on their part not to oppose the establishment of any such cable. In consideration of this agreement, I directed the withdrawal of all opposition by the United States authorities to the landing of the cable and to the working of it until the meeting of Congress. I regret to say that there has been no modification made in the company's concession, nor, so far as I can learn, have they attempted to secure one. Their concession excludes the capital and the citizens of the United States from competition upon the shores of France. I recommend legislation to protect the rights of citizens of the United States, as well as the dignity and sovereignty of the nation, against such an assumption. I shall also endeavor to secure by negotiation and abandonment of the principle of monopolies in ocean telegraphic cables, copies of this correspondence are herewith furnished. The unsettled political condition of other countries, less fortunate than our own, sometimes induces their citizens to come to the United States for the sole purpose of becoming naturalized. Having secured this, they return to their native country and reside there, without disclosing their change of allegiance. They accept official positions of trust or honor, which can only be held by citizens of their native land. They journey under passports, describing them as such citizens, and it is only when civil discord, after perhaps years of quiet, threatens their persons or their property, or when their native state drafts them into its military service, that the fact of their change of allegiance is made known. They reside permanently away from the United States. They contribute nothing to its revenues. They avoid the duties of its citizenship, and they only make themselves known by a claim of protection. I have directed the diplomatic and consular officers of the United States to scrutinize carefully all such claims for protection. The citizen of the United States, whether native or adopted, who discharges his duty to his country is entitled to its complete protection. While I have a voice in the direction of affairs, I shall not consent to imperil this sacred right by conferring it upon fictitious or fraudulent claimants. On the accession of the present administration, it was found that the minister of North Germany had made propositions for the negotiation of a convention for the protection of immigrant passengers, to which no response had been given. It was concluded that, to be effectual, all the maritime powers engaged in the trade should join in such a measure. Invitations have been extended to the cabinets of London, Paris, Florence, Berlin, Brussels, The Hague, Copenhagen, and Stockholm to empower their representatives at Washington to simultaneously enter into negotiations and to conclude with the United States conventions identical in form, making uniform regulations as to the construction of the parts of vessels to be devoted to the use of immigrant passengers, as to the quality and quantity of food, as to the medical treatment of the sick, and as to the rules to be observed during the voyage in order to secure ventilation, to promote health, to prevent intrusion, and to protect the females, and providing for the establishment of tribunals in the several countries for enforcing such regulations by summary process. Your attention is respectfully called to the law regulating the tariff on Russian hemp, and to the question whether to fix the charges on Russian hemp higher than they are fixed upon Manila is not a violation of our treaty with Russia, placing her products upon the same footing with those of the most favored nations. Our manufactures are increasing with wonderful rapidity under the encouragement which they now receive. With the improvements in machinery already effected, and still increasing, causing machinery to take the place of skilled labor to a large extent, our imports of many articles must fall off largely within a very few years. Fortunately, too, manufactures are not confined to a few localities as formerly, and it is to be hoped will become more and more diffused, making the interest in them equal in all sections. They give employment and support to hundreds of thousands of people at home, and retain with us the means which otherwise would be shipped abroad. The extension of railroads in Europe and in the East is bringing into competition with our agricultural products like products of other countries. Self-interest, if not self-preservation, therefore, dictates caution against disturbing any industrial interest of the country. It teaches us also the necessity of looking to other markets for the sale of our surplus. Our neighbors south of us, and China and Japan, should receive our special attention. It will be the endeavor of the administration to cultivate such relations with all these nations as to entitle us to their confidence, and make it their interest as well as ours to establish better commercial relations. Through the agency of a more enlightened policy than that heretofore pursued toward China, largely due to the sagacity and efforts of one of our own distinguished citizens, the world is about to commence largely increased relations with that populous and hitherto exclusive nation. As the United States have been the initiators in this new policy, so they should be the most earnest in showing their good faith in making it a success. In this connection, I advise such legislation as will forever preclude the enslavement of the Chinese upon our soil under the name of coolies, and also prevent American vessels from engaging in the transportation of coolies to any country tolerating the system. I also recommend that the mission to China be raised to one of the first class. On my assuming the responsible duties of Chief Magistrate of the United States, it was with the conviction that three things were essential to its peace, prosperity, and fullest development. First among these is strict integrity in fulfilling all our obligations. Second, to secure protection to the person and property of the citizen of the United States in each and every portion of our common country, wherever he may choose to move without reference to original nationality, religion, color, or politics, demanding of him only obedience to the laws and proper respect for the rights of others. Third, union of all the States with equal rights, indestructible by any constitutional means. To secure the first of these, Congress has taken two essential steps. First, in declaring by joint resolution that the public debt shall be paid, principal and interest, in coin, and second, by providing the means for paying. Providing the means, however, could not secure the object desired without a proper administration of the laws for the collection of the revenues and an economical disbursement of them. To this subject the administration has most earnestly addressed itself, with results, I hope, satisfactory to the country. There has been no hesitation in changing officials in order to secure an efficient execution of the laws, sometimes, too, when in a mere party view undesirable political results were likely to follow, nor any hesitation in sustaining efficient officials against remonstrances wholly political. It may be well to mention here the embarrassment possible to arise from leaving on the statute books the so-called tenure of office acts, and to earnestly recommend their total repeal. It could not have been the intention of the framers of the Constitution, when providing that appointments made by the President should receive the consent of the Senate, that the latter should have the power to retain in office persons placed there by federal appointment against the will of the President. The law is inconsistent with a faithful and efficient administration of the government. What faith can an executive put in officials forced upon him, and those, too, whom he has suspended for reason? How will such officials be likely to serve an administration which they know does not trust them? For the second requisite to our growth and prosperity, time and a firm but humane administration of existing laws, amended from time to time as they may prove ineffective or prove harsh and unnecessary, are probably all that are required. The third cannot be attained by special legislation, but must be regarded as fixed by the Constitution itself, and gradually acquiesced in by force of public opinion. From the foundation of the government to the present, the management of the original inhabitants of this continent, the Indians, has been a subject of embarrassment and expense, and has been attended with continuous robberies, murders, and wars. From my own experience upon the frontiers and in Indian countries, I do not hold either legislation or the conduct of the whites who come most in contact with the Indians blameless for these hostilities. The past, however, cannot be undone, and the question must be met as we now find it. I have attempted a new policy toward these wards of the nation. They cannot be regarded in any other light than as wards, with fair results so far as tried, in which I hope will be attended ultimately with great success. The Society of Friends is well known as having succeeded in living in peace with the Indians in the early settlement of Pennsylvania, while their white neighbors of other sects in other sections were constantly embroiled. They are also known for their opposition to all strife, violence, and war, and are generally noted for their strict integrity and fair dealings. These considerations induced me to give the management of a few reservations of Indians to them, and to throw the burden of the selection of agents upon the society itself. The result has proven most satisfactory. It will be found more fully set forth in the report of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. For superintendents and Indian agents not on the reservations, officers of the Army were selected. The reasons for this are numerous. Where Indian agents are sent, there or near there, troops must be sent also. The agent and the commander of troops are independent of each other, and are subject to orders from different departments of the government. The army officer holds a position for life; the agent one at the will of the President. The former is personally interested in living in harmony with the Indian, and in establishing a permanent peace, to the end that some portion of his life may be spent within the limits of civilized society. The latter has no such personal interest. Another reason is an economic one, and still another, the hold which the government has upon a life officer to secure a faithful discharge of duties in carrying out a given policy. The building of railroads and the access thereby given to all the agricultural and mineral regions of the country is rapidly bringing civilized settlements into contact with all the tribes of Indians. No matter what ought to be the relations between such settlements and the aborigines, the fact is they do not harmonize well, and one or the other has to give way in the end. A system which looks to the extinction of a race is too horrible for a nation to adopt without entailing upon itself the wrath of all Christendom, and engendering in the citizen a disregard for human life and the rights of others dangerous to society. I see no substitute for such a system, except in placing all the Indians on large reservations as rapidly as can be done, and giving them absolute protection there. As soon as they are fitted for it, they should be induced to take their lands in severalty, and to set up territorial governments for their own protection. For full details on this subject I call your special attention to the reports of the Secretary of the Interior and the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. The report of the Secretary of War shows the expenditures of the War Department for the year ending June the 30th, 1869, to be $80,644,042, of which $23,882,310 was disbursed in the payment of debts contracted during the war, and is not chargeable to current Army expenses. His estimate of $34,531,031 for the expenses of the Army for the next fiscal year is as low as it is believed can be relied on. The estimates of bureau officers have been carefully scrutinized and reduced wherever it has been deemed practicable. If, however, the condition of the country should be such by the beginning of the next fiscal year as to admit of a greater concentration of troops, the appropriation asked for will not be expended. The appropriations estimated for river and harbor improvements and for fortifications are submitted separately. Whatever amount Congress may deem proper to appropriate for these purposes will be expended. The recommendation of the General of the Army that appropriations be made for the forts at Boston, Portland, New York, Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco, if for no other, is concurred in. I also ask your special attention to the recommendation of the General commanding the Military Division of the Pacific for the sale of the Seal Islands of St. Paul and St. George, Alaska Territory, and suggest that it either be complied with or that legislation be had for the protection of the seal fisheries, from which a revenue should be derived. The report of the Secretary of War contains a synopsis of the reports of the heads of bureaus, of the commanders of military divisions, and of the districts of Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas, and the report of the General of the Army in full. The recommendations therein contained have been well considered, and are submitted for your action. I, however, call special attention to the recommendation of the Chief of Ordnance for the sale of arsenals and lands no longer of use to the Government. Also to the recommendation of the Secretary of War that the act of the 3d of March, 1869, prohibiting promotions and appointments in the staff corps of the Army, be repealed. The extent of country to be garrisoned and the number of military posts to be occupied is the same with a reduced army as with a large one. The number of staff officers required is more dependent upon the latter than the former condition. The report of the Secretary of the Navy accompanying this shows the condition of the Navy when this administration came into office and the changes made since. Strenuous efforts have been made to place as many vessels in commission, or render them fit for service, if required, as possible, and to substitute the sail for steam while cruising, thus materially reducing the expenses of the Navy and adding greatly to its efficiency. Looking to our future, I recommend a liberal, though not extravagant, policy toward this branch of the public service. The report of the Postmaster General furnishes a clear and comprehensive exhibit of the operations of the postal service and of the financial condition of the Post Office Department. The ordinary postal revenues for the year ending the 30th of June, 1869, amounted to $18,344,510, and the expenditures to $23,698,131, showing an excess of expenditures over receipts of $5,353,620. The excess of expenditures over receipts for the previous year amounted to $6,437,992. The increase of revenues for 1869 over those of 1868 was $2,051,909, and the increase of expenditures was $967,538. The increased revenue in 1869 exceeded the increased revenue in 1868 by $996,336, and the increased expenditure in 1869 was $2,527,570 less than the increased expenditure in 1868, showing by comparison this gratifying feature of improvement, that while the increase of expenditures over the increase of receipts in 1868 was $2,439,535, the increase of receipts over the increase of expenditures in 1869 was $1,084,371. Your attention is respectfully called to the recommendations made by the Postmaster General for authority to change the rate of compensation to the main trunk railroad lines for their services in carrying the mails, for having post route maps executed, for reorganizing and increasing the efficiency of the special agency service, for increase of the mail service on the Pacific, and for establishing mail service under the flag of the Union on the Atlantic, and most especially do I call your attention to his recommendation for the total abolition of the franking privilege. This is an abuse from which no one receives a commensurate advantage. It reduces the receipts for postal service from 25 to 30% and largely increases the service to be performed. The method by which postage should be paid upon public matter is set forth fully in the report of the Postmaster General. The report of the Secretary of the Interior shows that the quantity of public lands disposed of during the year ending the 30th of June, 1869, was 7,666,152 acres, exceeding that of the preceding year by 1,010,409 acres. Of this amount, 2,899,544 acres were sold for cash, and 2,737,365 acres entered under the homestead laws. The remainder was granted to aid in the construction of works of internal improvement approved to the States as swamp land and located with warrants and scrip. The cash receipts from all sources were $4,472,886, exceeding those of the preceding year, $2,840,140. During the last fiscal year, 23,196 names were added to the pension rolls, and 4,876 dropped therefrom, leaving at its close 187,963. The amount paid to pensioners, including the compensation of disbursing agents, was $28,422,884, an increase of $4,411,902 on that of the previous year. The munificence of Congress has been conspicuously manifested in its legislation for the soldiers and sailors who suffered in the recent struggle to maintain that unity of government which makes us one people. The additions to the pension rolls of each successive year since the conclusion of hostilities result in a great degree from the repeated amendments of the act of the 14th of July, 1862, which extended its provisions to cases not falling within its original scope. The large outlay which is thus occasioned is further increased by the more liberal allowance bestowed since that date upon those who, in the line of duty, were wholly or permanently disabled. Public opinion has given an emphatic sanction to these measures of Congress, and it will be conceded that no part of our public burden is more cheerfully borne than that which is imposed by this branch of the service. It necessitates for the next fiscal year, in addition to the amount justly chargeable to the Naval Pension Fund, an appropriation of $30 million. During the year ending the 30th of September, 1869, the Patent Office issued 13,762 patents, and its receipts were $686,389, being $213,926 more than the expenditures. I would respectfully call your attention to the recommendation of the Secretary of the Interior for uniting the duties of supervising the education of freedmen with the other duties devolving upon the Commissioner of Education. If it is the desire of Congress to make the census which must be taken during the year 1870 more complete and perfect than heretofore, I would suggest early action upon any plan that may be agreed upon. As Congress at the last session appointed a committee to take into consideration such measures as might be deemed proper in reference to the census, and report a plan, I desist from saying more. I recommend to your favorable consideration the claims of the Agricultural Bureau for liberal appropriations. In a country so diversified in climate and soil as ours, and with a population so largely dependent upon agriculture, the benefits that can be conferred by properly fostering this Bureau are incalculable. I desire respectfully to call the attention of Congress to the inadequate salaries of a number of the most important offices of the Government. In this message I will not enumerate them, but will specify only the justices of the Supreme Court. No change has been made in their salaries for 15 years. Within that time the labors of the court have largely increased, and the expenses of living have at least doubled. During the same time Congress has twice found it necessary to increase largely the compensation of its own members, and the duty which it owes to another department of the Government deserves and will undoubtedly receive its due consideration. There are many subjects not alluded to in this message which might with propriety be introduced, but I abstain. believing that your patriotism and statesmanship will suggest the topics in the legislation most conducive to the interests of the whole people. On my part, I promise a rigid adherence to the laws and their strict enforcement. U.S. GRANT. End of Section 5. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 6 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Special Messages. Washington, December the 6th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States. I submit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, an additional article to the convention of the 24th of October, 1867, between the United States of America and His Majesty the King of Denmark. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 6th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States. I submit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and His Hawaiian Majesty, signed in this city on the 8th day of May last, providing for the extension of the term for the exchange of the ratifications of the Convention for Commercial Reciprocity between the same parties, signed on the 21st day of May, 1867. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 6th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States. I submit to the Senate, for its consideration with a view to ratification, a protocol signed in this city on the 23d of October last, to the convention upon the subject of claims between the United States and the Mexican Republic, signed the 4th of July, 1868. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 7th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit, for the consideration of the Senate, the accompanying copy of a correspondence between the Secretary of State and the Minister of the United States at Berlin in relation to the exchange of the ratifications of the Naturalization Convention dated July the 27th, 1868, between the United States and the Government of Württemberg, which was not effected within the time named in the convention. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 7th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit, for the consideration of the Senate, the accompanying copy of a correspondence between the Secretary of State and the legation of the United States at Brussels in relation to the exchange of the ratifications of the consular convention with Belgium, signed on the 5th of December, 1868, which was not effected within the time named in the convention. U.S. GRANT. Washington, December the 7th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit to the Senate a copy of a correspondence, a list of which is hereto annexed, between the Secretary of State and the Minister Resident of the United States at Constantinople, and invite its consideration of the question as to the correct meaning of the fourth article of the treaty of 1830 between the United States and Turkey. U.S. GRANT. Washington, D.C., December the 9th, 1869. to the Senate of the United States. In compliance with the resolution of the Senate of the 6th instant, requesting reports of the military commander of the district of which Georgia is a part in regard to the political and civil condition of that State, the accompanying papers are submitted. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 9th, 1869. To the House of Representatives: I transmit a report from the Secretary of State in answer to a resolution of the House of Representatives of yesterday, asking to be informed what legislatures have ratified the proposed 15th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 15th, 1869. To the House of Representatives: I transmit a further report from the Secretary of State in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 9th instant, making known that official notice has been received at the Department of State of the ratification by the legislature of the State of Alabama of the amendment to the Constitution recently proposed by Congress as Article 15. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 15th, 1869. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 13th instant, requesting a copy of official correspondence on the subject of Cuba, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., December the 15th, 1869. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of December the 9th, 1869, requesting a copy of the charges, testimony, findings, and sentence in the trial by court-martial of past Assistant Surgeon Charles L. Greene, United States Navy, I transmit herewith a report from the Secretary of the Navy to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., December the 20th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I hereby request the return of such part of my message of December the 9th, in response to Senate resolution of December the 6th, requesting the reports of the military commander of the district of which Georgia is a part, to wit, an anonymous letter purporting to be from a Georgia woman. By accident the paper got with those called for by the resolution, instead of in the wastebasket where it was intended it should go. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 20th, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in relation to their resolution of the 8th instant, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. Grant. Footnote 6, relating to the revolution in Cuba and the political and civil condition of that island. Washington, December the 22d, 1869. To the Senate: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 20th instant, in relation to correspondence between the United States and Great Britain concerning questions pending between the two countries since the rejection of the claims convention by the Senate, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State upon the subject and the papers by which it was accompanied. U.S. Grant. Washington, December the 22d, 1869. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 8th instant, a report from the Secretary of State. U.S. Grant. Footnote 7, stating that neither correspondence nor negotiation upon the subject of trade and commerce between the United States and Canada had been entered into. Washington, January the 10th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a convention between the United States and the Dominican Republic for a lease to the former of the bay and peninsula of Samana. U.S. Grant. Washington, January the 10th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a treaty for the annexation of the Dominican Republic to the United States, signed by the plenipotentiaries of the parties on the 29th of November last. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., January the 10th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in response to the resolution of the Senate of December the 9th, 1869, requesting the information in possession of the President or any of the Departments relating to the action which has been had in the District of Virginia under the act authorizing the submission of the constitutions of Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas to a vote of the people, and authorizing the election of State officers provided by the said constitutions and members of Congress. Approved April the 10th, 1869. I have the honor to transmit herewith the reports of the Secretary of State, the Secretary of War, and the Attorney General, to whom, severally, the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., January the 21st, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution passed by the House of Representatives on the 17th instant, requesting to be informed under what act of Congress or by other authority appropriations for the Navy are diverted to the survey of the Isthmus of Darien, I transmit a report by the Secretary of the Navy, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., January the 29th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I herewith transmit to Congress a report, dated 29th instant, with the accompanying papers, received from the Secretary of State, in compliance with the requirements of the 18th section of the act entitled "An Act to Regulate the Diplomatic and Consular Systems of the United States," approved August the 18th, 1856. U.S. Grant. Footnote 8. Report of fees collected, etc., by consular officers of the United States for 1868, and tariff of consular fees. Washington, February the 1st, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in compliance with its resolution of the 31st ultimo, a report from the Secretary of State communicating information in relation to the action of the Legislature of the State of Mississippi on the proposed 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. U.S. Grant. Washington, February the 2nd, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 8th ultimo, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. Grant. Footnote 9, relating to the insurrection in the Red River settlement in British North America. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 4th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I herewith lay before the Senate for the consideration and action of that body, in connection with a treaty of December the 4th, 1868, with the Seneca Nation of Indians, now pending, amendments to said treaty, proposed at a council of said Indians held at their council house on the Cattaraugus Reservation in New York on the 26th ultimo. A letter of the Secretary of the Interior of the 3d instant accompanies these papers. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, February the 4th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: for the reasons stated in the accompanying communication from the Secretary of the Interior, I respectfully request to withdraw the treaties hereinafter mentioned, which are now pending before the Senate. First, treaty concluded with the Great and Little Osages, May the 27th, 1868. Second, treaty concluded with the Sacs and Foxes of the Missouri and Iowa tribes of Indians, February the 11th, 1869. Third, treaty concluded with the Otock and Missouri Indians, February the 13th, 1869. Fourth, treaty concluded with the Kansas or Kaw Indians, March the 13th, 1869. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 8th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 3d instant, calling for the number of copies of the tributes of the nations to Abraham Lincoln now in possession of the Department of State, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the paper which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 11th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in compliance with the resolution of the House of Representatives requesting me to furnish any information which may have been received by the Government in relation to the recent assault upon and reported murder of one or more American citizens in Cuba, I communicate a report from the Secretary of State with the papers accompanying it. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON CITY, February the 11th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: the papers in the case of Commander Jonathan Young of the United States Navy show that when the naval promotions were made in 1866, the name of Commander Jonathan Young was not included among them, and he was passed over, while Commander George W. Young was not passed over. That among other testimonials is one from Vice Admiral D.D. Porter stating that Commander Jonathan Young was passed over by mistake; that he was recommended for promotion, while Commander George W. Young was not recommended for promotion, and by some singular mistake the latter was promoted while the former was passed over; that eminent officers, formerly junior to Commander Young, but promoted over his head, desire his restoration to his former position because they consider such restoration due to his character, ability, and services. In view, therefore, of these facts, and of the general good standing of Commander Jonathan Young, and of his gallant and efficient services during the war, and to remedy so far as is now possible what is believed to have been a clerical error of the Department which has worked to his injury, the Department now recommends that he be restored to his original standing upon the Navy list. For these reasons I nominate Commander Jonathan Young to be restored to his original position, to take rank from the 25th of July, 1866, and next after Commander William T. Truxtun. U.S. GRANT. Washington, D.C., February the 11th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in reply to the resolution of the Senate of the 4th instant, requesting information in regard to the proceedings had in the State of Georgia in pursuance of the recent act of Congress entitled "An act to promote the reconstruction of the State of Georgia," and in relation to the organization of the legislature of that State since the passage of that act, I herewith transmit the report of the Secretary of War, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 15th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in reply to a resolution of the Senate of the 9th instant, in relation to the Central Branch Union Pacific Railroad Company, I transmit a copy of a letter addressed to me on the 27th ultimo by the Secretary of the Interior. It contains all the information in my possession touching the action of any of the departments on the claim of that company to continue and extend its road, and to receive in aid of the construction therefor lands and bonds from the United States. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 16th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in response to the resolution of the Senate of the 8th instant, asking how much of the appropriations heretofore made, amounting to $100,000, to provide for the defense of certain suits now pending in the Court of Claims, known as the Cotton cases, has been expended, and to whom the same has been paid, for what services rendered, and the amount paid to each of said persons, and also the number of clerks in the Treasury Department and other persons with their names engaged or occupied in the defense of said suits. I herewith transmit the report of the Secretary of the Treasury, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 16th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 10th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 10: Relating to the payment in currency, instead of coin, of the semi-annual installments of interest due to the United States under the convention with Spain, concluded February the 17th, 1834, and opinion of the Attorney General relative thereto. WASHINGTON, February the 17th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 24th ultimo, the report from the Secretary of State with accompaniments. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 11: Lists of officers commissioned by the Department of State, their compensation, etc.] WASHINGTON, February the 18th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in further answer to their resolution requesting information in relation to the recent assault upon and reported murder of one or more American citizens in Cuba, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying papers. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, February the 19th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in reply to the resolution of the Senate of the 11th instant, requesting any information which may have been received by the Government of the recently reported engagement of Colonel Baker with the Indians, with copies of all orders which led to the same, I transmit a report from the Secretary of War, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 12: Pegian, in Montana. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., February the 21st, 1870. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in answer to their resolution of the 7th instant, a report from the Secretary of State, with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 13: Correspondence relative to affairs connected with Cuba and to the struggle for independence in that island.] Washington, February the 23d, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 14th instant, a report from the Secretary of State, with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 14: Correspondence of the United States minister to Japan relative to American interest in that country. Washington, February the 24th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 21st instant, directing the Secretary of State to furnish the Senate with copies of all correspondence relating to the imprisonment of Mr. Davis Hatch by the Dominican Government, I transmit a report of the Secretary of State upon the subject. U.S. GRANT. End of Section 6. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 7 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Washington, February the 28th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 19th instant, requesting to be informed, "if any officer of the Government has, contrary to the treaty of July the 19th, 1866, with the Cherokee Nation, enforced or sought to enforce the payment of taxes by Cherokees on products manufactured in the Cherokee Nation and sold within the Indian Territory," I transmit a report from the Secretary of the Treasury, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. Washington, February the 28th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 15th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State upon the subject and the papers by which it was accompanied. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 15: Imprisonment of American citizens in Great Britain for political offenses. Washington, March the 1st, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I transmit to Congress a communication from the Secretary of State, with the accompanying documents, relative to the claims of citizens of the United States on the Government of Venezuela, which were adjusted by the commission provided for by the convention with that Republic of April the 25th, 1866. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., March the 3rd, 1870. To the House of Representatives: I transmit herewith, in response to the resolution of the House asking for information in relation to the repairs of Spanish war vessels at the docks of the United States, the report of the Secretary of the Navy, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., March the 8th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: Herewith I have the honor to transmit a communication from the Secretary of the Interior relative to the obligation of Congress to make the necessary appropriations to carry out the Indian treaties made by what is known as the Peace Commission of 1867. The history of those treaties and the consequences of noncompliance with them by the Government are so clearly set forth in this statement that I deem it better to communicate it in full than to ask the necessary appropriation in a shorter statement of the reasons for it. I earnestly desire that if an Indian war becomes inevitable, the Government of the United States at least should not be responsible for it. Pains will be taken and force used, if necessary, to prevent the departure of the expeditions referred to by the Secretary of the Interior. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, March the 10th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 4th instant, in relation to the Transcontinental Memphis, El Paso and Pacific Railroad Company, I transmit reports from the Secretary of State and the Secretary of the Interior with accompanying papers. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, March the 10th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 28th ultimo, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 16. Relating to legislation necessary to insure the administration of justice and the protection of American interests in China and Japan. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., March the 14th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. In reply to your resolution of the 14th of February, requesting to be informed whether I desire that any of the Indian treaties now pending before you be considered confidentially, I have to inform you that there are none of them which I object to having discussed in open session. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., March the 14th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. I would respectfully call your attention to a treaty now before you for the acquisition of the Republic of Santo Domingo, entered into between the agents of the two governments on the 29th of November, 1869, and by its terms to be finally acted upon by the people of Santo Domingo and the Senate of the United States within 4 months from the date of signing the treaty. The time for action expires on the 29th instant, a fact to which I desire expressly to call your attention. I would also direct your notice to the fact that the Government of Santo Domingo has no agent in the United States who is authorized to extend the time for further deliberation upon its merits. The people of Santo Domingo have already, so far as their action can go, ratified the treaty, and I express the earnest wish that you will not permit it to expire by limitation. I also entertain the sincere hope that your action may be favorable to the ratification of the treaty. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, March the 15th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. I transmit a report from the Secretary of State in answer to a resolution of the Senate of the 3d instant, asking to be informed what States have ratified the amendment known as the 15th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, so far as official notice thereof has been transmitted to the Department of State, and that information from time to time may be communicated to that body as soon as practicable of such ratification hereafter by any State. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., March the 23rd, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives. In the Executive message of December the 6th, 1869, to Congress, the importance of taking steps to revive our drooping merchant marine was urged, and a special message promised at a future day during the present session, recommending more specifically plans to accomplish this result. Now that the committee of the House of Representatives, entrusted with the labor of ascertaining the "cause of the decline of American commerce," has completed its work and submitted its report to the legislative branch of the Government, I deem this a fitting time to execute that promise. The very able, calm, and exhaustive report of the committee points out the grave wrongs which have produced the decline in our commerce. It is a national humiliation that we are now compelled to pay from $20 to $30 million annually, exclusive of passage money which we should share with vessels of other nations, to foreigners for doing the work which should be done by American vessels, American built, American owned, and American manned. This is a direct drain upon the resources of the country of just so much money, equal to casting it into the sea, so far as this nation is concerned. A nation of the vast and ever increasing interior resources of the United States, extending as it does from one to the other of the great oceans of the world, with an industrious, intelligent, energetic population, must one day possess its full share of the commerce of these oceans, no matter what the cost. Delay will only increase this cost and enhance the difficulty of attaining the result. I therefore put in an earnest plea for early action in this matter, in a way to secure the desired increase of American commerce. The advanced period of the year, and the fact that no contracts for shipbuilding will probably be entered into until this question is settled by Congress, and the further fact that if there should be much delay, all large vessels contracted for this year will fail of completion before winter sets in, and will therefore be carried over for another year, induces me to request your early consideration of this subject. I regard it of such grave importance, affecting every interest of the country to so great an extent, that any method which will gain the end will secure a rich national blessing. Building ships and navigating them utilizes vast capital at home. It employs thousands of workmen in their construction and manning. It creates a home market for the products of the farm and the shop. It diminishes the balance of trade against us precisely to the extent of freights and passage money paid to American vessels, and gives us a supremacy upon the seas of inestimable value in case of foreign war. Our Navy, at the commencement of the late war, consisted of less than 100 vessels, of about 150,000 tons, and a force of about 8,000 men. We drew from the merchant marine, which had cost the government nothing, but which had been a source of national wealth, 600 vessels exceeding 1,000,000 tons, and about 70,000 men to aid in the suppression of the rebellion. This statement demonstrates the value of the merchant marine as a means of national defense in time of need. The Committee on the Causes of the Reduction of American Tonnage, after tracing the causes of its decline, submit two bills which, if adopted, they believe will restore to the nation its maritime power. Their report shows, with great minuteness, the actual and comparative American tonnage at the time of its greatest prosperity, the actual and comparative decline since, together with the causes, and exhibits all other statistics of material interest in reference to the subject. As the report is before Congress, I will not recapitulate any of its statistics, but refer only to the methods recommended by the committee to give back to us our lost commerce. As a general rule, when it can be adopted, I believe A direct money subsidy is less liable to abuse than an indirect aid given to the same enterprise. In this case, however, my opinion is that subsidies, while they may be given to specific lines of steamers or other vessels, should not be exclusively adopted, but in addition to subsidizing very desirable lines of ocean traffic, a general assistance should be given in an effective way. I therefore commend to your favorable consideration the two bills proposed by the committee and referred to in this message. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, March the 25th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States, in reply to a Senate resolution of the 24th instant, requesting to be furnished with a report written by Captain Selfridge upon the resources and condition of things in the Dominican Republic, I have to state that no such report has been received. U.S. Grant. Washington, March the 25th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States. In answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 15th ultimo, I transmit a report with accompanying paper from the Secretary of the Navy, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. Footnote 17. Statement of the number and character of the ironclad vessels of the Navy, their cost, by whom designed, who recommended their construction, and their condition. EXECUTIVE MANSION, March the 29th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in reply to your resolution of December the 20th, 1869, asking, "whether any citizens of the United States are imprisoned or detained in military custody by officers of the Army of the United States, and, if any, to furnish their names, date of arrest, the offenses charged, together with a statement of what measures have been taken for the trial and punishment of the offenders," I transmit herewith the report of the Secretary of War, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, March the 30th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: it is unusual to notify the two Houses of Congress by message of the promulgation by proclamation of the Secretary of State of the ratification of a constitutional amendment. In view, however, of the vast importance of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution, this day declared a part of that revered instrument, I deem a departure from the usual custom justifiable. A measure which makes at once 4,000,000 people voters, who were heretofore declared by the highest tribunal in the land not citizens of the United States, nor eligible to become so, with the assertion that, "at the time of the Declaration of Independence the opinion was fixed and universal in the civilized portion of the white race, regarded as an axiom in morals as well as in politics, that black men had no rights which the white man was bound to respect," is indeed a measure of grander importance than any other one act of the kind from the foundation of our free government to the present day. Institutions like ours, in which all power is derived directly from the people, must depend mainly upon their intelligence, patriotism, and industry. I call the attention, therefore, of the newly enfranchised race to the importance of their striving in every honorable manner to make themselves worthy of their new privilege. To the race more favored heretofore by our laws, I would say, withhold no legal privilege of advancement to the new citizen. The framers of our Constitution firmly believed that a republican government could not endure without intelligence and education generally diffused among the people. The Father of his country, in his farewell address, uses this language: "Promote, then, as an object of primary importance, institutions for the general diffusion of knowledge. In proportion as the structure of government gives force to public opinion, it is essential that public opinion should be enlightened." In his first annual message to Congress the same views are forcibly presented, and are again urged in his eighth message. I repeat that the adoption of the 15th Amendment to the Constitution completes the greatest civil change and constitutes the most important event that has occurred since the nation came into life. The change will be beneficial in proportion to the heed that is given to the urgent recommendations of Washington. If these recommendations were important then, with a population of but a few millions, how much more important now, with a population of 40 million, and increasing in a rapid ratio. I would therefore call upon Congress to take all the means within their constitutional powers to promote and encourage popular education throughout the country, and upon the people everywhere to see to it that all who possess and exercise political rights shall have the opportunity to acquire the knowledge which will make their share in the government a blessing and not a danger. By such means only can the benefits contemplated by this amendment to the Constitution be secured. U.S. GRANT. HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State of the United States. To all to whom these presents may come, greeting. Know ye that the Congress of the United States, on or about the 27th day of February in the year 1869, passed a resolution in the words and figures following, to wit: a resolution proposing an amendment to the Constitution of the United States. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, two-thirds of both houses concurring, that the following article be proposed to the legislatures of the several States as an amendment to the Constitution of the United States, which, when ratified by three-fourths of said legislatures, shall be valid as a part of the Constitution. That is, Article 15, Section 1, the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any State on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. Section 2. The Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. And further, that it appears from official documents on file in this Department that the amendment to the Constitution of the United States, proposed as aforesaid, has been ratified by the legislatures of the States of North Carolina, West Virginia, Massachusetts, Wisconsin, Maine, Louisiana, Michigan, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arkansas, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, New York, New Hampshire, Nevada, Vermont, Virginia, Alabama, Missouri, Mississippi, Ohio, Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, Rhode Island, Nebraska, and Texas, in all 29 states. And further, that the States whose legislatures have so ratified the said proposed amendment constitute three-fourths of the whole number of States in the United States. And further, that it appears from an official document on file in this Department that the legislature of the State of New York has since, passed resolutions claiming to withdraw the said ratification of the said amendment, which had been made by the legislature of that State, and of which official notice had been filed in this Department; and further, that it appears from an official document on file in this Department that the legislature of Georgia has by resolution ratified the said proposed amendment. Now, therefore, be it known that I, Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State of the United States, by virtue and in pursuance of the second section of the act of Congress approved the 20th day of April in the year 1818, entitled, "An act to provide for the publication of the laws of the United States, and for other purposes," do hereby certify that the amendment aforesaid has become valid to all intents and purposes as part of the Constitution of the United States. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Department of State to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 30th day of March, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States, the 94th. Hamilton Fish. WASHINGTON, March the 31st, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a treaty between the United States and the United States of Colombia for the construction of an interoceanic canal across the Isthmus of Panama, or Darien, signed at Bogota on the 26th of January last. A copy of a dispatch of the 1st ultimo to the Secretary of State from General Hurlbut, the United States minister at Bogota, relative to the treaty, is also transmitted for the information of the Senate. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, March the 31st, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: I transmit to Congress a further communication from the Secretary of State, with the accompanying documents relative to the claims of citizens of the United States on the Government of Venezuela, which were adjusted by the commission provided for by the convention with that Republic of April the 25th, 1866. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, March the 31st, 1870. To the House of Representatives: In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 7th instant, relating to fisheries in British waters, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it, and I have to state that the commanding officer of the naval steamer ordered to the fishing grounds will be instructed to give his attention, should circumstances require it, to cases which may arise under any change which may have been made in the British laws affecting fisheries within British jurisdiction, with a view to preventing, so far as it may be in his power, infractions by citizens of the United States of the first article of the treaty between the United States and Great Britain of 1818, the laws in force relating to fisheries within British jurisdiction, or any illegal interference with the pursuit of the fishermen of the United States. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, April the 5th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: In answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 28th ultimo, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 18. Declining to communicate a copy of the list of privileges accompanying or relating to the San Domingo Treaty while the subject is pending before the Senate in executive session. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April the 6th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: In answer to your resolution of the 7th ultimo, requesting to be furnished with a copy of orders correspondence, reports of council with Indians by military and civil officers of the Government in possession of the Interior and War Departments, relating to difficulties with the Cheyenne, Comanche, Arapaho, Apache, and Kiowa tribes of Indians during the year 1867, etc., I herewith transmit the reports received from those departments. U.S. Grant. WASHINGTON, April 14, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives, I transmit to Congress a report from the Secretary of State relative to results of the proceedings of the joint commission at Lima under the convention between the United States and Peru of the 4th of December, 1868, and recommend that an appropriation be made to discharge the obligation of the United States in the case of the claim of Esteban G. Montano, to which the report refers. U.S. Grant. EXECUTIVE MANSION, April the 20th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in answer to your resolution of the 21st ultimo, requesting to be informed, "whether any portion of the military forces of the United States has been sent into the counties of Bourbon, Crawford, and Cherokee in the State of Kansas, and if so, when, what number, for what purpose, and on whose procurement, and also whether they have been required to erect there any winter quarters, forts, fortification, or earthworks, and if so, what, for what purpose, and at whose expense, and at what probable expense to the Government, have all said acts been done." I transmit herewith a report dated 18th instant from the Secretary of War, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. Grant. WASHINGTON, April the 26th, 1870. To the House of Representatives: in answer to the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 9th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the paper which accompanied it. U.S. Grant. Footnote 19. Supplemental report to the Department of State by Samuel B. Ruggles, United States delegate to the International Monetary Conference at Paris, 1867. End of Section 7. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 8 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. WASHINGTON, May the 6th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 26th ultimo, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers by which it was accompanied. U.S. Grant. Footnote 20. Dispatches of J. Somers Smith, commercial agent of the United States at San Domingo, relative to the imprisonment of Davis Hatch by the Dominican Government. WASHINGTON, May the 21st, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 18th instant, calling for information relative to the passage of any English or Canadian steamer through the canal of Sault Ste. Marie, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying papers. U.S. Grant. WASHINGTON, May the 23d, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in response to your resolution of the 12th instant, requesting information, "in relation to an organized band of persons at Cheyenne, in the Territory of Wyoming or vicinity, the number and designs of such persons," I transmit herewith the reports of the Secretary of War and the Secretary of the Interior, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, May the 23d, 1870. To the House of Representatives: I transmit to the House of Representatives, in answer to their resolution of the 5th instant, a report from the Secretary of State and its accompanying papers. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 21, relating to the claims of United States citizens against Venezuela. WASHINGTON, May the 26th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I have the satisfaction of transmitting to the Senate, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a convention between the United States and Her Britannic Majesty relative to naturalization, signed in London on the 13th instant. The convention is substantially the same as the protocol on the subject signed by Mr. Reverdy Johnson and Lord Stanley on the 9th of October, 1868, and approved by the Senate on the 13th of April, 1869. If the instrument should go into effect, it will relieve the parties from a grievance which has hitherto been a cause of frequent annoyance and sometimes of dangerous irritation. A copy of Mr. Motley's dispatch on the subject and of the act of Parliament of May the 12th, 1870, are also transmitted. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, May the 28th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 24th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the document by which it was accompanied. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 22, dispatch from Henry T. Blow, United States Minister to Brazil, relative to the commercial interests of the United States with South America. EXECUTIVE MANSION, May the 31st, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to its ratification, an additional article to the treaty of the 29th of November last, for the annexation of the Dominican Republic to the United States, stipulating for an extension of the time for exchanging the ratifications thereof, signed in this city on the 14th instant by the plenipotentiaries of the parties. It was my intention to have also negotiated with the plenipotentiary of San Domingo amendments to the treaty of annexation, to obviate objections which may be urged against the treaty as it is now worded. But on reflection I deem it better to submit to the Senate the propriety of their amending the treaty as follows: First, to specify that the obligations of this Government shall not exceed the $1,500,000 stipulated in the treaty. Secondly, to determine the manner of appointing the agents to receive and disburse the same. Thirdly, to determine the class of creditors who shall take precedence in the settlement of their claims, and, finally, to insert such amendments as may suggest themselves to the minds of Senators to carry out, in good faith, the conditions of the treaty submitted to the Senate of the United States in January last, according to the spirit and intent of that treaty. From the most reliable information I can obtain, the sum specified in the treaty will pay every just claim against the Republic of San Domingo, and leave a balance sufficient to carry on a territorial government until such time as new laws for providing a territorial revenue can be enacted and put in force. I feel an unusual anxiety for the ratification of this treaty, because I believe it will redound greatly to the glory of the two countries interested, to civilization, and to the extirpation of the institution of slavery. The doctrine promulgated by President Monroe has been adhered to by all political parties, and I now deem it proper to assert the equally important principle that hereafter no territory of this continent shall be regarded as subject of transfer to a European power. The Government of San Domingo has voluntarily sought this annexation. It is a weak power, numbering probably less than 120,000 souls, and yet possessing one of the richest territories under the sun, capable of supporting a population of 10,000,000 people in luxury. The people of San Domingo are not capable of maintaining themselves in their present condition, and must look for outside support. They yearn for the protection of our free institutions and laws, our progress and civilization. Shall we refuse them? I have information, which I believe reliable, that a European power stands ready now to offer $2,000,000 for the possession of Samana Bay alone. If refused by us, with what grace can we prevent a foreign power from attempting to secure the prize? The acquisition of San Domingo is desirable because of its geographical position. It commands the entrance to the Caribbean Sea and the isthmus transit of commerce. It possesses the richest soil, best and most capacious harbors, most salubrious climate, and the most valuable products of the forest, mine, and soil of any of the West India Islands. Its possession by us will, in a few years, build up a coast-wide commerce of immense magnitude, which will go far toward restoring to us our lost merchant marine. It will give to us those articles which we consume so largely and do not produce, thus equalizing our exports and imports. In case of foreign war, it will give us command of all the islands referred to, and thus prevent an enemy from ever again possessing himself of rendezvous upon our very coast. At present, our coast trade between the States bordering on the Atlantic and those bordering on the Gulf of Mexico is cut in two by the Bahamas and the Antilles. Twice we must, as it were, pass through foreign countries to get by sea from Georgia to the west coast of Florida. San Domingo, with a stable government under which her immense resources can be developed, will give remunerative wages to tens of thousands of laborers not now on the island. This labor will take advantage of every available means of transportation to abandon the adjacent islands and seek the blessings of freedom and its sequence, each inhabitant receiving the reward of his own labor. Porto Rico and Cuba will have to abolish slavery as a measure of self-preservation to retain their laborers. San Domingo will become a large consumer of the products of northern farms and manufactories. The cheap rate at which her citizens can be furnished with food, tools, and machinery will make it necessary that the contiguous islands should have the same advantages in order to compete in the production of sugar, coffee, tobacco, tropical fruits, etc. This will open to us a still wider market for our products. The production of our own supply of these articles will cut off more than 100 millions of our annual imports, besides largely increasing our exports. With such a picture it is easy to see how our large debt abroad is ultimately to be extinguished. With a balance of trade against us, including interest on bonds held by foreigners and money spent by our citizens traveling in foreign lands, equal to the entire yield of the precious metals in this country, it is not so easy to see how this result is to be otherwise accomplished. The acquisition of San Domingo is an adherence to the "Monroe Doctrine." It is a measure of national protection. It is asserting our just claim to a controlling influence over the great commercial traffic soon to flow from east to west by the way of the Isthmus of Darien. It is to build up our merchant marine. It is to furnish new markets for the products of our farms, shops, and manufactories. It is to make slavery insupportable in Cuba and Porto Rico at once, and ultimately so in Brazil. It is to settle the unhappy condition of Cuba and end an exterminating conflict. It is to provide honest means of paying our honest debts without overtaxing the people. It is to furnish our citizens with the necessaries of everyday life at cheaper rates than ever before, and it is, in fine, a rapid stride towards that greatness which the intelligence, industry, and enterprise of the citizens of the United States entitled this country to assume among nations. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., June 2, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in reply to your resolution of the 1st instant, requesting "in confidence," any information in possession of the President "touching any proposition, offer, or design of any foreign power to purchase or obtain any part of the territory of San Domingo or any right to the Bay of Samana," I transmit herewith a copy of a letter dated the 27th of April, 1870, addressed to "Colonel J.W. Fabens, Dominican Minister, Washington," by "E. Herzberg Hartmount, Dominican Consul General in London." U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, June 3, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 18th ultimo, a report from the Secretary of State, with an accompanying paper. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 23. Communication from George Bancroft, United States Minister at Berlin, relative to political questions in Germany. WASHINGTON, June 3, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to its ratification, an additional convention to the treaty of the 7th of April, 1862, for the suppression of the African slave trade, which additional convention was signed on this day in the city of Washington by the plenipotentiaries of the high contracting parties. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, June 6, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 3d instant, the accompanying report from the Secretary of State. U.S. GRANT. Footnote 24, stating that he has received no official information relative to a reported persecution and massacre of Israelites in Romania. EXECUTIVE MANSION, June 13, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: in my annual message to Congress at the beginning of its present session, I referred to the contest which had then for more than a year existed in the island of Cuba between a portion of its inhabitants and the government of Spain, and the feelings and sympathies of the people and government of the United States for the people of Cuba, as for all peoples struggling for liberty and self-government, and said that, "the contest has at no time assumed the conditions which amount to war in the sense of international law, or which would show the existence of a de facto political organization of the insurgents sufficient to justify a recognition of belligerency." During the 6 months which have passed since the date of that message, the condition of the insurgents has not improved, and the insurrection itself, though not subdued, exhibits no signs of advance, but seems to be confined to an irregular system of hostilities, carried on by small and illy armed bands of men roaming without concentration through the woods and the sparsely populated regions of the island, attacking from ambush convoys and small bands of troops, burning plantations and the estates of those not sympathizing with their cause. But if the insurrection has not gained ground, it is equally true that Spain has not suppressed it. Climate, disease, and the occasional bullet have worked destruction among the soldiers of Spain, and although the Spanish authorities have possession of every seaport and every town on the island, they have not been able to subdue the hostile feeling which has driven a considerable number of the native inhabitants of the island to armed resistance against Spain, and still leads them to endure the dangers and the privations of a roaming life of guerrilla warfare. On either side, the contest has been conducted, and is still carried on, with a lamentable disregard of human life and of the rules and practices which modern civilization has prescribed in mitigation of the necessary horrors of war. The torch of Spaniard and of Cuban is alike busy in carrying devastation over fertile regions. Murderous and revengeful decrees are issued and executed by both parties. Count Valmaseda and Colonel Boet, on the part of Spain, have each startled humanity and aroused the indignation of the civilized world by the execution, each, of a score of prisoners at a time, while General Quesada, the Cuban chief, coolly and with apparent unconsciousness of aught else than a proper act, has admitted the slaughter, by his own deliberate order in one day, of upward of 650 prisoners of war. A summary trial, with few, if any, escapes from conviction, followed by immediate execution, is the fate of those arrested on either side on suspicion of infidelity to the cause of the party making the arrest. Whatever may be the sympathies of the people or of the Government of the United States for the cause or objects for which a part of the people of Cuba are understood to have put themselves in armed resistance to the Government of Spain, there can be no just sympathy in a conflict carried on by both parties alike in such barbarous violation of the rules of civilized nations, and with such continued outrage upon the plainest principles of humanity. we cannot discriminate in our censure of their mode of conducting their contest between the Spaniards and the Cubans. Each commit the same atrocities and outrage alike the established rules of war. The properties of many of our citizens have been destroyed or embargoed, the lives of several have been sacrificed, and the liberty of others has been restrained. In every case that has come to the knowledge of the Government, an early and earnest demand for reparation and indemnity has been made, and most emphatic remonstrance has been presented against the manner in which the strife is conducted and against the reckless disregard of human life, the wanton destruction of material wealth, and the cruel disregard of the established rules of civilized warfare. I have, since the beginning of the present session of Congress, communicated to the House of Representatives, upon their request, an account of the steps which I had taken in the hope of bringing this sad conflict to an end and of securing to the people of Cuba the blessings and the right of independent self-government. The efforts thus made failed, but not without an assurance from Spain that the good offices of this Government might still avail for the object to which they had been addressed. During the whole contest, the remarkable exhibition has been made of large numbers of Cubans escaping from the island and avoiding the risks of war, congregating in this country at a safe distance from the scene of danger, and endeavoring to make war from our shores, to urge our people into the fight which they avoid, and to embroil this Government in complications and possible hostilities with Spain. It can scarce be doubted that this last result is the real object of these parties, although carefully covered under the deceptive and apparently plausible demand for a mere recognition of belligerency. It is stated, on what I have reason to regard as good authority, that Cuban bonds have been prepared to a large amount, whose payment is made dependent upon the recognition by the United States of either Cuban belligerency or independence. The object of making their value thus contingent upon the action of this Government is a subject for serious reflection. In determining the course to be adopted on the demand thus made for a recognition of belligerency, the liberal and peaceful principles adopted by the father of this country and the eminent statesmen of his day, and followed by succeeding chief magistrates and the men of their day, may furnish a safe guide to those of us now charged with the direction and control of the public safety. From 1789 to 1815, the dominant thought of our statesmen was to keep the United States out of the wars which were devastating Europe. The discussion of measures of neutrality begins with the state papers of Mr. Jefferson when Secretary of State. He shows that they are measures of national right as well as of national duty, that misguided individual citizens cannot be tolerated in making war according to their own caprice, passions, interest, or foreign sympathies, that the agents of foreign governments, recognized or unrecognized, cannot be permitted to abuse our hospitality by usurping the functions of enlisting or equipping military or naval forces within our territory. Washington inaugurated the policy of neutrality and of absolute abstinence from all foreign entangling alliances, which resulted, in 1794, in the first municipal enactment for the observation of neutrality. The duty of opposition to filibustering has been admitted by every president. Washington encountered the efforts of Genet and of the French revolutionists; John Adams the projects of Miranda; Jefferson the schemes of Aaron Burr; Madison and subsequent presidents had to deal with the question of foreign enlistment or equipment in the United States, and since the days of John Quincy Adams it has been one of the constant cares of government in the United States to prevent piratical expeditions against the feeble Spanish American republics from leaving our shores. In no country are men wanting for any enterprise that holds out promise of adventure or of gain. In the early days of our national existence, the whole continent of America, outside of the limits of the United States, and all its islands, were in colonial dependence upon European powers. The revolutions which from 1810 spread almost simultaneously through all the Spanish American continental colonies resulted in the establishment of new states, like ourselves, of European origin, and interested in excluding European politics and the questions of dynasty and of balances of power from further influence in the New World. The American policy of neutrality, important before, became doubly so from the fact that it became applicable to the new republics as well as to the mother country. It then devolved upon us to determine the great international question at what time and under what circumstances to recognize a new power as entitled to a place among the family of nations, as well as the preliminary question of the attitude to be observed by this government toward the insurrectionary party pending the contest. Mr. Monroe concisely expressed the rule which has controlled the action of this government with reference to revolting colonies pending their struggle by saying: as soon as the movement assumed such a steady and consistent form as to make the success of the provinces probable, the rights to which they were entitled by the laws of nations as equal parties to a civil war were extended to them. The strict adherence to this rule of public policy has been one of the highest honors of American statesmanship, and has secured to this government the confidence of the feeble powers of this continent, which induces them to rely upon its friendship and absence of designs of conquest, and to look to the United States for example and moral protection. It has given to this government a position of prominence and of influence which it should not abdicate, but which imposes upon it the most delicate duties of right and of honor regarding American questions, whether those questions affect emancipated colonies or colonies still subject to European dominion. The question of belligerency is one of fact, not to be decided by sympathies for or prejudice against either party. The relations between the parent state and the insurgents must amount in fact to war in the sense of international law. Fighting, though fierce and protracted, does not alone constitute war. There must be military forces acting in accordance with the rules and customs of war, flags of truce, cartels, exchange of prisoners, etc., and to justify a recognition of belligerency there must be, above all, a de facto political organization of the insurgents sufficient in character and resources to constitute it, if left to itself, a state among nations capable of discharging the duties of a state and of meeting the just responsibilities it may incur as such toward other powers in the discharge of its national duties. Applying the best information which I have been enabled to gather, whether from official or unofficial sources, including the very exaggerated statements which each party gives to all that may prejudice the opposite or give credit to its own side of the question, I am unable to see in the present condition of the contest in Cuba those elements which are requisite to constitute war in the sense of international law. The insurgents hold no town or city, have no established seat of government. They have no prize courts, no organization for the receiving and collecting of revenue, no seaport to which a prize may be carried, or through which access can be had by a foreign power to the limited interior territory and mountain fastnesses which they occupy. The existence of a legislature representing any popular constituency is more than doubtful. In the uncertainty that hangs around the entire insurrection there is no palpable evidence of an election of any delegated authority or of any government outside the limits of the camps occupied from day to day by the roving companies of insurgent troops. There is no commerce, no trade, either internal or foreign, no manufacturers. The late commander-in-chief of the insurgents, having recently come to the United States, publicly declared that, "all commercial intercourse or trade with the exterior world has been utterly cut off," and he further added, "Today we have not 10,000 arms in Cuba." It is a well-established principle of public law that a recognition by a foreign state of belligerent rights to insurgents under circumstances such as now exist in Cuba, if not justified by necessity, is a gratuitous demonstration of moral support to the rebellion. Such necessity may yet hereafter arrive, but it has not yet arrived, nor is its probability clearly to be seen. If it be war between Spain and Cuba, and be so recognized, it is our duty to provide for the consequences which may ensue in the embarrassment of our commerce and the interference with our revenue. If belligerency be recognized, the commercial marine of the United States becomes liable to search and to seizure by the commissioned cruisers of both parties. They become subject to the adjudication of prize courts. Our large coastwise trade between the Atlantic and the Gulf States, and between both and the Isthmus of Panama and the States of South America, engaging the larger part of our commercial marine, passes of necessity almost in sight of the island of Cuba. Under the treaty with Spain of 1795, as well as by the law of nations, our vessels will be liable to visit on the high seas. In case of belligerency, the carrying of contraband, which now is lawful, becomes liable to the risks of seizure and condemnation. The parent government becomes relieved from responsibility for acts done in the insurgent territory, and acquires the right to exercise against neutral commerce all the powers of a party to a maritime war. To what consequences the exercise of those powers may lead is a question which I desire to commend to the serious consideration of Congress. In view of the gravity of this question, I have deemed it my duty to invite the attention of the war-making power of the country to all the relations and bearings of the question in connection with the declaration of neutrality and granting of belligerent rights. There is not a de facto government in the island of Cuba sufficient to execute laws and maintain just relations with other nations. Spain has not been able to suppress the opposition to Spanish rule on the island, nor to award speedy justice to other nations or citizens of other nations when their rights have been invaded. There are serious complications growing out of the seizure of American vessels upon the high seas, executing American citizens without proper trial, and confiscating or embargoing the property of American citizens. Solemn protests have been made against every infraction of the rights either of individual citizens of the United States or the rights of our flag upon the high seas, and all proper steps have been taken and are being pressed for the proper reparation of every indignity complained of. The question of belligerency, however, which is to be decided upon definite principles and according to ascertained facts, is entirely different from and unconnected with the other questions of the manner in which the strife is carried on both sides, and the treatment of our citizens entitled to our protection. The questions concern our own dignity and responsibility, and they have been made, as I have said, the subjects of repeated communications with Spain and of protests and demands for redress on our part. It is hoped that these will not be disregarded, but should they be, these questions will be made the subject of further communication to Congress. U.S. GRANT. EXECUTIVE MANSION, June 17, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the Senate of the 8th instant, requesting the President "to communicate in confidence the instructions of the Navy Department to the Navy officers in command of the coast of Dominica and Haiti, and the reports of such officers to the Navy Department from the commencement of the negotiation of the treaty with Dominica," I herewith transmit the papers received from the Secretary of the Navy, to whom the resolution was referred. U.S. GRANT. End of Section 8. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 9 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. EXECUTIVE MANSION, June 25, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolution of the 22d instant, requesting to be furnished with "proposals received from any company or citizens of the United States for constructing and placing iron steamships in transatlantic service," I transmit herewith the only proposal of that nature received by me. U.S. GRANT. Washington, July 9, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to the resolutions of the Senate of the 26th of May and of the 14th of June last, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State thereupon, and the papers by which it was accompanied. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 25: Lists of American vessels seized by Spanish authorities in Cuba, of American citizens executed and imprisoned in Cuba, of American citizens whose property was confiscated or embargoed in Cuba, and of decrees under which the Spanish authorities acted, and a correspondence showing steps taken by the United States Government in reference thereto. WASHINGTON, July the 12th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, for consideration with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and Austria concerning the rights, privileges, and immunities of consuls in the two countries, signed at Washington on the 11th instant. U.S. GRANT. WASHINGTON, July the 13th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 8th instant, a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. GRANT. [Footnote 26: Instructions to the minister of Spain, stating the basis on which the United States offered its good offices for the purpose of terminating the war in Cuba, correspondence relative thereto, etc.] WASHINGTON, July the 13th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: In answer to their resolution of the 8th instant, I transmit to the Senate a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. [Footnote 27: Correspondence between the United States and Great Britain concerning questions pending between the two countries. WASHINGTON, July the 14th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit to the Senate, in answer to their resolution of the 7th instant, a report from the Secretary of State with accompanying documents. U.S. GRANT. DEPARTMENT OF STATE, Washington, July the 14th, 1870. The Secretary of State, to whom was referred the resolution of the Senate requesting the President "to institute an inquiry, by such means as in his judgment shall be deemed proper, into the present condition of the commercial relations between the United States and the Spanish American States on this continent, and between those countries and other nations, and to communicate to the Senate full and complete statements regarding the same, together with such recommendations as he may think necessary to promote the development and increase of our commerce with those regions, and to secure to the United States that proportionate share of the trade of this continent to which their close relations of geographical contiguity and political friendship with all the States of America justly entitle them," has the honor to report. The resolution justly regards the commercial and the political relations of the United States with the American States of Spanish origin as necessarily dependent upon each other. If the commerce of those countries has been diverted from its natural connection with the United States, the fact may probably be partly traced to political causes which have been swept away by the great civil convulsion in this country. For the just comprehension of the position of this Government in the American political system, and for the causes which have failed to give it hitherto the influence to which it is properly entitled by reason of its democratic system and of the moderation and sense of justice which have distinguished its foreign policy through successive administrations from the birth of the nation until now, it is necessary to make a brief notice of such measures as affect our present relations to the other parts of this continent. The United States were the first of the European colonies in America to arrive at maturity as a people and assume the position of an independent republic. Since then, important changes have taken place in various nations and in every part of the world. Our own growth in power has been not the least remarkable of all the great events of modern history. When, at the conclusion of the Revolutionary War, having conquered by arms our right to exist as a sovereign state, that right was at length recognized by treaties, we occupied only a narrow belt of land along the Atlantic coast, hemmed in at the north, the west, and the south by the possessions of European governments, or by uncultivated wastes beyond the Alleghanies, inhabited only by the aborigines. But in the very infancy of the United States, far-sighted statesmen saw and predicted that, weak in population and apparently restricted in available territory as the new republic then was, it had within it the germs of colossal grandeur, and would at no remote day occupy the continent of America with its institutions, its authority, and its peaceful influence. That expectation has been thus far signally verified. The United States entered at once into the occupation of their rightful possessions westward to the banks of the Mississippi. Next, by the spontaneous proffer of France, they acquired Louisiana and its territorial extension, or right of extension, north to the line of the treaty demarcation between France and Great Britain, and west to the Pacific Ocean. Next, by amicable arrangement with Spain, they acquired the Floridas and complete southern maritime frontiers upon the Gulf of Mexico. Then came the union with the independent state of Texas, followed by the acquisitions of California and New Mexico, and then of Arizona. Finally, Russia has ceded to us Alaska, and the continent of North America has become independent of Europe, except so much of it as continues to maintain political relations with Great Britain. Meanwhile, partly by natural increase and partly by voluntary immigration from Europe, our population has risen from 3 million to nearly 40 million. The number of states and territories united under the Constitution has been augmented from 13 to 47. The development of internal wealth and power has kept pace with political expansion. We have occupied in part and peopled the vast interior of the continent. We have bound the Pacific to the Atlantic by a chain of intervening states and organized territories. We have delivered the Republic from the anomaly and the ignominy of domestic servitude. We have constitutionally fixed the equality of all races and of all men before the law, and we have established, at the cost of a great civil war, a cost, however, not beyond the value of such a result, the indissoluble national unity of the United States. In all these marked stages of national progress, from the Declaration of Independence to the recent amendments of the Constitution, it is impossible not to perceive a providential series and succession of events, intimately attached one to the other, and possessed of definite character as a whole. Whatever incidental departures from such uniformity may have marked, or seemed to mark, our foreign policy under the influence of temporary causes or of the conflicting opinions of statesmen. In the time of Washington, of the first Adams, of Jefferson, and of Madison, the condition of Europe engaged in the gigantic wars of the French Revolution and of the Empire, produced its series of public questions and gave tone and color to our foreign policy. In the time of Monroe, of the second Adams, and of Jackson, and subsequently thereto, the independence of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies of America produced its series of questions and its apparent modification of our public policy. Domestic questions of territorial organization, of social emancipation, and of national unity have also largely occupied the minds and the attention of the later administrations. The treaties of alliance and guarantee with France, which contributed so much to our independence, were one source of solicitude to the early administrations, which were endeavoring to protect our commerce from the depredations and wrongs to which the maritime policy of England and the reaction of that policy on France subjected it. For 20 years we struggled in vain to accomplish this, and at last drifted into war. The avoidance of entangling alliances, the characteristic feature of the foreign policy of Washington, sprang from this condition of things. But the entangling alliances which then existed were engagements made with France as part of the general contract under which aid was furnished to us for the achievement of our independence. France was willing to waive the letter of the obligation as to her West India possessions, but demanded in its stead privileges in our ports which the administration was unwilling to concede. To make its refusal acceptable to a public which sympathized with France, the cabinet of General Washington exaggerated the principle into a theory tending to national isolation. The public measures designed to maintain unimpaired the domestic sovereignty and the international neutrality of the United States were independent of this policy, though apparently incidental to it. The municipal laws enacted by Congress then and since have been but declarations of the law of nations. They are essential to the preservation of our national dignity and honor. They have for their object to repress and punish all enterprises of private war, one of the last relics of medieval barbarism, and they have descended to us from the fathers of the Republic, supported and enforced by every succeeding President of the United States. The foreign policy of these early days was not a narrow one. During this period we secured the evacuation by Great Britain of the country wrongfully occupied by her on the lakes. We acquired Louisiana. We measured forces on the sea with France, and on the land and sea with England. We set the example of resisting and chastising the piracies of the Barbary States. We initiated in negotiations with Prussia the long line of treaties for the liberalization of war and the promotion of international intercourse, and we steadily demanded, and at length obtained, indemnification from various governments for the losses we had suffered by foreign spoliations in the wars of Europe. To this point in our foreign policy we had arrived when the revolutionary movements in Spanish and Portuguese America compelled a modification of our relations with Europe in consequence of the rise of new and independent states in America. The Revolution, which commenced in 1810 and extended through all the Spanish American continental colonies, after vain efforts of repression on the part of Spain, protracted through 20 years, terminated in the establishment of the independent States of Mexico, Guatemala, San Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Chile, Bolivia, the Argentine Republic, Uruguay, and Paraguay, to which the Empire of Brazil came in time to be added. These events necessarily enlarged the sphere of action of the United States and essentially modified our relations with Europe and our attitude to the rest of this continent. The new states were, like ourselves, revolted colonies. They continued the precedent we had set of separating from Europe. Their assumption of independence was stimulated by our example. They professedly imitated us and copied our national constitution, sometimes even to their inconvenience. The Spanish American colonies had not the same preparation for independence that we had. Each of the British colonies possessed complete local autonomy. Its formal transition from dependence to independence consisted chiefly in expelling the British governor of the colony and electing a governor of the State, from which to the organized union was but a step. All these conditions of success were wanting in Spanish America, and hence many of the difficulties in their career as independent states. And further, while the revolution in British America was the exclusive result of the march of opinion in the British colonies, the simultaneous action of the separate Spanish colonies, though showing a desire for independence, was principally produced by the accident of the invasion of Spain by France. The formation of these new sovereignties in America was important to us, not only because of the cessation of colonial monopolies to that extent, but because of the geographical relations to us held by so many new nations, all, like ourselves, created from European stock and interested in excluding European politics, dynastic questions, and balances of power from further influence in the New World. Thus the United States were forced into new lines of action, which, though apparently in some respects conflicting, were really in harmony with the line marked out by Washington. The avoidance of entangling political alliances and the maintenance of our own independent neutrality became doubly important from the fact that they became applicable to the new republics as well as to the mother country. The duty of non-interference had been admitted by every president. The question came up in the time of the first Adams. On the occasion of the enlistment projects of Miranda, it appeared again under Jefferson (anterior to the revolt of the Spanish colonies), in the schemes of Aaron Burr. It was an ever-present question in the administrations of Madison, Monroe, and the younger Adams, in reference to the questions of foreign enlistment or equipment in the United States. And when these new republics entered the family of nations, many of them very feeble, and all too much subject to internal revolution and civil war, a strict adherence to our previous policy and a strict enforcement of our laws became essential to the preservation of friendly relations with them. For since that time it has been one of the principal cares of those entrusted with the administration of the Government to prevent piratical expeditions against these sister republics from leaving our ports, and thus the changed condition of the New World made no change in the traditional and peaceful policy of the United States in this respect. In one respect, however, The advent of these new States of America did compel an apparent change of foreign policy on our part. It devolved upon us the determination of the great international question at what time and under what circumstances to recognize a new power as entitled to a place among the family of nations. There was but little of precedent to guide us except our own case. Something, indeed, could be inferred from the historical origin of the Netherlands and Switzerland, but our own case, carefully and conscientiously considered, was sufficient to guide us to right conclusions. We maintained our position of international friendship and of treaty obligations toward Spain, but we did not consider that we were bound to wait for its recognition of the new republics before admitting them into treaty relations with us as sovereign states. We held that it was for us to judge whether or not they had attained to the condition of actual independence and the consequent right of recognition by us. We considered this question of fact deliberately and coolly. We sent commissioners to Spanish America to ascertain and report for our information concerning their actual circumstances, and in the fullness of time we acknowledged their independence. We exchanged diplomatic ministers and made treaties of amity with them, the earliest of which, negotiated by Mr. John Quincy Adams, served as the model for the subsequent treaties with the Spanish American republics. We also, simultaneously therewith, exerted our good offices with Spain to induce her to submit to the inevitable result and herself to accept and acknowledge the independence of her late colonies. We endeavored to induce Russia to join us in these representations. In all this our action was positive, in the direction of promoting the complete political separation of America from Europe. A vast field was thus opened to the statesmen of the United States for the peaceful introduction, the spread, and the permanent establishment of the American ideas of republican government, of modification of the laws of war, of liberalization of commerce, of religious freedom and toleration, and of the emancipation of the New World from the dynastic and balance of power controversies of Europe. Mr. John Quincy Adams, beyond any other statesman of the time in this country, had the knowledge and experience, both European and American, the comprehension of thought and purpose, and the moral conviction which peculiarly fitted him to introduce our country into this new field and to lay the foundation of an American policy. The declaration known as the Monroe Doctrine and the objects and purposes of the Congress of Panama, both supposed to have been largely inspired by Mr. Adams, have influenced public events from that day to this as a principle of government for this continent and its adjacent islands. It was at the period of the Congress of Aix-la-Chapelle and of La Boche, when the "Holy Alliance" was combined to arrest all political changes in Europe in the sense of liberty, when they were intervening in Southern Europe for the reestablishment of absolutism, and when they were meditating interference to check the progress of free government in America, that Mr. Monroe, in his annual message of December, 1823, declared that the United States would consider any attempt to extend the European system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety, "with the existing colonies or dependencies of any European power," he said, "we have not interfered and shall not interfere, but with the governments who have declared their independence and maintained it, and whose independence we have, on great consideration and on just principles, acknowledged, we could not view any interposition for the purpose of oppressing them, or controlling in any other manner their destiny, by any European power in any other light than as the manifestation of an unfriendly disposition toward the United States." Unquote. This declaration resolved the solution of the immediate question of the independence of the Spanish American colonies, and is supposed to have exercised some influence upon the course of the British cabinet in regard to the absolutist schemes in Europe as well as in America. It has also exercised a permanent influence on this continent. It was at once invoked in consequence of the supposed peril of Cuba on the side of Europe. It was applied to a similar danger threatening Yucatan. It was embodied in the treaty of the United States and Great Britain as to Central America. It produced the successful opposition of the United States to the attempt of Great Britain to exercise dominion in Nicaragua under the cover of the Mosquito Indians, and it operated in like manner to prevent the establishment of a European dynasty in Mexico. The United States stands solemnly committed by repeated declarations and repeated acts to this doctrine and its application to the affairs of this continent. In his message to the two Houses of Congress at the commencement of the present session, the President, following the teachings of all our history, said that the existing "dependencies are no longer regarded as subject to transfer from one European power to another. When the present relation of colonies ceases, they are to become independent powers, exercising the right of choice and of self-control in the determination of their future condition and relations with other powers." Unquote. This policy is not a policy of aggression, but it opposes the creation of European dominion on American soil or its transfer to other European powers, and it looks hopefully to the time when, by the voluntary departure of European governments from this continent and the adjacent islands, America shall be wholly American. It does not contemplate forcible intervention in any legitimate contest, but it protests against permitting such a contest to result in the increase of European power or influence. And it ever impels this government, as in the late contest between the South American republics and Spain, to interpose its good offices to secure an honorable peace. The Congress of Panama was planned by Bolivar to secure the union of Spanish America against Spain. It had originally military as well as political purposes. In the military objects the United States could take no part, and indeed the necessity for such objects ceased when the full effect of Mr. Monroe's declarations were felt. But the pacific objects of the Congress, the establishment of close and cordial relations of amity, the creation of commercial intercourse, of interchange of political thought, and of habits of good understanding between the new republics and the United States and their respective citizens, might perhaps have been attained had the administration of that day received the united support of the country. Unhappily, they were lost. The new States were removed from the sympathetic and protecting influence of our example, and their commerce, which we might then have secured, passed into other hands, unfriendly to the United States. In looking back upon the Panama Congress from this length of time, it is easy to understand why the earnest and patriotic men who endeavored to crystallize an American system for this continent failed. Mr. Clay and Mr. Adams were far-sighted statesmen, but, unfortunately, they struck against the rock of African slavery. One of the questions proposed for discussion in the conference was, "the consideration of the means to be adopted for the entire abolition of the African slave trade," to which proposition the committee of the United States Senate of that day replied, "The United States have not certainly the right, and ought never to feel the inclination, to dictate to others who may differ with them upon this subject, nor do the committee see the expediency of insulting other States with whom we are maintaining relations of perfect amity, by ascending the moral chair and proclaiming from thence mere abstract principles of the rectitude of which each nation enjoys the perfect right of deciding for itself." The same committee also alluded to the possibility that the condition of the islands of Cuba and Porto Rico, still the possessions of Spain and still slaveholding, might be made the subject of discussion and of contemplated action by the Panama Congress, "if ever the United States," they said, "permit themselves to be associated with these nations in any general congress assembled for the discussion of common plans in any way affecting European interests, they will by such act not only deprive themselves of the ability they now possess of rendering useful assistance to the other American States, but also produce other effects prejudicial to their own interests." Thus the necessity at that day of preserving the great interest of the Southern States in African slavery, and of preventing a change in the character of labor in the islands of Cuba and Porto Rico, lost to the United States the opportunity of giving a permanent direction to the political and commercial connections of the newly enfranchised Spanish American States, and their trade passed into hands unfriendly to the United States, and has remained there ever since. Events subsequent to that date have tended to place us in a position to retrieve our mistakes, among which events may be particularly named the suppression of the rebellion, the manifestation of our undeveloped and unexpected military power, the retirement of the French from Mexico, and the abolition of slavery in the United States. There is good reason to believe that the latter fact has had an important influence in our favor in Spanish America. It has caused us to be regarded there with more sympathetic as well as more respectful consideration. It has relieved those republics from the fear of filibusterism which has been formerly incited against Central America and Mexico in the interest of slave extension, and it has produced an impression of the stability of our institutions and of our public strength sufficient to dissipate the fears of our friends or the hopes of those who wish us ill. Thus there exists in the Spanish American republics confidence toward the United States. On our side, they find a feeling of cordial amity and friendship, and a desire to cultivate and develop our common interests on this continent. With some of these States our relations are more intimate than with others, either by reason of closer similarity of constitutional forms, of greater commercial intercourse, of proximity in fact, or of the construction or contemplated construction of lines of transit for our trade and commerce between the Atlantic and the Pacific. With several of them we have peculiar treaty relations. The treaty of 1846 between the United States and New Granada contains stipulations of guarantee for the neutrality of that part of the isthmus within the present territory of Colombia, and for the protection of the rights of sovereignty and property therein belonging to Colombia. Similar stipulations appear in the treaty of 1867 with Nicaragua, and of July, 1864, with Honduras. Those treaties (like the treaty of alliance made with France in 1778 by Dr. Franklin, Silas Deane, and Arthur Lee) constitute pro tanto a true protective alliance between the United States and each of those republics. Provisions of like effect appear in the treaty of April 19, 1850, between Great Britain and the United States. Brazil, with her imperial semblance and constitutional reality, has always held relations of amity with us, which have been fortified by the opening of her great rivers to commerce. It needs only that, in emulation of Russia and the United States, she should emancipate her slaves to place her in more complete sympathy with the rest of America. It will not be presumptuous, after the foregoing sketch, to say, with entire consideration for the sovereignty and national pride of the Spanish American republics, that the United States, by the priority of their independence, by the stability of their institutions, by the regard of their people for the forms of law, by their resources as a government, by their naval power, by their commercial enterprise, by the attractions which they offer to European immigration, by the prodigious internal development of their resources and wealth, and by the intellectual life of their population, occupy of necessity a prominent position on this continent, which they neither can nor should abdicate, which entitles them to a leading voice, and which imposes upon them duties of right and of honor regarding American questions, whether those questions affect emancipated colonies or colonies still subject to European dominion. The public questions which existed as to all European colonies prior to and during the revolutions in the continental colonies of Spain and Portugal still exist, with reference to the European colonies which remain, and they now return upon us in full force as we watch events in Cuba and Porto Rico. Whatever may be the result of the pending contest in Cuba, it appears to be the belief of some of the leading statesmen of Spain that the relations which now exist between the island and the mother country cannot be long continued. It is understood that the resources for carrying on the struggle have been supplied mainly from Cuba, by the aid of that portion of the population which does not desire to see its political destinies entrusted to the persons who direct the movements of the insurgents. But it does not follow that its political relations with Spain are to remain unchanged, or that even the party which is now dominant in the island will wish to forever continue colonists. These facts give reason to think that when the contest shall close, Cuba, with her resources strained but unexhausted (whatever may be her political relations), will resume and continue her old commercial relations with the United States, and it is not impossible that at some day not far distant when measured by the course of history, she will be called upon to elect her position in the family of nations. Although the resolution of the Senate does not in terms apply to the islands of the Antilles, it is impossible to answer it without speaking of them. They outlie the southern coast of the United States, and guard the approaches to the ports of Mexico, Venezuela, and the Isthmus, by which we reach from the east the western coasts of Mexico and of the Spanish States. The people of the Spanish islands speak the language and share the traditions, customs, ideas, and religion of the Spanish American states of the continent, and will probably, like them, become at some time independent of the mother country. It would therefore be unwise, while shaping a commercial policy for the continent, to disregard the islands which lie so much nearer to our seaports. With the Spanish islands of Cuba and Porto Rico we maintain, in spite of their adverse legislation, a large commerce by reason of our necessities and of their proximity. In the year ending June 30th, 1869, we imported from them merchandise valued at $65,609,274. During the same time we sent them goods to the value only of $15,313,919. The prohibitory duties forced upon them by the policy of Spain shut out much that we might supply. Their tropical productions, for instance, are too valuable to allow their lands to be given up to the growth of breadstuffs. Yet instead of taking these articles from the superabundant fields of their nearest neighbors, they are forced to go to the distant plains of Spain. It will be for the interest of the United States to shape its general policy so that this relation of imports and exports shall be altered in Cuba when peace is restored and its political condition is satisfactorily established. With none of the other Spanish American states in North and South America are our commercial relations what they should be. Our total imports in the year ending June 30th, 1869, from these countries were less than $25 million, open parenthesis, or not one half the amount from Cuba alone, close parenthesis, and our exports for the same time to them were only $17,850,313, and yet these countries have an aggregate population nearly or quite as great as that of the United States. They have republican forms of government, and they profess to be, and probably really are, in political sympathy with us. This department is not able to give with entire accuracy the imports and exports of Great Britain with the same countries during the corresponding period. It is believed, however, the following figures will be found to be not far from correct. Imports to Great Britain, $42,820,942. Exports from Great Britain, $40,682,102. It thus appears that, notwithstanding the greater distance which the commerce has to travel in coming to and from Great Britain, notwithstanding the political sympathy which ought naturally to exist between republics, notwithstanding the American idea which has been so prominently and so constantly put forward by the Government of the United States, notwithstanding the acknowledged skill of American manufacturers, notwithstanding the ready markets which the great cities of the United States afford for the consumption of tropical productions, The inhabitants of the Spanish American continent consume of the products of Great Britain more than twice the quantity they take of the products of the United States, and that they sell to us only 3/5 of the amount they sell to Great Britain. The Secretary of State appends to this report the tables on which these statements are founded. That their commerce with the United States is not large may be partially explained by the fact that these States have been subject to many successive revolutions since the failure of the Congress of Panama. These revolutions not only exhaust their resources and burden them with debt, but they check immigration, prevent the flow of foreign capital into the country, and stop the enterprise which needs a stable government for its development. These suggestions are, however, applicable to the British commerce as well as to our own, and they do not explain why we, with the natural advantages in our favor, fall so far behind. The Isthmus of Panama is the common point where the commerce of the western coasts of Mexico and South America meets. When it arrives there, why should it seek Liverpool and London rather than New York? The political causes which have operated to divert this commerce from us, the Secretary of State has endeavored to explain. A favorable time has now come for removing them, for laying the foundation of an American policy which shall bind in closer union the American republics. Let them understand that the United States do not covet their territories, that our only desire is to see them peaceful, with free and stable governments, increasing in wealth and population, and developing in the lines in which their own traditions, customs, habits, laws, and modes of thought will naturally take them. Let them feel that, as in 1826, so now, this government is ready to aid them to the full extent of its constitutional power in any steps which they may take for their better protection against anarchy. Let them be convinced that the United States is prepared, in good faith and without ulterior purposes, to join them in the development of a peaceful American commercial policy that may in time include this continent and the West Indian Islands. Let this be comprehended, and there will be no political reason why we may not "secure to the United States that proportionate share of the trade of this continent to which their close relations of geographical contiguity and political friendship with all the States of America justly entitle them." It may not be enough to remove the political obstacles only. The financial policy which the war made necessary may have operated injuriously upon our commerce with these States. The resolution of the Senate calls, on these points, for detailed information which is not within the control of the Secretary of State, and for recommendations for the future which he is not prepared to give without that information. To fully answer the Senate's call, it would probably be necessary to employ some competent agent familiar with the Spanish American States to collate and arrange the information asked for. For this there is no appropriation by Congress. Respectfully submitted, Hamilton Fish. End of Section 9. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 10 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents, Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Washington, July the 14th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for the consideration of the Senate with a view to ratification, a convention between the United States and His Majesty the King of Sweden and Norway relative to the citizenship of natives of the one country who may emigrate to the other. A protocol on the subject is also herewith transmitted. U.S. Grant. Washington, July the 14th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I transmit, for consideration with a view to its ratification, a convention between the United States and the Republic of Salvador for the surrender of fugitive criminals, signed at San Salvador on the 23d day of May last. U.S. Grant. Washington, D.C., July the 15th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: your attention is respectfully called to the necessity of passing an Indian appropriation bill before the members of Congress separate. Without such appropriation, Indian hostilities are sure to ensue, and with them suffering, loss of life, and expenditures vast as compared with the amount asked for. The latest intelligence from Europe indicates the imminence of a war between France and North Germany. In view of this, a sound policy indicates the importance of some legislation tending to enlarge the commercial marine of this country. The vessels of this country at the present time are insufficient to meet the demand which the existence of a war in Europe will impose upon the commerce of the United States, and I submit to the consideration of Congress that the interests of the country will be advanced by the opportunity afforded to our citizens to purchase vessels of foreign construction for the foreign trade of the country. An act to this effect may be limited in its duration to meet the immediate exigency. The foreign mail service of the United States is, in a large degree, dependent upon the Bremen and Hamburg lines of steamers. The Post Office Department has entered into contracts in writing with the two companies above named, and with the Williams and Guion lines, respectively, for a regular and continuous service of 2 years. The only arrangement that could be made with the Inman and Cunard line is temporary, and may be broken off at any time. The North German lines are first class in point of speed and equipment, their steamers usually making the trip across the Atlantic in from 24 to 36 hours in advance of the Williams and Guion lines. Should the North German steamers be blockaded or impeded by France, our postal intercourse with foreign nations will be greatly embarrassed unless Congress shall interpose for its relief. I suggest to Congress the propriety of further postponing the time for adjournment, with the view of considering the questions herewith communicated. U.S. Grant. Washington, July the 15th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: in answer to their resolution of the 9th instant, I transmit a report from the Secretary of State and the papers which accompanied it. U.S. Grant. Footnote 28, relating to the importation of Chinese coolies into the United States. Veto messages. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C., January the 11th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I return herewith, without my approval, Senate bill number 273, entitled, "An Act for the Relief of Rollin White," for the reasons set forth in the accompanying communication dated December the 11th, 1869. From the Chief of Ordnance. U.S. Grant. ORDNANCE OFFICE, WAR DEPARTMENT, Washington, December the 11th, 1869. HON. W.W. Belknap, Secretary of War. Sir: in the year 1855 Rollin White obtained letters patent for improvements in repeating pistols in (open parenthesis) among other things, close parenthesis, extending the chambers of the rotating cylinder through to the rear, so as to enable the chambers to be charged at the rear by hand or by a self-acting charger. Some time afterwards, and prior to the breaking out of the rebellion, he assigned this patent to Smith & Wesson of Springfield, Massachusetts, for the sum of $500 in cash, and their obligation to pay him 25 cents royalty on each pistol manufactured under the patent, binding himself to apply for and to use his influence to procure a renewal of the patent. He afterwards surrendered this original patent, and obtained a reissue in 3 divisions. 2 years before the expiration of the latter, he applied to the Commissioner of Patents for an extension, upon the ground of insufficiency of compensation. The Commissioner rejected the application for an extension without assigning any reason, and the patents expired by limitation on the 3d of April, 1869, and the invention became public property. On the 9th of April, 1869, a bill authorizing the Commissioner of Patents to reconsider the application of Rollin White for extension of his patents was introduced in the Senate and passed without debate. It passed the House without debate on the 10th of April, but failed to receive the signature of the Vice President before Congress adjourned. It is understood that it has now been signed by that officer, and only awaits the approval of the President to become a law. Unless the ends of justice require the extension of this patent, it should not be renewed. So far as I have been able to ascertain, justice to the Government and to the public forbids this patent from being renewed. The validity of the patent has been questioned for many years, and it is understood that it was only affirmed by the Supreme Court by a tie vote, 4 of the justices voting affirmatively and an equal number negatively. Its renewal is urged by Rollin White upon the ground that he has not been sufficiently compensated for his invention. Rollin White has received nearly $71,000 as royalty. Smith & Wesson, for the years 1862, 1863, 1864, 1865, 1866, 1867, and 1868, returned incomes amounting in the aggregate to about $1 million. This was derived chiefly from the manufacture of firearms under Rollin White's patent, that firm holding the exclusive right to manufacture under it and being engaged almost exclusively in their manufacture. It is believed that the Government suffered inconvenience and embarrassment enough during the war in consequence of the inability of manufacturers to use this patent, and that its further extension will operate prejudicially to its interest by compelling it to pay to parties already well paid a large royalty for altering its revolvers to use metallic cartridges. For these reasons I respectfully request that you will call the attention of the President of the United States to this subject, before he acts upon the bill which is now before him. Respectfully, your obedient servant, A.B. Dyer, Brevet Major General, Chief of Ordnance. EXECUTIVE MANSION, July the 14th, 1870. To the Senate of the United States: I herewith return without my approval Senate bill number 476, an act to fix the status of certain Federal soldiers enlisting in the Union Army from the States of Alabama and Florida, for the reasons embodied in the following facts, which have been obtained from the office of the Second Comptroller. The 1st Regiment of Florida Cavalry, composed of 6 companies, was organized from December, 1862 to August, 1864, to serve 3 years. It was mustered out of service November the 17th, 1865, by reason of general order from the War Department discharging all cavalry organizations east of the Mississippi. The men of this regiment, enlisting prior to July the 18th, 1864, received $25 advance bounty at muster in, and the discharged soldiers and heirs of those deceased have been paid the same bounty under act of July the 22nd, 1861, joint resolution of January the 13th, 1864, an act of July the 28th, 1866, as men enlisted at the same time in other volunteer organizations. The 2d Regiment of Florida Cavalry, composed of 7 companies, was organized from December, 1863, to June, 1864, to serve 3 years. It was mustered out November the 29th, 1865, by reason of the order discharging cavalry organizations east of the Mississippi. Most of the men received the $25 advance bounty at muster in, and the discharged men and heirs of deceased men have received bounty under the several acts of Congress cited above, subject to the same conditions which apply to men who enlisted at the same time in other volunteer organizations. The 1st Alabama Cavalry was originally organized as a 1-year regiment from December, 1862, to September, 1863, and 2 companies of 3 years' men (companies L and K) were added to complete its organization. These companies were formerly companies D and E of the 1st Middle Tennessee Cavalry. Prior to the expiration of the term of the 1-year men, the Adjutant General of the Army, of date May the 15th, 1863, authorized General Dodge to fill up this command, and in accordance therewith the places of the companies discharged by reason of expiration of term were filled by companies of men enlisted for 3 years. The original companies A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and L were organized from December, 1862, to September the 25th, 1863, and were discharged by companies from December the 22nd, 1863, to September the 28th, 1864, in order as the term (1 year) of each company expired. Companies I and K, mustered in August, 1862, to serve 3 years, were discharged in July, 1865, by reason of expiration of term of service. As reorganized under the order above mentioned, The regiment consisted of companies A, B, C, D, E, and G, organized from February the 5th, 1864, to October, 1864, to serve 3 years. Companies F, L, and M, organized from December the 28th, 1863, to October the 31st, 1864, to serve 1 and 3 years. Company H, organized in March and April, 1865, to serve 3 years, and companies I and K of the old organization described above. The men of the 1st Alabama Cavalry who enlisted for 3 years have been paid bounty under the several acts of Congress upon the same principles which apply to other 3-year volunteers. The 1-year men enlisted prior to July the 18th, 1864, received no bounty, but $100 bounty has been paid the proper heirs of the 1-year men of this organization who died in the service, in accordance with the act of July the 22nd, 1861, under which the regiment was originally organized. Some of the men of these organizations were erroneously paid by the Pay Department at the time of their muster out of service, they having been paid but $100 when they should have been allowed $300 under the joint resolution of January the 13th, 1864. The balance of bounty due these men is being paid by the proper accounting officers. It will be seen by comparing the above statement with the act under consideration that the effect of the act will be to give the 1-year men of the 1st Alabama Cavalry, nearly all of whom enlisted in 1862 and 1863, a bounty of $100 each, or a proportionate part, according to the time served. It would give each man of companies L and K of the 1st Alabama Cavalry $100 more bounty. The bounty of the other 3 years men of the 1st Alabama Cavalry, 1st Florida Cavalry, and 2nd Florida Cavalry, who enlisted prior to December the 25th, 1863, and from April the 1st, 1864, to July the 17th, 1864, inclusive, and who were discharged by reason of orders from the War Department, will not be affected. The men enlisting in these organizations under joint resolution of January the 13th, 1864, received, under existing laws, $100 more bounty than they would be entitled to receive if the act under consideration becomes a law. In case of deceased men, the working of the act is still more perplexing, as the prescribed order of inheritance under the act of July the 4th, 1864, is entirely different from that under all other acts. A large proportion of the claims in case of the deceased men have been settled, and the bounties have been paid fathers, mothers, brothers, and sisters, the proper heirs under existing laws, which under this act would go only to the widow, children, and widowed mother. Bounty has also been paid to parents under act of July the 28th, 1866, which this act would require to be paid to the widow, although she may have remarried. Under the act of July the 28th, 1866, children of age are not entitled, but this act makes them joint heirs with the minor children. In case of the deceased 1-year men and the 3 years men enlisted under joint resolution of January the 13th, 1864, the effect of this act would only be to change the prescribed order of inheritance. In case of the 3-year men enlisted under act of July the 22d, 1861, the order of inheritance is changed by this act, and the heirs entitled (open parenthesis) widow, children, and widowed mother (close parenthesis) will receive $100 more bounty than they are now entitled to receive. It may be well to state that November the 14th, 1864, the War Department gave authority to enlisted men who had deserted from the rebel army as recruits for the 1st Alabama Cavalry, with the distinct understanding that they were to receive no bounty. Such recruits have not been paid bounty, and it may be a question whether the act under consideration would entitle them to any. U.S. Grant. Proclamations. By the President of the United States of America, a proclamation. Whereas, pursuant to the first section of the act of Congress approved the 11th day of June, 1864, entitled, open quotes, "An act to provide for the execution of treaties between the United States and foreign nations respecting consular jurisdiction over the crews of vessels of such foreign nations in the waters and ports of the United States." Close quotes. It is provided that before that act shall take effect as to the ships and vessels of any particular nation having such treaty with the United States, the President of the United States shall have been satisfied that similar provisions have been made for the execution of such treaty by the other contracting party, and shall have issued this proclamation so that effect, declaring that act to be in force as to such nation, and whereas due inquiry having been made and satisfactory answers having been received, that similar provisions are in force in France, Prussia, and the other States of the North German Union, and Italy. Now, therefore, be it known that I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, do hereby proclaim the same accordingly. Done at the city of Washington, this 10th day of February, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States of America, the 94th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America. To all whom it may concern: An exequatur bearing date the 17th day of June, 1865, having been issued to Joaquin de Palma, recognizing him as Vice Consul of Portugal at Savannah, Georgia, and declaring him free to exercise and enjoy such functions, powers, and privileges as are allowed to vice consuls by the law of nations or by the laws of the United States, and existing treaty stipulations between the Government of Portugal and the United States. But for satisfactory reasons it is deemed advisable that the same Joaquin de Palma should no longer be permitted to continue in the exercise of said functions, powers, and privileges. These are, therefore, to declare that I no longer recognize the said Joaquin de Palma as Vice Consul of Portugal at Savannah, Georgia, and will not permit him to exercise or enjoy any of the functions, powers, or privileges allowed to a consular officer of that nation; and that I do hereby wholly revoke and annul the said exequatur heretofore given, and do declare the same to be absolutely null and void from this day forward. In testimony whereof I have caused these letters to be made patent, and the seal of the United States of America to be hereunto affixed. Given under my hand at Washington, this 12th day of May, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 94th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas it has come to my knowledge that sundry illegal military enterprises and expeditions are being set on foot within the territory and jurisdiction of the United States with a view to carry on the same from such territory and jurisdiction against the people and district of the Dominion of Canada, within the dominions of Her Majesty the Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, with whom the United States are at peace. Now therefore I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, do hereby admonish all good citizens of the United States, and all persons within the territory and jurisdiction of the United States, against aiding, countenancing, abetting, or taking part in such unlawful proceedings, and I do hereby warn all persons that, by committing such illegal acts, they will forfeit all right to the protection of the Government or to its interference in their behalf to rescue them from the consequences of their own acts. And I do hereby enjoin all officers in the service of the United States to employ all their lawful authority and power to prevent and defeat the aforesaid unlawful proceedings, and to arrest and bring to justice all persons who may be engaged therein. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 24th day of May, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States the 94th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas a state of war, unhappily, exists between France on the one side and the North German Confederation and its allies on the other side, and whereas the United States are on terms of friendship and amity with all the contending powers and with the persons inhabiting their several dominions, and whereas great numbers of the citizens of the United States reside within the territories or dominions of each of the said belligerents, and carry on commerce, trade, or other business or pursuits therein, protected by the faith of treaties, and whereas great numbers of the subjects or citizens of each of the said belligerents reside within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States, and carry on commerce, trade, or other business or pursuits therein, and whereas the laws of the United States, without interfering with the free expression of opinion and sympathy, or with the open manufacture or sale of arms or munitions of war, nevertheless impose upon all persons who may be within their territory and jurisdiction the duty of an impartial neutrality during the existence of the contest. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, in order to preserve the neutrality of the United States and of their citizens and of persons within their territory and jurisdiction, and to enforce their laws, and in order that all persons, being warned of the general tenor of the laws and treaties of the United States in this behalf, and of the law of nations, may thus be prevented from an unintentional violation of the same, do hereby declare and proclaim that by the act passed on the 20th day of April, A.D. 1818, commonly known as the "neutrality law," the following acts are forbidden to be done, under severe penalties, within the territory and jurisdiction of the United States, to wit: Number 1. Accepting and exercising a commission to serve either of the said belligerents, by land or by sea, against the other belligerent. Number 2. Enlisting or entering into the service of either of the said belligerents as a soldier or as a marine or seaman on board of any vessel of war, letter of marque, or privateer. Number 3. Hiring or retaining another person to enlist or enter himself in the service of either of the said belligerents as a soldier or as a marine or seaman on board of any vessel of war, letter of marque, or privateer. Number 4. Hiring another person to go beyond the limits or jurisdiction of the United States with intent to be enlisted as aforesaid. Number 5. Hiring another person to go beyond the limits of the United States with intent to be entered into service as aforesaid. Number 6. Retaining another person to go beyond the limits of the United States with intent to be enlisted as aforesaid. Number 7. Retaining another person to go beyond the limits of the United States with intent to be entered into service as aforesaid, open parenthesis, but the said act is not to be construed to extend to a citizen or subject of either belligerent who, being transiently within the United States, shall on board of any vessel of war which at the time of its arrival within the United States was fitted and equipped as such vessel of war, enlist or enter himself, or hire or retain another subject or citizen of the same belligerent who is transiently within the United States, to enlist or enter himself to serve such belligerent on board such vessel of war, if the United States shall then be at peace with such belligerent. Close parenthesis. Number 8. Fitting out and arming, or attempting to fit out and arm, or procuring to be fitted out and armed, or knowingly being concerned in the furnishing, fitting out, or arming of any ship or vessel, with intent that such ship or vessel shall be employed in the service of either of the said belligerents. Number 9. Issuing or delivering a commission within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States for any ship or vessel to the intent that she may be employed as aforesaid. Number 10. Increasing or augmenting, or procuring to be increased or augmented, or knowingly being concerned in increasing or augmenting the force of any ship of war, cruiser, or other armed vessel which at the time of her arrival within the United States was a ship of war, cruiser, or armed vessel in the service of either of the said belligerents, or belonging to the subjects or citizens of either, by adding to the number of guns of such vessel, or by changing those on board of her for guns of a larger caliber, or by the addition thereto of any equipment solely applicable to war. 11. Beginning or setting on foot, or providing or preparing the means for any military expedition or enterprise to be carried on from the territory or jurisdiction of the United States against the territories or dominions of either of the said belligerents. And I do further declare and proclaim that by the 19th article of the treaty of amity and commerce, which was concluded between His Majesty the King of Prussia and the United States of America on the 11th day of July, A.D. 1799, which article was revived by the treaty of May the 1st, A.D. 1828, between the same parties, and is still in force, it was agreed that, "the vessels of war, public and private, of both parties shall carry freely, wheresoever they please, the vessels and effects taken from their enemies, without being obliged to pay any duties, charges, or fees to officers of admiralty, of the customs, or any others, nor shall such prizes be arrested, searched, or put under legal process when they come to and enter the ports of the other party, but may freely be carried out again at any time by their captors to the places expressed in their commissions, which the commanding officer of such vessel shall be obliged to show." And I do further declare and proclaim that it has been officially communicated to the Government of the United States by the envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary of the North German Confederation at Washington that private property on the high seas will be exempted from seizure by the ships of His Majesty the King of Prussia, without regard to reciprocity. And I do further declare and proclaim that it has been officially communicated to the Government of the United States by the envoy extraordinary and minister plenipotentiary of His Majesty the Emperor of the French at Washington that orders have been given that, in the conduct of the war, the commanders of the French forces on land and on the seas shall scrupulously observe toward neutral powers the rules of international law, and that they shall strictly adhere to the principles set forth in the declaration of the Congress of Paris of the 16th of April, 1856, that is to say, first, that privateering is and remains abolished; second, that the neutral flag covers enemy's goods with the exception of contraband of war; third, that neutral goods, with the exception of contraband of war, are not liable to capture under the enemy's flag; fourth, that blockades, in order to be binding, must be effective, that is to say, maintained by a force sufficient really to prevent access to the coast of the enemy, and that, although the United States have not adhered to the declaration of 1856, the vessels of His Majesty will not seize enemy's property found on board of a vessel of the United States, provided that property is not contraband of war. And I do further declare and proclaim that the statutes of the United States and the law of nations alike require that no person within the territory and jurisdiction of the United States shall take part directly or indirectly in the said war, but shall remain at peace with each of the said belligerents, and shall maintain a strict and impartial neutrality, and that whatever privileges shall be accorded to one belligerent within the ports of the United States shall be in like manner accorded to the other. And I do hereby enjoin all the good citizens of the United States, and all persons residing or being within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States, to observe the laws thereof, and to commit no act contrary to the provisions of the said statutes, or in violation of the law of nations in that behalf. And I do hereby warn all citizens of the United States, and all persons residing or being within their territory or jurisdiction, that while the free and full expression of sympathies in public and private is not restricted by the laws of the United States, military forces in aid of either belligerent can not lawfully be originated or organized within their jurisdiction, and that while all persons may lawfully and without restriction, by reason of the aforesaid state of war, manufacture and sell within the United States arms and munitions of war and other articles ordinarily known as "contraband of war," yet they can not carry such articles upon the high seas for the use or service of either belligerent, nor can they transport soldiers and officers of either, or attempt to break any blockade which may be lawfully established and maintained during the war without incurring the risk of hostile capture and the penalties denounced by the law of nations in that behalf. And I do hereby give notice that all citizens of the United States, and others who may claim the protection of this Government, who may misconduct themselves in the premises, will do so at their peril, and that they can in no wise obtain any protection from the Government of the United States against the consequences of their misconduct. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 22d day of August, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 95th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. End of Section 10. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 11 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant, by James D. Richardson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas, on the 22d day of August, 1870, my proclamation was issued enjoining neutrality in the present war between France and the North German Confederation and its allies, and declaring, so far as then seemed to be necessary, the respective rights and obligations of the belligerent parties and of the citizens of the United States, and whereas subsequent information gives reason to apprehend that armed cruisers of the belligerents may be tempted to abuse the hospitality accorded to them in the ports, harbors, roadsteads, and other waters of the United States, by making such waters subservient to the purposes of the war. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, do hereby proclaim and declare that any frequenting and use of the waters within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States by the armed vessels of either belligerent, whether public ships or privateers, for the purpose of preparing for hostile operations or as posts of observation upon the ships of war or privateers or merchant vessels of the other belligerent lying within or being about to enter the jurisdiction of the United States, must be regarded as unfriendly and offensive and in violation of that neutrality which it is the determination of this Government to observe, and to the end that the hazard and inconvenience of such apprehended practices may be avoided, I further proclaim and declare that from and after the 12th day of October instant, and during the continuance of the present hostilities between France and the North German Confederation and its allies, no ship of war or privateer of either belligerent shall be permitted to make use of any port, harbor, roadstead, or other waters within the jurisdiction of the United States as a station or place of resort for any warlike purpose, or for the purpose of obtaining any facilities of warlike equipment, and no ship of war or privateer of either belligerent shall be permitted to sail out of or leave any port, harbor, roadstead, or waters subject to the jurisdiction of the United States from which a vessel of the other belligerent, open parenthesis, whether the same shall be a ship of war, a privateer, or a merchant ship, close parenthesis, shall have previously departed until after the expiration of at least 24 hours from the departure of such last mentioned vessel beyond the jurisdiction of the United States. If any ship of war or privateer of either belligerent shall, after the time this notification takes effect, enter any port, harbor, roadstead, or waters of the United States, such vessel shall be required to depart and to put to sea within 24 hours after her entrance into such port, harbor, roadstead, or waters, except in case of stress of weather or of her requiring provisions or things necessary for the subsistence of her crew or for repairs, in either of which case the authorities of the port or of the nearest port, open parenthesis, as the case may be, close parenthesis, shall require her to put to sea as soon as possible after the expiration of such period of 24 hours, without permitting her to take in supplies beyond what may be necessary for her immediate use, and no such vessel which may have been permitted to remain within the waters of the United States for the purpose of repair shall continue within such port, harbor, roadstead, or waters for a longer period than 24 hours after her necessary repairs shall have been completed, unless within such 24 hours a vessel, whether ship of war, privateer, or merchant ship, of the other belligerent shall have departed therefrom, in which case the time limited for the departure of such ship of war or privateer shall be extended so far as may be necessary to secure an interval of not less than 24 hours between such departure and that of any ship of war, privateer, or merchant ship of the same belligerent which may have previously quit the same port, harbor, roadstead, or waters. No ship of war or privateer of either belligerent shall be detained in any port, harbor, roadstead, or waters of the United States more than 24 hours by reason of the successive departures from such port, harbor, roadstead, or waters of more than one vessel of the other belligerent. But if there be several vessels of each, or either of the two belligerents in the same port, harbor, roadstead, or waters, the order of their departure therefrom shall be so arranged as to afford the opportunity of leaving alternately to the vessels of the respective belligerents, and to cause the least detention consistent with the objects of this proclamation. No ship of war or privateer of either belligerent shall be permitted, while in any port, harbor, roadstead, or waters within the jurisdiction of the United States, to take in any supplies except provisions and such other things as may be requisite for the subsistence of her crew, and except so much coal only as may be sufficient to carry such vessel, if without sail power, to the nearest European port of her own country, or in case the vessel is rigged to go under sail, and may also be propelled by steam power, then with half the quantity of coal which she would be entitled to receive if dependent upon steam alone, and no coal shall be again supplied to any such ship of war or privateer in the same or any other port, harbor, roadstead, or waters of the United States, without special permission, until after the expiration of 3 months from the time when such coal may have been last supplied to her within the waters of the United States, unless such ship of war or privateer shall, since last thus supplied, have entered a European port of the Government to which she belongs. In testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 8th day of October, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States of America, the 95th. U.S. GRANT. By the President: HAMILTON FISH, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas divers evil disposed persons have at sundry times, within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States, begun or set on foot, or provided or prepared the means for, military expeditions or enterprises, to be carried on thence against the territories or dominions of powers with whom the United States are at peace, by organizing bodies pretending to have powers of government over portions of the territories or dominions of powers with whom the United States are at peace, or by being or assuming to be members of such bodies, by levying or collecting money for the purpose or for the alleged purpose of using the same in carrying on military enterprises against such territories or dominions, by enlisting and organizing armed forces to be used against such powers, and by fitting out, equipping, and arming vessels to transport such organized armed forces to be employed in hostilities against such powers. And whereas it is alleged, and there is reason to apprehend, that such evil disposed persons have also at sundry times within the territory and jurisdiction of the United States violated the laws thereof by accepting and exercising commissions to serve by land or by sea against powers with whom the United States are at peace, by enlisting themselves or other persons to carry on war against such powers, by fitting out and arming vessels with intent that the same shall be employed to cruise or commit hostilities against such powers, or by delivering commissions within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States for such vessels to the intent that they might be employed as aforesaid, and whereas such acts are in violation of the laws of the United States in such case made and provided, and are done in disregard of the duties and obligations which all persons residing or being within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States owe thereto, and are condemned by all right-minded and law-abiding citizens. Now, therefore, I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States of America, do hereby declare and proclaim that all persons hereafter found within the territory or jurisdiction of the United States committing any of the aforecited violations of law, or any similar violations of the sovereignty of the United States, for which punishment is provided by law, will be rigorously prosecuted therefor, and upon conviction and sentence to punishment will not be entitled to expect or receive the clemency of the Executive to save them from the consequences of their guilt. And I enjoin upon every officer of this Government, civil or military or naval, to use all efforts in his power to arrest for trial and punishment every such offender against the laws providing for the performance of our sacred obligations to friendly powers, in testimony whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 12th day of October, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States of America the 95th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. By the President of the United States of America. A proclamation. Whereas it behooves a people sensible of their dependence on the Almighty publicly and collectively to acknowledge their gratitude for his favors and mercies, and humbly to beseech for their continuance, and whereas the people of the United States during the year now about to end have special cause to be thankful for general prosperity, abundant harvests, exemption from pestilence, foreign war, and civil strife. Now, therefore, be it known that I, Ulysses S. Grant, President of the United States, concurring in any similar recommendations from Chief Magistrates of States, do hereby recommend to all citizens to meet in their respective places of worship on Thursday, the 24th day of November next, there to give thanks for the bounty of God during the year about to close, and to supplicate for its continuance hereafter, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this 21st day of October, A.D. 1870, and of the Independence of the United States the 95th. U.S. Grant. By the President: Hamilton Fish, Secretary of State. EXECUTIVE ORDERS. GENERAL ORDERS, number 83. HEADQUARTERS OF THE ARMY, ADJUTANT GENERAL's OFFICE, Washington, December the 24th, 1869. Brevet Major General A.H. Terry, in addition to his duties as Commander of the Department of the South, is, by order of the President of the United States, appointed to exercise the duties of Commanding General of the District of Georgia, as defined by the act of Congress approved December the 22d, 1869, by command of General Sherman. E.D. Townsend, Adjutant General. EXECUTIVE MANSION, Washington, D.C., December the 24th, 1869. The painful duty devolves upon the President of announcing to the people of the United States the death of one of her most distinguished citizens and faithful public servants, the Honorable Edwin M. Stanton, which occurred in this city at an early hour this morning. He was distinguished in the councils of the nation during the entire period of its recent struggle for national existence. First as Attorney General, then as Secretary of War, he was unceasing in his labors, earnest and fearless in the assumption of responsibilities necessary to his country's success. Respected by all good men and feared by wrongdoers, in his death the bar, the bench, and the nation sustain a great loss, which will be mourned by all. As a mark of respect to his memory, it is ordered that the Executive Mansion and the several departments at Washington be draped in mourning, and that all business be suspended on the day of the funeral. U.S. Grant. General Orders No. 1. Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, January the 4th, 1870. By direction of the President of the United States, so much of General Orders No. 103, dated Headquarters, 3rd Military District, open parenthesis, Department of Georgia, Florida, and Alabama, close parenthesis, Atlanta, Georgia, July the 22d, 1868, and so much of General Orders No. 55, dated Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, July the 28th, 1868, as refers to the State of Georgia, is hereby countermanded. Brevet Major General Terry will, until further orders, exercise within that State the powers of the commander of a military district, as provided by the act of March the 2d, 1867, and the acts supplementary thereto, under his assignment by General Orders No. 83, dated Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, December the 24th, 1869, by command of General Sherman. E.D. Townsend, Adjutant General. General Orders No. 11. Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, January the 29th, 1870. 1. The Senators and Representatives from the State of Virginia, having been admitted to their respective Houses of Congress, the command known as the 1st Military District has ceased to exist. 2. By direction of the President, the State of Maryland, Virginia, West Virginia, and North Carolina will compose the Department of Virginia under the command of Brevet Major General E.R.S. Canby, headquarters at Richmond, Virginia, and will form a part of the Military Division of the Atlantic. 3. Commanding officers of all posts and detachments now serving in the limits of the new department will report to General Canby for instructions. The companies of the 8th Infantry now serving in the State of North Carolina will be relieved as early as possible and report to Brevet Major General A.H. Terry, commanding Department of the South, for orders. By command of General Sherman. E.D. Townsend, Adjutant General. General Orders No. 25. Headquarters of the Army, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, February the 26th, 1870. 1. The Senators and Representatives from the State of Mississippi having been admitted to their respective Houses of Congress, the command known as the 4th Military District has ceased to exist. 2. By direction of the President, the State of Mississippi is attached to the Department of the Cumberland, and the officers and troops within the late 4th Military District will accordingly report to Brevet Major General Cooke, commanding the department. 3. The general commanding the late 4th Military District will complete the records of that district as soon as practicable and send them to the Adjutant General of the Army, except such military records as should properly be retained at the headquarters of the department, which he will send there. By command of General Sherman: E.D. Townsend, Adjutant General. General Orders, No. 35. HEADQUARTERS OF THE ARMY, Adjutant General's Office, Washington, March the 31st, 1870. 1. By order of the President of the United States, the State of Texas having been admitted to representation in Congress, the command heretofore known as the 5th Military District will cease to exist, and will hereafter constitute a separate military department. Headquarters, Austin, Texas. Brevet Major General J.J. Reynolds, commanding. 2. The department known as the Department of Louisiana will be broken up. The State of Louisiana is hereby added to the Department of Texas, and the State of Arkansas to the Department of the Missouri. The commanding general, Department of the Missouri, will, as soon as convenient, relieve the garrison at Little Rock by a detachment from the 6th Infantry, and the commanding officer of the troops now in Arkansas will report to General J.J. Reynolds for orders to take effect as soon as replaced. 3. The new Department of Texas will form a part of the Military Division of the South, by command of General Sherman: E.D. Townsend, Adjutant General. End of Section 11. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas. Section 12 of A Compilation of the Messages and Papers of the Presidents. Ulysses S. Grant. By James D. Richardson. Second Annual Message. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Second Annual Message. Executive Mansion, December the 5th, 1870. To the Senate and House of Representatives: A year of peace and general prosperity to this nation has passed since the last assembling of Congress. We have, through a kind Providence, been blessed with abundant crops, and have been spared from complications and war with foreign nations. In our midst comparative harmony has been restored. It is to be regretted, however, that a free exercise of the elective franchise has by violence and intimidation been denied to citizens in exceptional cases in several of the States lately in rebellion, and the verdict of the people has thereby been reversed. The States of Virginia, Mississippi, and Texas have been restored to representation in our national councils. Georgia, the only State now without representation, may competently be expected to take her place there also at the beginning of the new year, and then, let us hope, will be completed the work of reconstruction. With an acquiescence on the part of the whole people in the national obligation to pay the public debt created as the price of our Union, the pensions to our disabled soldiers and sailors and their widows and orphans, and in the changes to the Constitution which have been made necessary by a great rebellion, there is no reason why we should not advance in material prosperity and happiness as no other nation ever did after so protracted and devastating a war. Soon after the existing war broke out in Europe, the protection of the United States minister in Paris was invoked in favor of North Germans domiciled in French territory. Instructions were issued to grant the protection. This has been followed by an extension of American protection to citizens of Saxony, Hesse and Saxe-Coburg, Gotha, Colombia, Portugal, Uruguay, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Chile, Paraguay, and Venezuela in Paris. The charge was an onerous one, requiring constant and severe labor, as well as the exercise of patience, prudence, and good judgment. It has been performed to the entire satisfaction of this Government, and, as I am officially informed, equally so to the satisfaction of the Government of North Germany. As soon as I learned that a republic had been proclaimed at Paris, and that the people of France had acquiesced in the change, the minister of the United States was directed by telegraph to recognize it and to tender my congratulations and those of the people of the United States. The reestablishment in France of a system of government disconnected with the dynastic traditions of Europe appeared to be a proper subject for the felicitations of Americans. Should the present struggle result in attaching the hearts of the French to our simpler forms of representative government, it will be a subject of still further satisfaction to our people. While we make no effort to impose our institutions upon the inhabitants of other countries, and while we adhere to our traditional neutrality in civil contests elsewhere, we can not be indifferent to the spread of American political ideas in a great and highly civilized country like France. We were asked by the new government to use our good offices, jointly with those of European powers, in the interests of peace. Answer was made that the established policy and the true interests of the United States forbade them to interfere in European questions jointly with European powers. I ascertained, informally and unofficially, that the Government of North Germany was not then disposed to listen to such representations from any power, and though earnestly wishing to see the blessings of peace restored to the belligerents, with all of whom the United States are on terms of friendship, I declined on the part of this Government to take a step which could only result in injury to our true interests, without advancing the object for which our intervention was invoked. Should the time come when the action of the United States can hasten the return of peace by a single hour, that action will be heartily taken. I deemed it prudent, in view of the number of persons of German and French birth living in the United States, to issue, soon after official notice of a state of war had been received from both belligerents, a proclamation defining the duties of the United States as a neutral and the obligations of persons residing within their territory to observe their laws and the laws of nations. This proclamation was followed by others, as circumstances seemed to call for them. The people, thus acquainted in advance of their duties and obligations, have assisted in preventing violations of the neutrality of the United States. It is not understood that the condition of the insurrection in Cuba has materially changed since the close of the last session of Congress. In an early stage of the contest the authorities of Spain inaugurated a system of arbitrary arrests, of close confinement, and of military trial and execution of persons suspected of complicity with the insurgents, and of summary embargo of their properties and sequestration of their revenues by executive warrant. Such proceedings, so far as they affected the persons or property of citizens of the United States, were in violation of the provisions of the treaty of 1795 between the United States and Spain. Representations of injuries resulting to several persons claiming to be citizens of the United States by reason of such violations were made to the Spanish Government. From April, 1869, to June last, the Spanish minister at Washington had been clothed with a limited power to aid in redressing such wrongs. That power was found to be withdrawn, "in view," as it was said, "of the favorable situation in which the island of Cuba," then, "was," which however did not lead to a revocation or suspension of the extraordinary and arbitrary functions exercised by the executive power in Cuba, and we were obliged to make our complaints at Madrid. In the negotiations thus opened, and still pending there, the United States only claimed that for the future the rights secured to their citizens by treaty should be respected in Cuba, and that as to the past a joint tribunal should be established in the United States with full jurisdiction over all such claims. Before such an impartial tribunal each claimant would be required to prove his case. On the other hand, Spain would be at liberty to traverse every material fact, and thus complete equity would be done. A case which at one time threatened seriously to affect the relations between the United States and Spain has already been disposed of in this way. The claim of the owners of the Colonel Lloyd Aspinwall for the illegal seizure and detention of that vessel was referred to arbitration by mutual consent, and has resulted in an award to the United States, for the owners, of the sum of $19,702.50 in gold. Another and long pending claim of like nature, that of the whale ship Canada, has been disposed of by friendly arbitrament during the present year. It was referred by the joint consent of Brazil and the United States to the decision of Sir Edward Thornton, Her Britannic Majesty's minister at Washington, who kindly undertook the laborious task of examining the voluminous mass of correspondence and testimonies submitted by the two Governments, and awarded to the United States the sum of $100,740.09 in gold, which has since been paid by the Imperial Government. These recent examples show that the mode which the United States have proposed to Spain for adjusting the pending claims is just and feasible, and that it may be agreed to by either nation without dishonor. It is to be hoped that this moderate demand may be acceded to by Spain without further delay. Should the pending negotiations, unfortunately unexpectedly, be without result, it will then become my duty to communicate that fact to Congress and invite its action on the subject. The long deferred peace conference between Spain and the allied South American republics has been inaugurated in Washington under the auspices of the United States. Pursuant to the recommendation contained in the resolution of the House of Representatives of the 17th of December, 1866, the executive department of the government offered its friendly offices for the promotion of peace and harmony between Spain and the allied republics. Hesitations and obstacles occurred in the acceptance of the offer. Ultimately, however, a conference was arranged, and was opened in this city on the 29th of October last, at which I authorized the Secretary of State to preside. It was attended by the ministers of Spain, Peru, Chile, and Ecuador. In consequence of the absence of a representative from Bolivia, the conference was adjourned until the attendance of a plenipotentiary from that republic could be secured, or other measures could be adopted towards compassing its objects. The allied and other republics of Spanish origin on this continent may see in this fact a new proof of our sincere interest in their welfare, of our desire to see them blessed with good governments capable of maintaining order and of preserving their respective territorial integrity, and of our sincere wish to extend our own commercial and social relations with them. The time is not probably far distant when, in the natural course of events, the European political connection with this continent will cease. Our policy should be shaped, in view of this probability, so as to ally the commercial interests of the Spanish American States more closely to our own, and thus give the United States all the preeminence and all the advantage which Mr. Monroe, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Clay contemplated when they proposed to join in the Congress of Panama. During the last session of Congress, a treaty for the annexation of the Republic of San Domingo to the United States failed to receive the requisite two-thirds vote of the Senate. I was thoroughly convinced then that the best interest of this country, commercially and materially, demanded its ratification. Time has only confirmed me in this view. I now firmly believe that the moment it is known that the United States have entirely abandoned the project of accepting as a part of its territory the island of San Domingo, a free port will be negotiated for by European nations in the Bay of Samana. A large commercial city will spring up, to which we will be tributary without receiving corresponding benefits, and then will be seen the folly of our rejecting so great a prize. The government of San Domingo has voluntarily sought this annexation. It is a weak power, numbering probably less than 120,000 souls, and yet possessing one of the richest territories under the sun, capable of supporting a population of 10,000,000 people in luxury. The people of San Domingo are not capable of maintaining themselves in their present condition, and must look for outside support. They yearn for the protection of our free institutions and laws, our progress and civilization. Shall we refuse them? The acquisition of San Domingo is desirable because of its geographical position. It commands the entrance to the Caribbean Sea and the Isthmus transit of commerce. It possesses the richest soil, best and most capacious harbors, most salubrious climate, and the most valuable products of the forests, mine, and soil of any of the West India Islands. Its possession by us will, in a few years, build up a coast-wide commerce of immense magnitude, which will go far toward restoring to us our lost merchant marine. It will give to us those articles which we consume so largely and do not produce, thus equalizing our exports and imports. In case of foreign war it will give us command of all the islands referred to, and thus prevent an enemy from ever again possessing himself of rendezvous upon our very coast. At present our coast trade between the States bordering on the Atlantic and those bordering on the Gulf of Mexico is cut in two by the Bahamas and the Antilles. Twice we must, as it were, pass through foreign countries to get by sea from Georgia to the west coast of Florida. San Domingo, with a stable government under which her immense resources can be developed, will give remunerative wages to tens of thousands of laborers not now upon the island. This labor will take advantage of every available means of transportation to abandon the adjacent islands and seek the blessings of freedom and its sequence, each inhabitant receiving the reward of his own labor. Porto Rico and Cuba will have to abolish slavery as a measure of self-preservation to retain their laborers. San Domingo will become a large consumer of the products of northern farms and manufactories. The cheap rate at which her citizens can be furnished with food, tools, and machinery will make it necessary that contiguous islands should have the same advantages in order to compete in the production of sugar, coffee, tobacco, tropical fruits, etc. This will open to us a still wider market for our products. The production of our own supply of these articles will cut off more than 100 millions of our annual imports, besides largely increasing our exports. With such a picture it is easy to see how our large debt abroad is ultimately to be extinguished. With a balance of trade against us (open parenthesis), including interest on bonds held by foreigners and money spent by our citizens traveling in foreign lands (close parenthesis), equal to the entire yield of the precious metals in this country, it is not so easy to see how this result is to be otherwise accomplished. The acquisition of San Domingo is an adherence to the "Monroe Doctrine." It is a measure of national protection. It is asserting our just claim to a controlling influence over the great commercial traffic soon to flow from west to east by way of the Isthmus of Darien. It is to build up our merchant marine. It is to furnish new markets for the products of our farms, shops, and manufactories. It is to make slavery insupportable in Cuba and Porto Rico at once, and ultimately so in Brazil. It is to settle the unhappy condition of Cuba and end an exterminating conflict. It is to provide honest means of paying our honest debts without overtaxing the people. It is to furnish our citizens with the necessaries of everyday life at cheaper rates than ever before, and it is, a fine, a rapid stride towards that greatness which the intelligence, industry, and enterprise of the citizens of the United States entitle this country to assume among nations. In view of the importance of this question, I earnestly urge upon Congress early action expressive of its views as to the best means of acquiring San Domingo. My suggestion is that by joint resolution of the two Houses of Congress the Executive be authorized to appoint a commission to negotiate a treaty with the authorities of San Domingo for the acquisition of that island, and that an appropriation be made to defray the expenses of such a commission. The question may then be determined either by the action of the Senate upon the treaty or the joint action of the two Houses of Congress upon a resolution of annexation, as in the case of the acquisition of Texas. So convinced am I of the advantages to flow from the acquisition of San Domingo, and of the great disadvantages, I might also say calamities, to flow from non-acquisition, that I believe the subject has only to be investigated to be approved. It is to be regretted that our representations in regard to the injurious effects, especially upon the revenue of the United States, of the policy of the Mexican Government in exempting from impost duties a large tract of its territory on our borders have not only been fruitless, but that it is even proposed in that country to extend the limits within which the privilege adverted to has hitherto been enjoyed. The expediency of taking into your serious consideration proper measures for countervailing the policy referred to will, it is presumed, engage your earnest attention. It is the obvious interest, especially of neighboring nations, to provide against impunity to those who may have committed high crimes within their borders and who may have sought refuge abroad. For this purpose extradition treaties have been concluded with several of the Central American republics, and others are in progress. The sense of Congress is desired, as early as may be convenient, upon the proceedings of the Commission on Claims against Venezuela, as communicated in my messages of March the 16th, 1869, March the 1st, 1870, and March the 31st, 1870. It has not been deemed advisable to distribute any of the money which has been received from that Government until Congress shall have acted on the subject. The massacres of French and Russian residents at Tientsin, under circumstances of great barbarity, was supposed by some to have been premeditated and to indicate a purpose among the populace to exterminate foreigners in the Chinese Empire. The evidence fails to establish such a supposition, but shows a complicity between the local authorities and the mob. The government at Peking, however, seems to have been disposed to fulfill its treaty obligations so far as it was able to do so. Unfortunately, the news of the war between the German States and France reached China soon after the massacre. It would appear that the popular mind became possessed with the idea that this contest, extending to Chinese waters, would neutralize the Christian influence and power, and that the time was coming when the superstitious masses might expel all foreigners and restore Mandarin influence. Anticipating trouble from this cause, I invited France and North Germany to make an authorized suspension of hostilities in the East (where they were temporarily suspended by act of the commanders), and to act together for the future protection in China of the lives and properties of Americans and Europeans. Since the adjournment of Congress, the ratifications of the treaty with Great Britain for abolishing the mixed courts for the suppression of the slave trade have been exchanged. It is believed that the slave trade is now confined to the eastern coast of Africa, whence the slaves are taken to Arabian markets. The ratifications of the Naturalization Convention between Great Britain and the United States have also been exchanged during the recess, and thus a long-standing dispute between the two governments has been settled in accordance with the principles always contended for by the United States. In April last, while engaged in locating a military reservation near Pembina, a corps of engineers discovered that the commonly received boundary line between the United States and the British possessions at that place is about 4,700 feet south of the true position of the 49th parallel, and that the line, when run on what is now supposed to be the true position of that parallel, would leave the fort of the Hudson Bay Company at Pembina within the territory of the United States. This information being communicated to the British government, I was requested to consent, and did consent, that the British occupation of the fort of the Hudson Bay Company should continue for the present. I deemed it important, however, that this part of the boundary line should be definitely fixed by a joint commission of the two governments, and I submit herewith estimates of the expense of such a commission on the part of the United States, and recommend that an appropriation be made for that purpose. The land boundary has already been fixed and marked from the summit of the Rocky Mountains to the Georgian Bay. It should now be, in like manner, marked from the Lake of the Woods to the summit of the Rocky Mountains. I regret to say that no conclusion has been reached for the adjustment of the claims against Great Britain growing out of the course adopted by that government during the rebellion. The Cabinet of London, so far as its views have been expressed, does not appear to be willing to concede that Her Majesty's government was guilty of any negligence, or did or permitted any act during the war by which the United States has just cause of complaint. Our firm and unalterable convictions are directly the reverse. I therefore recommend to Congress to authorize the appointment of a commission to take proof of the amount and the ownership of these several claims on notice to the representative of Her Majesty at Washington, and that authority be given for the settlement of these claims by the United States, so that the government shall have the ownership of the private claims as well as the responsible control of all the demands against Great Britain. It can not be necessary to add that whenever Her Majesty's government shall entertain a desire for a full and friendly adjustment of these claims, the United States will enter upon their consideration with an earnest desire for a conclusion consistent with the honor and dignity of both nations. The course pursued by the Canadian authorities toward the fishermen of the United States during the past season has not been marked by a friendly feeling. By the first article of the Convention of 1818 between Great Britain and the United States, it was agreed that the inhabitants of the United States should have forever, in common with British subjects, the right of taking fish in certain waters therein defined. In the waters not included in the limits named in the convention (open parenthesis) within 3 miles of parts of the British coast, close parenthesis, it has been the custom for many years to give to intruding fishermen of the United States a reasonable warning of their violation of the technical rights of Great Britain. The Imperial Government is understood to have delegated the whole or a share of its jurisdiction or control of these inshore fishing grounds to the colonial authority known as the Dominion of Canada, and this semi-independent but irresponsible agent has exercised its delegated powers in an unfriendly way. Vessels have been seized without notice or warning, in violation of the custom previously prevailing, and have been taken into the colonial ports, their voyages broken up, and the vessels condemned. There is reason to believe that this unfriendly and vexatious treatment was designed to bear harshly upon the hardy fishermen of the United States, with a view to political effect upon this government. The statutes of the Dominion of Canada assume a still broader and more untenable jurisdiction over the vessels of the United States. They authorize officers or persons to bring vessels hovering within 3 marine miles of any of the coast, bays, creeks, or harbors of Canada into port, to search the cargo, to examine the master on oath touching the cargo and voyage, and to inflict upon him a heavy pecuniary penalty if true answers are not given, and if such a vessel is found "preparing to fish" within 3 marine miles of any such coast, bays, creeks, or harbors without a license, or after the expiration of the period named in the last license granted to it, they provide that the vessel with her tackle, etc., shall be forfeited. It is not known that any condemnations have been made under this statute. Should the authorities of Canada attempt to enforce it, it will become my duty to take such steps as may be necessary to protect the rights of the citizens of the United States. It has been claimed by Her Majesty's officers that the fishing vessels of the United States have no right to enter the open ports of the British possessions in North America except for the purpose of shelter and repairing damages, of purchasing wood and obtaining water; that they have no right to enter at the British custom houses or to trade there except in the purchase of wood and water, and that they must depart within 24 hours after notice to leave. It is not known that any seizure of a fishing vessel carrying the flag of the United States has been made under this claim. So far as the claim is founded on an alleged construction of the Convention of 1818, it can not be acquiesced in by the United States. It is hoped that it will not be insisted on by Her Majesty's government. During the conferences which preceded the negotiation of the Convention of 1818, the British commissioners proposed to expressly exclude the fishermen of the United States from "the privilege of carrying on trade with any of His Britannic Majesty's subjects residing within the limits assigned for their use," and also that it should not be "lawful for the vessels of the United States engaged in such fisheries to have on board any goods, wares, or merchandise whatever except such as may be necessary for the prosecution of their voyages to and from the said fishing grounds, and any vessel of the United States which shall contravene this regulation may be seized, condemned, and confiscated with her cargo." This proposition, which is identical with the construction now put upon the language of the convention, was emphatically rejected by the American commissioners, and thereupon was abandoned by the British plenipotentiaries, and Article I, as it stands in the convention, was substituted. If, however, it be said that this claim is founded on provincial or colonial status, and not upon the convention, this Government can not but regard them as unfriendly and in contravention of the spirit, if not of the letter, of the treaty, for the faithful execution of which the Imperial Government is alone responsible. Anticipating that an attempt may possibly be made by the Canadian authorities in the coming season to repeat their unneighborly acts toward our fishermen, I recommend you to confer upon the Executive the power to suspend by proclamation the operation of the laws authorizing the transit of goods, wares, and merchandise in bond across the territory of the United States to Canada, and further, should such an extreme measure become necessary, to suspend the operation of any laws whereby the vessels of the Dominion of Canada are permitted to enter the waters of the United States. A like unfriendly disposition has been manifested on the part of Canada in the maintenance of a claim of right to exclude the citizens of the United States from the navigation of the St. Lawrence. This river constitutes a natural outlet to the ocean for 8 States, with an aggregate population of about 17,600,000 inhabitants, and with an aggregate tonnage of 661,367 tons upon the waters which discharge into it. The foreign commerce of our ports on these waters is open to British competition, and the major part of it is done in British bottoms. If the American seamen be excluded from this natural avenue to the ocean, the monopoly of the direct commerce of the lake ports with the Atlantic would be in foreign hands, their vessels on transatlantic voyages having an access to our lake ports which would be denied to American vessels on similar voyages. To state such a proposition is to refute its justice. During the administration of Mr. John Quincy Adams, Mr. Clay unanswerably demonstrated the natural right of the citizens of the United States to the navigation of this river, claiming that the act of the Congress of Vienna in opening the Rhine and other rivers to all nations showed the judgment of European jurists and statesmen that the inhabitants of a country through which a navigable river passes have a natural right to enjoy the navigation of that river to and into the sea, even though passing through the territories of another power. This right does not exclude the coequal right of the sovereign possessing the territory through which the river debouches into the sea to make such regulations relative to the police of the navigation as may be reasonably necessary, but those regulations should be framed in a liberal spirit of comity, and should not impose needless burdens upon the commerce which has the right of transit. It has been found in practice more advantageous to arrange these regulations by mutual agreement. The United States are ready to make any reasonable arrangement as to the police of the St. Lawrence which may be suggested by Great Britain. If the claim made by Mr. Clay was just when the population of States bordering on the shores of the lakes was only 3,400,000, it now derives greater force and equity from the increased population, wealth, production, and tonnage of the States on the Canadian frontier. Since Mr. Clay advanced his argument in behalf of our right, the principle for which he contended has been frequently, and by various nations, recognized by law or by treaty, and has been extended to several other great rivers. By the treaty concluded at Mayence in 1831, the Rhine was declared free from the point where it is first navigable into the sea. By the convention between Spain and Portugal, concluded in 1835, the navigation of the Douro throughout its whole extent was made free for the subjects of both crowns. In 1853 the Argentine Confederation by treaty threw open the free navigation of the Parana and the Uruguay to the merchant vessels of all nations. In 1856 the Crimean War was closed by a treaty which provided for the free navigation of the Danube. In 1858 Bolivia, by treaty, declared that it regarded the rivers Amazon and La Plata, in accordance with fixed principles of national law, as highways or channels opened by nature for the commerce of all nations. In 1859 the Paraguay was made free by treaty, and in December, 1866, the Emperor of Brazil, by imperial decree, declared the Amazon to be open to the frontier of Brazil to the merchant ships of all nations. The greatest living British authority on this subject, while asserting the abstract right of the British claim, says: "It seems difficult to deny that Great Britain may ground her refusal upon strict law, but it is equally difficult to deny, first, that in so doing she exercises harshly an extreme and hard law; secondly, that her conduct with respect to the navigation of the St. Lawrence is in glaring and discreditable inconsistency with her conduct with respect to the navigation of the Mississippi. On the ground that she possessed a small domain in which the Mississippi took its rise, she insisted on the right to navigate the entire volume of its waters. On the ground that she possesses both banks of the St. Lawrence, where it disembogues itself into the sea, she denies to the United States the right of navigation, though about one half of the waters of Lake Ontario, Erie, Huron, and Superior, and the whole of Lake Michigan, through which the river flows, are the property of the United States. The whole nation is interested in securing cheap transportation from the agricultural States of the West to the Atlantic seaboard. To the citizens of those States it secures a greater return for their labor; to the inhabitants of the seaboard it affords cheaper food; to the nation an increase in the annual surplus of wealth. It is hoped that the Government of Great Britain will see the justice of abandoning the narrow and inconsistent claim to which her Canadian provinces have urged her adherence. Our depressed commerce is a subject to which I called your special attention at the last session, and suggested that we will in the future have to look more to the countries south of us and to China and Japan for its revival. Our representatives to all these governments have exerted their influence to encourage trade between the United States and the countries to which they are accredited, but the fact exists that the carrying is done almost entirely in foreign bottoms, and while this state of affairs exists, we can not control our due share of the commerce of the world. That between the Pacific States and China and Japan is about all the carrying trade now conducted in American vessels. I would recommend a liberal policy toward that line of American steamers, one that will insure its success and even increased usefulness. The cost of building iron vessels, the only ones that can compete with foreign ships in the carrying trade, is so much greater in the United States than in foreign countries that without some assistance from the Government they cannot be successfully built here. There will be several propositions laid before Congress in the course of the present session looking to a remedy for this evil. Even if it should be at some cost to the national treasury, I hope such encouragement will be given as will secure American shipping on the high seas and American shipbuilding at home. The condition of the archives at the Department of State calls for the early action of Congress. The building now rented by that department is a frail structure at an inconvenient distance from the Executive Mansion and from the other departments, is ill adapted to the purpose for which it is used, has not capacity to accommodate the archives, and is not fireproof. Its remote situation, its slender construction, and the absence of a supply of water in the neighborhood leave but little hope of safety for either the building or its contents in case of the accident of a fire. Its destruction would involve the loss of the rolls containing the original acts and resolutions of Congress, of the historic records of the Revolution and of the Confederation, of the whole series of diplomatic and consular archives since the adoption of the Constitution, and of the many other valuable records and papers left with that department when it was the principal depository of the Government archives. I recommend an appropriation for the construction of a building for the Department of State. I recommend to your consideration the propriety of transferring to the Department of the Interior, to which they seem more appropriately to belong, all powers and duties in relation to the territories with which the Department of State is now charged by law or usage, and from the Interior Department to the War Department, the Pension Bureau, so far as it regulates the payment of soldiers' pensions. I would further recommend that the payment of naval pensions be transferred to one of the bureaus of the Navy Department. The estimates for the expenses of the Government for the next fiscal year are $18,244,346.01, less than for the current one, but exceed the appropriations for the present year for the same items, $8,972,127.56. In this estimate, however, is included $22,338,278.37 for public works heretofore begun under congressional provision, and of which only so much is asked as Congress may choose to give. The appropriation for the same works for the present fiscal year was $11,984,518.08. The average value of gold, as compared with national currency, for the whole of the year 1869 was about 134, and for 11 months of 1870 the same relative value has been about 115. The approach to a specie basis is very gratifying, but the fact cannot be denied that the instability of the value of our currency is prejudicial to our prosperity, and tends to keep up prices to the detriment of trade. The evils of a depreciated and fluctuating currency are so great that now, when the premium on gold has fallen so much, it would seem that the time has arrived when, by wise and prudent legislation, Congress should look to a policy which would place our currency at par with gold at no distant day. The tax collected from the people has been reduced more than $80 million per annum. By steadiness in our present course, there is no reason why, in a few short years, the national tax gatherer may not disappear from the door of the citizen almost entirely. With the revenue stamp dispensed by postmasters in every community, a tax upon liquors of all sorts and tobacco in all its forms, and by a wise adjustment of the tariff, which will put a duty upon those articles which we could dispense with, known as luxuries, and on those which we use more of than we produce, revenue enough may be raised after a few years of peace and consequent reduction of indebtedness to fulfill all our obligations. A further reduction of expenses, in addition to a reduction of interest account, may be relied on to make this practicable. Revenue reform, if it means this, has my hearty support. If it implies a collection of all the revenue for the support of the Government, for the payment of principal and interest of the public debt, pensions, etc., by directly taxing the people, then I am against revenue reform, and confidently believe the people are with me. If it means failure to provide the necessary means to defray all the expense of government, and thereby repudiation of the public debt and pensions, then I am still more opposed to such kind of revenue reform. Revenue reform has not been defined by any of its advocates to my knowledge, but seems to be accepted as something which is to supply every man's wants without any cost or effort on his part. A true revenue reform cannot be made in a day, but must be the work of national legislation and of time. As soon as the revenue can be dispensed with, all duties should be removed from coffee, tea, and other articles of universal use not produced by ourselves. The necessities of the country compel us to collect revenue from our imports. An army of assessors and collectors is not a pleasant sight to the citizen, but that or a tariff for revenue is necessary. Such a tariff, so far as it acts as an encouragement to home production, affords employment to labor at living wages, in contrast to the pauper labor of the Old World, and also in the development of home resources. Under the act of Congress of the 15th day of July, 1870, the Army has gradually been reduced so that on the 1st day of January, 1871, the number of commissioned officers and men will not exceed the number contemplated by that law. The War Department building is an old structure, not fireproof, and entirely inadequate in dimensions to our present wants. Many thousands of dollars are now paid annually for rent of private buildings to accommodate the various bureaus of the department. I recommend an appropriation for a new War Department building suited to the present and growing wants of the nation. The report of the Secretary of War shows a very satisfactory reduction in the expenses of the Army for the last fiscal year. For details you are referred to his accompanying report. The expenses of the Navy for the whole of the last year, i.e., from December the 1st, 1869, the date of the last report, are less than $19 millions, or about $1 million less than they were the previous year. The expenses since the commencement of this fiscal year, i.e., since July the 1st, show for the 5 months a decrease of over $2,400,000 from those of the corresponding months last year. The estimates for the current year were $28,205,671.37. Those for next year are $20,683,317, with $955,100 additional for necessary permanent improvements. These estimates are made closely for the mere maintenance of the naval establishment as it now is, without much in the nature of permanent improvement. The appropriations made for the last and current years were evidently intended by Congress, and are sufficient only to keep the Navy on its present footing by the repairing and refitting of our old ships. This policy must, of course, gradually but surely destroy the Navy, and it is in itself far from economical. as each year that it is pursued the necessity for mere repairs in ships and navy yards becomes more imperative and more costly, and our current expenses are annually increased for the mere repair of ships, many of which must soon become unsafe and useless. I hope during the present session of Congress to be able to submit to it a plan by which naval vessels can be built and repairs made with great saving upon the present cost. It can hardly be wise statesmanship in a government which represents a country with over 5,000 miles of coastline on both oceans, exclusive of Alaska, and containing 40,000,000 progressive people, with relations of every nature with almost every foreign country, to rest with such inadequate means of enforcing any foreign policy, either of protection or redress. Separated by the ocean from the nations of the eastern continent, our Navy is our only means of direct protection to our citizens abroad or for the enforcement of any foreign policy. The accompanying report of the Postmaster General shows a most satisfactory working of that Department. With the adoption of the recommendations contained therein, particularly those relating to a reform in the franking privilege, and the adoption of the "correspondence cards," a self-sustaining postal system may speedily be looked for, and at no distant day a further reduction of the rate of postage be attained. I recommend authorization by Congress to the Postmaster General and Attorney General to issue all commissions to officials appointed through their respective departments. At present, these commissions, where appointments are presidential, are issued by the State Department. The law in all the departments of government, except those of the Post Office and of Justice, authorizes each to issue its own commissions. Always favoring practical reforms, I respectfully call your attention to one abuse of long standing which I would like to see remedied by this Congress. It is a reform in the civil service of the country. I would have it go beyond the mere fixing of the tenure of office of clerks and employees who do not require "the advice and consent of the Senate" to make their appointments complete. I would have it govern, not the tenure, but the manner of making all appointments. There is no duty which so much embarrasses the Executive and heads of departments as that of appointments, nor is there any such arduous and thankless labor imposed on Senators and Representatives as that of finding places for constituents. The present system does not secure the best men, and often not even fit men, for public place. The elevation and purification of the civil service of the Government will be hailed with approval by the whole people of the United States. Reform in the management of Indian affairs has received the special attention of the Administration from its inauguration to the present day. The experiment of making it a missionary work was tried with a few agencies given to the denomination of Friends, and has been found to work most advantageously. All agencies and superintendencies not so disposed of were given to officers of the Army. The act of Congress reducing the Army renders Army officers ineligible for civil positions. Indian agencies being civil offices, I determined to give all the agencies to such religious denominations as had heretofore established missionaries among the Indians, and perhaps to some other denominations who would undertake the work on the same terms, i.e., as a missionary work. The societies selected are allowed to name their own agents, subject to the approval of the Executive, and are expected to watch over them and aid them as missionaries, to Christianize and civilize the Indian, and to train him in the arts of peace. The government watches over the official acts of these agents, and requires of them as strict an accountability as if they were appointed in any other manner. I entertain the confident hope that the policy now pursued will, in a few years, bring all the Indians upon reservations, where they will live in houses, and have schoolhouses and churches, and will be pursuing peaceful and self-sustaining avocations, and where they may be visited by the law-abiding white man with the same impunity that he now visits the civilized white settlements. I call your special attention to the report of the Commission of Indian Affairs for full information on this subject. During the last fiscal year, 8,095,413 acres of public land were disposed of. Of this quantity, 3,698,910.05 acres were taken under the homestead law, and 2,159,515.81 acres sold for cash. The remainder was located with military warrants, college or Indian scrip, or applied in satisfaction of grants to railroads or for other public uses. The entries under the homestead law during the last year covered 961,545 acres more than those during the preceding year. Surveys have been vigorously prosecuted to the full extent of the means applicable to the purpose. The quantity of land in market will amply supply the present demand. The claim of the settler under the homestead or the preemption laws is not, however, limited to lands subject to sale at private entry. Any unappropriated, surveyed public land may, to a limited amount, be acquired under the former laws if the party entitled to enter under them will comply with the requirements they prescribe in regard to the residence and cultivation. The actual settler's preference right of purchase is even broader, and extends to lands which were unsurveyed at the time of his settlement. His right was formerly confined within much narrower limits, and at one period of our history was conferred only by special statutes. They were enacted from time to time to legalize what was then regarded as an unauthorized intrusion upon the national domain. The opinion that the public lands should be regarded chiefly as a source of revenue is no longer maintained. The rapid settlement and successful cultivation of them are now justly considered of more importance to our well-being than is the fund which the sale of them would produce. The remarkable growth and prosperity of our new States and Territories attests the wisdom of the legislation which invites the tiller of the soil to secure a permanent home on terms within the reach of all. The pioneer who incurs the danger and privations of a frontier life, and thus aids in laying the foundation of new commonwealths, renders a signal service to this country, and is entitled to its special favor and protection. These laws secure that object and largely promote the general welfare. They should therefore be cherished as a permanent feature of our land system. Good faith requires us to give full effect to existing grants. The time-honored and beneficent policy of setting apart certain sections of public land for educational purposes in the new States should be continued. when ample provision shall have been made for these objects, I submit as a question worthy of serious consideration whether the residue of our national domain should not be wholly disposed of under the provisions of the homestead and preemption laws. In addition to the swamp and overflowed lands granted to the States in which they are situated, the lands taken under the Agricultural College Acts and for internal improvement purposes under the act of September, 1841, and the acts supplemental thereto, there had been conveyed up to the close of the last fiscal year by patent or other equivalent title to States and corporations 27,836,257.63 acres for railways, canals, and wagon roads. It is estimated that an additional quantity of 174,735,523 acres is still due under grants for like uses. The policy of thus aiding the States in building works of internal improvement was inaugurated more than 40 years since in the grants to Indiana and Illinois, to aid those States in opening canals to connect the waters of the Wabash with those of Lake Erie, and the waters of the Illinois with those of Lake Michigan. It was followed, with some modifications, in the grant to Illinois of alternate sections of public land within certain limits of the Illinois Central Railway. 14 States and sundry corporations have received similar subsidies in connection with railways completed or in process of construction. As the reserved sections are rated at the double minimum, the sale of them at the enhanced price has thus in many instances indemnified the Treasury for the granted lands. The construction of some of these thoroughfares has undoubtedly given a vigorous impulse to the development of our resources and the settlement of the more distant portions of the country. It may, however, be well insisted that much of our legislation in this regard has been characterized by indiscriminate and profuse liberality. The United States should not loan their credit in aid of any enterprise undertaken by States or corporations, nor grant lands in any instance, unless the projected work is of acknowledged national importance. I am strongly inclined to the opinion that it is inexpedient and unnecessary to bestow subsidies of either description; but should Congress determine otherwise, I earnestly recommend that the right of settlers and of the public be more effectually secured and protected by appropriate legislation. During the year ending September 30th, 1870, there were filed in the Patent Office 19,411 applications for patents, 3,374 caveats, and 160 applications for the extension of patents. 13,622 patents, including reissues and designs, were issued. 1,010 extended and 1,089 allowed, but not issued by reason of the non-payment of the final fees. The receipts of the office during the fiscal year were $136,304.29, in excess of its expenditures. The work of the Census Bureau has been energetically prosecuted. The preliminary report, containing much information of special value and interest, will be ready for delivery during the present session. The remaining volumes will be completed with all the dispatch consistent with perfect accuracy in arranging and classifying the returns. We shall thus at no distant day be furnished with an authentic record of our condition and resources. It will, I doubt not, attest the growing prosperity of the country, although during the decade which has just closed it was so severely tried by the great war waged to maintain its integrity and to secure and perpetuate our free institutions. During the last fiscal year the sum paid to pensioners, including the cost of disbursement, was $27,780,811.11, and 1,758 bounty land warrants were issued. At its close 198,686 names were on the pension rolls. The labors of the Pension Office have been directed to the severe scrutiny of the evidence submitted in favor of new claims and to the discovery of fictitious claims which have been heretofore allowed. The appropriation for the employment of special agents for the investigation of frauds has been judiciously used, and the results obtained have been of unquestionable benefit to the service. The subjects of education and agriculture are of great interest to the success of our republican institutions, happiness, and grandeur as a nation. In the interest of one, a bureau has been established in the Interior Department, the Bureau of Education, and in the interest of the other, a separate department, that of Agriculture. I believe great general good is to flow from the operations of both these bureaus if properly fostered. I can not commend to your careful consideration too highly the reports of the Commissioners of Education and of Agriculture, nor urge too strongly such liberal legislation as to secure their efficiency. In conclusion, I would sum up the policy of the Administration to be a thorough enforcement of every law, a faithful collection of every tax provided for, economy in the disbursement of the same, a prompt payment of every debt of the nation, a reduction of taxes as rapidly as the requirements of the country will admit, reductions of taxation and tariff to be so arranged as to afford the greatest relief to the greatest number, honest and fair dealing with all other peoples, to the end that war, with all its blighting consequences, may be avoided, but without surrendering any right or obligation due to us, a reform in the treatment of Indians and in the whole civil service of the country, and finally in securing a pure, untrammeled ballot, where every man entitled to cast a vote may do so just once at each election, without fear of molestation or proscription on account of his political faith, nativity, or color. U.S. GRANT. End of Section 12. Recording by Jim Clevenger, Little Rock, Arkansas.